Welcome back, everyone, to Brawl Masters. I am, of course, Ready Set, and I'm joined by none other than Teddy. How are you feeling, Teddy?
I'm feeling great, man. I'm excited about tonight because we got the finals, the playoffs here of the Brawl Masters. It's been a couple of weeks building up to this point, and now we got 4 teams left battling it out for the title of NA champion.
Yeah, I mean, we have some fantastic teams on the docket today. 3 open qualifiers to determine who those first 3 teams to advance to this stage of the playoffs, followed by a last chance qualifier, and the prize of that one being, of course, advancing to the playoffs. It's 4 teams competing in best of 5 matches. Only one gets to be the grand champion of Brawl Masters, and we have a fantastic prize pool as well, Teddy.
Oh yeah, $4,000 in prizes on the line here for our contestants. That's quite a bit of cash. You can buy quite a lot of gems with that as well. So yeah, a lot, right? $200 for 4th place just for participating today and making it to the playoffs. $600 for 3rd place, $1,200 for 2nd place, and $2,000 for 1st place. And of course there's something extra to that, right? Ready, set.
Yeah, it's a G Fuel prize pack. You get 6 tubs of G Fuel added on to whatever prize you take home today, and it's no secret, we're all powered by G Fuel here. Thank you, of course, to G Fuel, our sponsor here for Brawl Masters, for not only keeping our prize winnings amazing and huge for our teams today, but also keeping us, the casters, alive and alert during these amazing matches that we got coming up. So I believe our first match is going to be coming up pretty soon as well. We have some great teams as well: Aqua, STMN, IX. I believe there's at least one that I'm forgetting, Teddy.
Yeah, I mean, Tribe, they may have won quite a lot of the qualifiers this time around and also last season. So yeah, pretty good favorites in this one, but I feel like NA has been getting more and more competitive in the top couple of teams. And honestly, look at that. We have both IX teams as well, IX Gaming and IX Academy, both making it here. Impressive lineup for sure. We think about STMN as well, that just barely couldn't make it to this point. Got knocked out in the finals of the last chance qualifier. But yeah, here you have it. Tribe Gaming versus IX Academy and IX Gaming versus Aqua are going to be your 2 semifinals.
Yeah, of course, that's my bad. A brutal battle for IX Academy to make it here rather than STMN. And of course, I'm joking. Who could forget Tribe? They've had such a journey over the last month. Let's take a look at our maps, though. First map up is going to be Hard Rock Mine here on Gem Grab. Then on Brawl Ball, Backyard Bowl. Bounty is going to see Shooting Star, Heist, Kaboom Canyon, Siege, Nuts and Bolts, and Hot Zone is going to be played on Split. And I believe there was some audience input on the map selections, Teddy.
Yeah, indeed. It was a community vote for every single game mode. And yeah, this is your guys' decision. If you don't like a map, you can blame your fellow viewers for picking the map. But yeah, it does show us kind of some of the favorite maps in the community. Honestly, I agree for pretty much all of them. I mean, I don't like Backyard Ball, but I think that most of the community is aware of that by now. But for the rest of it, it's some of my favorite maps for every mode, so I'm excited about this one.
Yeah, I think we kind of got some of the best maps for every single mode. I think, this is a pretty accurate reflection of what most people would consider to be the best maps in rotation across the entire Brawl Masters event. So we're going to see our players on our very favorite maps. Another thing that is changing up from the qualifiers is we have a best of 5 matches, so only one game mode is not going to be played, and both teams are going to have input on in which order those are played. It's so important to also get in your best modes in those first 3 sets, or rather those first 3 maps, those first 3 sets, just because you don't want to get swept at 3-0, right? You could be up against a team that you're very well matched against, right? And your match theoretically would go 3-2, but if those 3 maps that your enemy beats you on happen to come first, then yeah, it's gonna be a real rough one, Teddy.
Yeah, for sure. Versatility is going to be the most important factor coming into the finals.
Into our first match momentarily. It's going to be Tribe Gaming versus IX Academy, and I believe we saw actually IX Academy take just one set from Tribe in our open qualifiers, but that was about it. Open, or rather not the open qualifiers, but our monthly finals last month. But here over this last month, they have been just going up and up and up and getting so much better and really showing what they're made of.
Yeah, X Academy is definitely one of the teams that's really on the rise right now for NA. We have a couple other teams, right, that are really pushing the limits and showing us that, yeah, we are really competitive in this region. I'm thinking about Aqua as well, that didn't quite come out of nowhere, but has been really rising recently as well. And IX Academy, I mean, they're going to be one of those same examples. They've been performing really well, still quite inconsistently, but I feel like they're at a point where they've been winning consistently against, you know, like tier 2 teams. And then they also have been winning less consistently, but still once in a while against those top teams, including teams like Stamina and the finals of the last chance qualifiers. So they have what it takes to make it. The question is, you know, are they going to be consistent enough? Can they actually win multiple matches against the best teams in North America in a row to win this whole thing? It's going to be a challenge for sure. But, you know, if they were to start somewhere, it would be here against Tribe Gaming, you know, arguably the best team in North America.
Yeah, I mean, they do have pretty much the hardest opponent coming up first. We've seen this trend where if you end up on the same side of the bracket of Tribe, it is going to be an absolutely brutal game coming up. And we actually do have some stats for both of these teams. We've been keeping track of them over the entire qualifiers, and we've compiled it all here. We have the most banned brawlers, most banned modes, most pick modes, and the record as far as sets won and lost. Looks like Tribe, they don't really want to deal with Bell. IX Academy don't really want to deal with Stu. So our two most powerful brawlers both getting reliably banned by both of these teams. As far as the most banned modes, IX Academy not feeling as confident on Heist as Tribe Gaming is not feeling so confident on Gem Grab. We also have the most pick modes and the set win-loss record.
Yeah, most interestingly here, I think, is the fact that the favorite mode for IX Academy is the worst mode for Tribe. So I'm guessing that if possible, Tribe, they're, you know, gonna remove it as soon as possible. And IX, if they can place it in, you know, for example, one of the three first modes to be played, they'll try their best to do it. And unless it gets banned, I wouldn't be surprised to see it like as a first or second pick. Since that would put it in the top 3, would make it easy. And here we go. First pick from IX Academy is going to be Hard Rock Mine. Second pick in Total Ride, because Bounty on Shooting Star was picked by Tribe Gaming. They also picked Kaboom Canyon. We have Backward Bowl and Brawl Ball coming up for IX for set 4, and Siege on Nuts and Bolts for set number 5. Yeah, this means that we get everything but Hot Zone, right? So no split in this first match, and we'll be proceeding towards our brawler mats.
Yeah, I mean, split is a bit of a frustrating one. It just seems like you have to put 2 brawlers on one lane and then 1 brawler on the other, unless you have the wall break as well, and then even run the risk of facing off against some comps that tend to do well against wall break just because they're fast speed, they have a lot of health, right? We've seen the Frank and we've seen the BB combined with the Gale as well coming out on split. So, I mean, that would be something to watch out for if we see it in our later matches for the day, but we're not taking any chances there. Hot Zone, it just kind of feels like a bit of a gimmicky mode to some of our players, I believe, and that's why sometimes we see that less confident team get the hot zone pick as soon as they possibly can to catch their enemies off guard and level out the playing field a little bit, right? They're playing against people who've been in the game longer, but both of these teams would theoretically, like hypothetically, be playing hot zone for around the same amount of time and would have relatively the same experience. So it's a good strategy, but it's not going to be employed here. IX Academy feeling very confident with the Hard Rock Mine pick for our second set, and we already have the bans coming in as well.
Yeah, 2 is going to be the first ban coming in from IX. Also, you know, their most banned brawler in the first place. So nothing too surprising there. Same for Bell here, banned by Tribe Gaming. Also their most banned brawler. Gene is something we've been seeing more and more recently, just because Gene is pretty good and you can auto aim those pulls really reliably as well, which means that it's an easy way to kind of clutch up. And when you are the favorite team, you don't really need clutches to win, and removing Gene is sure gonna lower the amount of clutches on both sides, but since you need them less and you rely on them less, it's gonna be more impactful on IX Academy. So I really like that decision. It's a bit of a confidence pick as well, similarly to a Poco ban, for example, because it does lower the gap a bit between the brawlers and limit the amount of comps and clutches. And look at this, we have Colette ban coming in as one. This is going to be really interesting. I'm not entirely sure why, to be honest. Like, Kaboom Canyon is probably why, but it's not a good brawler anywhere else, which does make things quite surprising to me. Do you have any more insights than me here already?
I mean, I would have to say, like, Tribe Gaming, they consistently pull out good Colette play there on Kaboom Canyon. So we'll see what they decide to use instead of Colette on Kaboom Canyon. I want to know, like, is IX Academy, are they going to try and bring out some tanks this time? Because by picking, you know, the Colette ban, they've decided to leave Poco in the game, right? And they've decided to leave Max in the game as well. IX Academy getting ready to bring out the tanks here. Tribe Gaming, they're traditionally pretty good at these control comps, and maybe this is how IX Academy is planning to just undermine Tribe Gaming's normal skills in this regard. We'll see how it turns out on Kaboom Canyon, which I guess is no longer Colette Canyon. We pretty much always see the Colette pick on Kaboom Canyon, and if we don't see it, then that team ends up losing. So I think we are going to see a just massive I guess, diversion from what we usually see on Kaboom Canyon. Perhaps a little bit more tank play, maybe some of the Daryl or the 8-Bit coming out, some more traditional stuff before, you know, we always had Colette in these games when she, you know, used to be getting banned quite frequently. It's just not the case anymore.
Yeah, I mean, Colette is definitely interesting to me because I feel like it only works for Kaboom Canyon. And what this could mean is that IX has something ready for Kaboom Canyon, maybe expecting Tribe to pick this mode. I'm not entirely sure. I feel like it's some sort of an indication that they're looking to close things out quickly because they know that if it gets to set 4 and 5, it's just going to be more and more dangerous for them. And with having, you know, one mode that they really like, which is Gem Grab, and that Tribe is quite weak on, or when I say quite weak, it's like, you know, they're still a really strong team, but it's not their ideal playground. And then having a ban that really applies to the third set, which is also picked by Tribe, it could really make things interesting as they try to basically secure those 2 sets. If they can get Shooting Star as well, then they can try to close it out in 3, or otherwise they can make sure that it at least goes to like set 4 or 5 and they're still playing the match and it's not a trio sweep in favor of Tribe. So when it comes down to the draft, I feel like IX Academy did a great job at getting as much as possible of an advantage. But, you know, when it comes down to gameplay, Tribe, they're still going to be an extremely challenging team to take down.
Yeah, I think so too. I think Tribe is looking actually pretty good on set number 5, so if it ends up going there, then Tribe, they got a really good chance there, especially with the control opportunities. But let's forget set number 5. Let's get into set number 1. Tribe Gaming bringing out the traditional Shooting Star comp. Actually, both the teams bringing out the same comp that we usually see here on Shooting Star, and they're going to be going for the lane matchups with Piper versus Nanny. Typically, we see Nanny triumph in this situation. Vintage is already getting a kill though neither team has been able to grab that blue star so far. Charles looking for the opportunity to grab the star, but he just can't get quite close enough to it to grab it. Corey finding this opportunity to not only grab the blue star, but also save himself from using that last hurrah gadget. Great play and great positioning there from Corey to start and equalize things out in favor of Tribe Gaming, though another kill coming out from IX Gaming to take our score to 1-4.
So far, so good for IX, as they are building up a little bit of a lead. Nothing that Tribe can't come back from. A kill onto Frixie or Betuches would be enough to come back, since they have that blue star, but they would need to do that in a very clean way. Zulan gonna get returned to sender, as that will be slowing things down just a little bit, but pressure is up here. Charles low HP, looking to heal a little bit. Zulan removing the wall as well, but Betuches is quite low HP too, so they might be able to find something. Charles one shot, but makes it out alive, and the peep coming through might be enough to, secure 2 more stars, and IX up by 5 now.
Yep, looking good for IX, though an important kill coming in, and we're gonna see the score start to close in. 20 seconds left, and Tribe absolutely has to push here, otherwise they're gonna run out of time. Frixie gets taken down, and the tides have completely turned. A great shot there from Corey, and IX Academy now looking to push in versus Tribe. Just 5 seconds counting down, and they don't have enough damage to take down Tribe in this situation. 10 stars for Tribe, and that is going to be it for game number 1. Tribe bringing this one back in the final seconds with a clutch kill there by Corey with a single tick mine. That's all it takes sometimes. Game number 1, it goes to Tribe Gaming.
Man, that was a ridiculous comeback. IX dominating through that entire first game, and in a couple of seconds before the end, 2 quick kills from Tribe to just snag this one away. Great comeback for sure. Quite a heartbreaking one for IX Academy as well, because they need everything they can get here against Tribe Gaming, and this was definitely a lost opportunity for them, I think. Having the lead for so long, they really wanted to close this one out, not give the early advantage to Tribe, and now early on the pressure is already a bit higher on IX Academy, because later on they might really regret this game slipping away, especially if they were to lose that first set. That can make the whole difference in this match.
Yeah, well, we'll see what they bring out this time. IX Academy, they're sticking on the same comp, and they're going to opt for the same lane matchups as well. They said, you know what, that last game, that was a fluke. We just got to be more careful of Corey here on the tick. He's actually going to save himself from using a last hurrah, and once again, stay aggressive. Typically, we see a tick march in and grab that blue star using the last hurrah for the invincibility, but that is not Corey's style, it would seem. Betch is going aggressive, not going to be able to secure the kill on Zulon, and Tribe Gaming going to stay at 3 stars in the lead while also holding on to that blue star. IX Academy, of course, not necessarily planning anything with the comeback. They just need to get more kills. They're not depending on coming back late in the game. They got to speed things up now. 1 minute and 15 seconds remaining in this game, and IX Academy is still sort of on defense. They have not been able to get mid control so far.
Yeah, the peep heading north finds Frixie as well. 5-star lead in IX Academy. This is a whole different story. They do pick up a kill there on Zulan on the right-hand side, which might be helping out closing the gap, but Tribe still need 2 more stars. Sorry, IX need 2 more stars to come back, and ideally the blue star was that as well. And so far they do pick up another kill. It's all tied up, but that blue star on Tribe Gaming still under their control, so we need another kill here from IX. Anyone would do. Look at that. The beep doesn't quite connect just yet. And wow. Corey, that is the last hurrah, and he is going to tank it, which will make things a bit more complicated here, especially as Styron gets a nice return to center, low HP on Frixie, and they need a kill here in the next 15 seconds, or this set already goes the way of Tribe.
Yeah, Betch is actually looking to get either Corey or Zulon here. Charles starting to close things in, and actually IX might have this one if they can keep up the pressure. Corey getting taken down. IX, they just got to stay alive a little bit longer. Charles and Betch is hanging on by a thread, and that is going to be IX Academy winning this one in a total clutch as they push they push Tribe all the way back to their spawn and take the set to 1-1. That was so incredibly close, but it was sort of the same fashion in which Tribe managed to take game number 1. It just comes down to that last 20 seconds, and if you're on your side of the field, you can't get pushed all the way back to your spawn point. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to respawn in time to retaliate. And it's really just the 20-second mark that is so significant in Bounty for that exact reason. You're able to kill your opponent, and they're not able to respond in time to retaliate. And that's exactly, I think, what happened here in game number 2. We're going to be getting into game number 3 already, Teddy.
Yeah, all tied up now as IX are coming back into this first set. They get the blue star as well, which is a change. In both first games, it went to Tribe Gaming. Zolan getting tagged up from afar, but Tuchis was the kill. No trade as Corey has to fall back. And that is going to give a bit of an early lead in favor of IX Academy.
Yep, IX Academy, they just gotta get mid control though. They're still sort of on defense. Tribe Gaming really holding back here. They're all the way behind these barriers at mid. Now they're finding their footing to push up once more. Zulon debating, am I gonna use the wall break or not? Not actually gonna use the wall break entirely. Does go for the homemade recipe, doesn't make the connection though. Here comes the peep as well, baiting out Zulon. It's not gonna find the connection on anyone though. Betiches goes down, Zulon goes down, Frixie goes down. It's an absolute slaughterfest at IX Academy spawn, but they're still managing to keep in the lead just by virtue of that blue star. Charles picking up a little bit of damage here. Corey now ready with this super, does manage to take it out. Frixie managing to take out that tick super, and IX Academy still trying to keep up the defense. Tribe though keeping up the pressure just as IX Academy is defending. 10 seconds until we hit that magical 20-second mark, and it looks like Tribe is vastly favored here. They're going to hang back and heal up before they go for the last 20 seconds push.
Yeah, they might not even need a push if the peep can connect, but it's going to be returned to Sanders. The kill picked up by Tribe Gaming. Tyrant double return to Sender in that situation. 5 seconds left. It's going to be a big challenge for IX Academy to make something happen at this point, and that is going to be Tribe picking up this first set with 2 clutches in this set. It was close. It was definitely close. It was definitely a challenge for Tribe to take this one, but you know they will, and that's what ultimately matters for them. And that's when game 1 as well kind of comes back and haunts IX Academy, because otherwise they could have taken that set. Even with this last game here being really close and coming down to a couple of quick kills towards the end. It's not the start that IX Academy were hoping for, but they did show us some really decent stuff, and with their favorite mode coming up and then Heist afterwards with the Colette ban, things could be lining up quite nicely for them to have a bit of a comeback.
Yeah, I mean, this is where we saw IX Academy take down Tribe Gaming in the qualifiers on this game mode. Of course, not exactly the map, but the game mode gem grab. I want to call back, though, to Bounty a little bit. We saw pretty much the same strategy being employed for both teams to propel themselves towards that win. It was just the last 20 seconds, either team finds a really good push and is able to bring that game back. So I think, of course, Tribe Gaming, they win that have pretty better performance over IX Academy in that situation, but overall, right, we saw the same strategy being used on both sides. So I think this is going to be a pretty well matched matchup, perhaps even a little bit better matched than we thought, just judging by the track record. Of course, Tribe Gaming pretty much the best team in NA versus IX Academy, a team majorly on the come up. If there is one set to judge their expertise by, and by there I mean IX Academy, it's going to be here on Gem Grab on Hard Rock Mine. It's pretty much old-fashioned, good old-school Brawl Stars gameplay. We see it everywhere. Hard Rock Mine, it seems like we see it everywhere, even in the Brawl Talk. It's just, the quintessential map of Brawl Stars. So if we're going to draw some conclusions, right, if we're going to deduce anything from this, I think it's going to be, depending on the outcome of Hard Rock Mine.
I think so too. I was about to say it, I think that if Hard Rock Mine doesn't go the way of IX Academy, I already see this as pretty much a game over for them, right? It's their best mode. It's a Tribe Gaming's worst mode, or at least least favorite mode to play. It's in set 2 right now, so if they lose this one, they would be behind by 2 sets. It would put them in a situation where the mode that they were the most likely to win is already gone. and their options would be very low as we would move to Heist, which was once again the pick of Tribe Gaming. And despite the Colette ban and everything that's going to be leading us towards, it's going to be a big challenge. So if they want to have a solid shot at winning this match, they absolutely need a gem grab. And if they play in the form they were playing in Bounty, I have no doubt that they can win this one.
Oh yeah, well, we will see some slight variations in the comps here, and by slight, I mean major. The only one that we see mirrored across both teams is going to be Max. Max, you gotta have her because she gives you that free push into the enemy, gives you so much ground. Doesn't look like it has given too much of an advantage to either team so far, though. Pretty much 3-3 on the score already. Ice Academy, though, falling back majorly all the way back to their spawn. Betiches loses his footing, and it's going to be tough to fight against Zulon in close quarters. Zulon already firing off that super, does manage to escape barely with 125 health, and now looks to take this right lane. Charles able to snag an easy kill on Rico. It's one of the things that Surge is so good for, is taking out squishies with that surprise attack, the green button, the Surge teleport gadget. Here comes the wall break coming out from Betiches, though, and that's going to give a lot more control to IX Academy, and it's going to be a pretty big detriment, actually, to Tribe Gaming as well, as they've lost so much area to hide in to that wall break. Tyrant goes down, and IX Academy looks to lock down control of mid, as Corey has to retreat with all 5 gems.
And I just want to point out that as soon as Betiches destroyed the walls on the right-hand side, Zulin switched lanes. He knows that his big advantage are having plenty of walls, and he wants to get that mirror matchup against Frixie. So that is quite an interesting decision, since early on Frixie was on the left side and Zulin on the right side. They will be matching up against each other now, but look at that counter starting for IX. Wow. Not gonna last very long, as with such an open middle, Corey is just able to pick up 3 gems in a row and almost tie things up here.
It's actually looking great for Tribe Gaming. They might be taking their least favorite game already. Corey looking to get this next super off. He just needs that 10th gem. Here comes the speed, already speeding Zulon away. Zulon's already speedy from Robo Retreat, presumably. Tyrant over here on the right side looking to get rid of Charles. Charles does survive, though. Wow, and a massive kill there from IX Academy. Frixie now with 9 gems to his name, at 10 gems on the side of Betiches. The Protesto coming out as well. Charles looking to keep the defense, and here comes the speed from Corey. Corey trying to do his best to defend it. Zulon's ready with the super, but it's not going to connect with Frixie or Betiches. That is going to be this game going to IX Academy in a total comeback towards the end.
Man, once again, it's a clutch, right? This time around, for the first time this match, it is going the way of IX Academy, which is going to give them a bit more room to breathe, a bit less pressure as well, as they have a chance at closing out this set now, tying things up, and just showing, yep, we are here, we are a threat, we are a problem you guys need to deal with. But they need this set. They really, really do, and I think that getting a clean 2-0 would be much more convincing. That would mean that, coming into Heist, they were the ones that won the most games since Tribe Gaming, since they also won a game in Bounty. But, Tribe, I would never just count them out. They showed it here as well. They were behind quite massively, and still they really came back. They got into a solid positioning, but the super from Rico, I think it was on Frixie, are really on point. Bringing in a lot of value, able to snag that kill and get those gems back. So it came down to a clutch. So it's not like it's a very consistent performance. But Tribe, they did win off 2 clutches in Bounty. So honestly, if IX pick up this next game here, I would say they're the better looking team so far in this matchup.
Yeah, we'll have to see how this game pans out. Zulon versus Charles once again. Frixie now on the Rico on the left side. We do see Tyrant switching onto the Colonel refs, so we'll have to see what kind of impact this makes. Tyrant does make the lane switch with Zulon obstacle on the right lane. Zulon quickly winning that Rico 1v1. Betiches still here at mid, pretty much uncontested, though the wall break comes in from Tyrant just as the power-up does as well. Corey is looking for this next super to speed in Zulon, but he's going to get hit with that homemade recipe from Betiches. Betiches jumping out and destroying so many of those walls, and this is going to be actually quite tough for Zulon to deal with. He already switched onto that left lane to get control, but now that most of his walls are gone, it's going to be a bit tougher. Betic is already looking to pick up that 10th gem, and here it comes. Zilon doesn't have a super to deal with it. Corey doesn't have a speed to deal with it. The super doesn't make any connection. Charles ready with that second level up, and IX Academy looking to close out set number 2 already.
Yeah, there's not really anything that Tribe can do at this point. This is going to be set for IX Academy as they tie things up 1-1. Man, I have so many questions. First of all, which star power was Surge running? Because he got level 2, like, maybe 8 seconds before the countdown ended, which usually is really not a good sign. So maybe he was running, you know, the bounce star power off the walls, which then would make more sense. But then that's even more questions of who runs that star power ever. And otherwise, it just means that he had a terrible game, and yet IX won that one pretty convincingly. So I don't know. Maybe you saw him leveling up earlier and losing that level. I don't know, but I just find it really confusing.
Yeah, I mean, I will confess, most of my attention, as it usually is on the objective, right? It's at mid and looking at those gem carries. I gotta say, though, we did see the lane switch up, right? We saw Colonel Ruffs switching onto Charles's lane as he was there on the Surge, and as we know, those sandbags can just be a major thorn in the side for any Surge player. So I would say that's probably my best bet. The other thing is that we saw virtually every single gem picked up by IX Academy there. And, you know, just do the math, right? That's just 42 seconds into the game. And, you know, not having a Surge super by that point, it does kind of stink. But it, you know, does make a little bit more sense why we didn't see it come out till just a few seconds before that countdown, right? To see all of those gems spawn in just, you know, a handful of seconds into the game. So that is probably my best explanation for why we didn't see that Surge super coming out until pretty late in the game. But I mean, even so, it did force Zilon over onto the left lane for a different interaction, and, you know, whether that turned the tide of the game or changed the whole game, flipped it on its head, that's debatable. What is clear, though, is that we are heading into set number 3 here on Kaboom Canyon, where we see that Colette ban coming into play.
Yeah, if you guys thought that things were already interesting, I think things are getting even more interesting now, as we are going to have some Kaboom Canyon where you basically expect to collect on both sides every single time, just because from the middle, first of all, it's really good in 1v1s and team fights and whatnot, but it's also just excellent at poking that safe with her super, rather, just getting some sweet, like 12.5%, something along those lines, from the center. You don't need to cross the water, just get your super, you're in range, you get damage, maybe even someone runs into your super on the way and you get, you know, part of it reloaded for the next one already, and you can just keep chaining that, holding on to mid control and not give away any damage on your own save, because you're fighting off the middle, and because it's so isolated with the water and such, they have just no way to get damage on your side if you can have that mid control. But Colette is banned here, so none of that, and it's been the meta here pretty much for the last couple of months, a long time. So now I'm just really curious to see how it actually, you know, plays out. I mean, I'm expecting potentially a Brock. Piper feels like a good pick here as well. I think that you could go for Nani too with a nice super. You can nice gadget. Sorry, you could TP on the enemy side of the map and get a ton of damage, a ton of burst. That could be an opportunity. Piper, I think I may have said already, but I'll say it again just in case. Crow is a solid pick as well. Byron is also really strong. So that's kind of what I would expect. Maybe, yeah, more of some of those brawlers that can poke the save from afar, so that if you have middle control, you're able to capitalize on it and actually get damage on that save. That's why some of the longer range brawlers like Brock, Piper, and Byron come in mind. But yeah, besides that, Crow and Nani could be viable too, I guess. But they would be more like interesting picks. I mean, Brock would be an interesting pick in the first place, right? Because you don't see it a whole lot at the moment. I just feel like Colette does leave quite a big opening for some of those like wackier comps. Well,
okay.
No
We'll
Brock. Oh,
see.
there's a Brock.
Yep.
Yes, there's a Brock. Let's go.
Finally, the boombox is heating up. Charles out here with the big rocket fuel, taking down Zulon. And that is already going to be Ice Academy getting a strong start. Charles already with the incendiary on the safe, getting a nice, wow, it's almost Colette. It's like a diet Colette. 12% on the safe from a couple of rockets. Usually we see the 13% coming out from Colette, but you know what? This will do. This is an adequate substitute. Ice Academy keeping control of mid. We see Frixie actually try to get control here. Does get taken down by Corey, and here comes Tyrant with the peep ready to go. Is he going to teleport onto the safe, or is he just going to blow it up? See the teleport, and is he going to make it? Actually does get taken down by the super from Charles. Ice Academy keeping control as they look to take out some enemies here on mid. Charles on the 1v1 practically with Zulon. Betich is getting singled out. We see the wall break as well from Charles, and Tribe Gaming will be keeping control of mid. Corey getting taken down by an excellent snipe there from Charles. Frixie snagging a kill. Tyrant also at risk of going down, but Ice Academy once again finding their footing here at mid, taking some damage out from Tribe Gaming safe.
But Tuch's low HP is able to jump away, but the poison is going to take the better of him. As so far, we do have a pretty solid lead from IX Gaming, but Tribe Gaming might be able to come back here. And I said IX Gaming, I really meant IX Academy, as the peep heads upwards. And we might see a TP, maybe he just goes for damage. It does seem like he wants to go for the TP, quite a safe TP as well. I feel like at that point he could have just hit the safe and getting quite a bit of damage off that, but it's his decision to make not mine. Frixie has a super as well. Same for Charles and Betuches. They could try to open things up a bit with that, but so far not too many opportunities as Tribe are hitting some solid shots from afar and are able to get into a pretty consistent 3v1. Look at that. They are back in the lead damage-wise by quite a bit, and now it's going to be a lot more challenging for IX to make something out of this game, as damage-wise it's already pretty much done, and they just don't have the time to come back from this.
Yeah, well, we'll see how much damage they can get in the last second here. We do see the super coming in, as well as the incendiary. Did deal a nice amount of damage there, but of course nowhere near close. IX Academy getting taken down by Tribe Gaming here in set number 3, game number 1. I think that was a pretty good, offense from both teams. We did see a good start from IX Academy, and it looked very promising, but Tribe Gaming, just towards the end of the game, within that last 30 seconds there, they were able to find strong defensive positions, every single one of them. Left lane, we saw mid in the bushes, and then also, of course, on the right side, we did see the Crow just kind of hiding over there and dealing some damage to the safe, getting ready to head in with that super as well. So we'll see what they bring out in the next game, but for now, I think this is a pretty solid start for both teams. Undoubtedly, though, Tribe in the lead.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely a good game from IX Academy. I think that later on, honestly, if you look at it, early on they had the advantage because they had the Brock super as well that helped getting mid control by rocket fueling the wall on their side of the map, so they had easier access to the middle from for their Piper. Later on, it kind of started to fall apart, and as soon as Tribe had center control, it was just really tough to retake it with the Brock, and they were able to get a ton of damage and ultimately take the lead to secure that win. So yeah, Brock is a bit of an investment in early game because it is going to struggle in duels. It is really hard to hit your shots and really get a lot of damage off. But, if you can get that center control, it can really pay off. I'm expecting it to maybe get dropped off in favor of something else. But look at this. They're actually going to be keeping it as well. So it's the same matchup as before.
Yeah, I mean, this is the same attitude that we saw in set number 1, just... You know what? This is not an issue with the comp. It's just an issue with our mechanics. It will change the way that we play, and we'll see how it goes and where it takes us. IX Academy already finding 2 important kills over here on the right in the mid lane. Corey baiting out some shots from Betiches and Charles. They're a little bit timid to advance into mid here. Tyrant on low health on the left side, looking to stay alive. Betiches does almost find that connection with the homemade recipe. IX Academy, though, still going to be able to push in on the safe and deal some damage. Charles ready with the super as well. Gets a kill on Tyrant. Corey also may go down. It doesn't go down to Frixie's poison, but it was quite close. A great kill there from Zulon as well. to take down Frixie. And IX Academy covers their tracks on the retreat. We do see actually a bit of a whiffed super there as well from Tribe Gaming. Tyrant with the crying pin as he did miss a massive potential play right there. IX Academy, though, keeping control of mid, though Zulon, Corey, and Tyrant are threatening to push in. Frixie is on low health, though he's getting some crazy dodges. Many attacks being dodged all at the same time. He just seems to be untouchable. Tyrant in position to potentially get taken down. Frixie with a slowing toxin to slow down Zulon and Tyrant, and a crazy super coming in from IX Academy. Frixie does get taken down, and so does Betches, but just look at the difference between percentages on these two safes. Tribe Gaming massively on the back foot by nearly 80%, though the first bits of damage begin to trickle in, and Tribe Gaming has found their footing here at mid. They just got to keep up the good positioning and consistent damage on this safe. Corey, just like last game, he's in this position on the right lane. He just won't move. Tyrant, also hiding in these bushes, is going to be a bit of a tough opponent for Betches. Frixie finding some damage on the right side, and here we see the peep come in from Tyrant. A great take from Frixie, but it's going to leave a massive hole in IX's defense.
Man, this is a close one, and Tribe, once again, they might steal this one away, but they still need just a little bit of damage, and with 10 seconds left, they need some sort of a kill to open things up. Zulon is solo HP. Tyrant and Corey not in the best position either. Betuch is going for the jump. There's just no time left. And
Wow.
IX Academy, they take this one and tie things up. It's still 1-1 in sets, but it's also 1-1 in this specific high set. And honestly, I have no clue who's going to take the next game, because, you know, that could be the 2-1 lead in sets. If it's IX Academy, and I think they will need it, it could be looking really, really good for them.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen great stuff from both teams already. It just seems to be going back and forth this entire match so far. This is a little bit of a callback as well to what we saw yesterday in the playoffs of Brawl Masters. It just seems like every single match went to set 5, and I think we might even see history repeating itself. These teams, they're just so well matched. I do think it was a little bit unexpected, though, for IX Academy to put up this much of a fight versus Tribe Gaming. So we'll have to see how this one turns out. But of course, this next game is gonna determine who is just one set away from taking the match today. IX Academy, whether they'll stick on the same comp or not, a bit of a mystery. One thing is for certain, though, and that is that they were able to get so much damage on that safe just off of the beginning of the game, and they were able to hold it. Tribe Gaming, they did much of the same later on in the game, but once IX was able to take back control, that 4% difference made absolutely every difference, just because IX Academy, they had such good control over mid that Tribe, they just were not able to make it past that midpoint and even get close to the safe.
Yeah, it was quite an incredible game, to be honest, and now opportunities are rising for both teams, right? I mean, taking a second set in a best of 5 is just really important. It really puts a lot of pressure. It means that you have room for mistakes, but your opponents really don't. So yeah, whoever wins this one is going to have a huge advantage coming into Brawl and possibly Siege, just because they have that extra room to breathe and their chance to close it out before we even get to Siege. And that would be huge for IX because they picked Brawl, which means they're probably rather comfortable on it. And for Tribe, well, you know, it goes the other way around. So I think this is a really, really important game that's coming up next, as it can give quite a lead and quite some extra reinsurance to both teams getting into the further stages of this match.
Yeah, I mean, it's just been kind of a nail-biter every step of the way. Every single game, it seems to have so much impact on the outcome of this match because it really can go either way. We'll have to see how this game turns out. Game number 3 in set number 3. The winner of this one will be in the lead on the set score for the match. Zulon now versus Frixie on the left side. Homemade Recipe finds its target. Frixie is taken down. Betches also looking for some damage over here on the right side. A bit of a pinch, perhaps, but no, Betches is not coordinating with Charles. Corey does survive for just a moment longer, but IX Academy still has gotten the damage advantage on the safe. Frixie doing his best to avoid, and Zulon actually does get taken down by Betches. Corey also goes down. Here comes the wall break as well from Betiches, and loads more damage coming in on the safe. Great snipes from Zulon to two-tap Betiches, and we might see Tribe Gaming push back up here into mid.
Yeah, this is really not bad for IX to have that early lead once more, but they really need to capitalize on it as much as possible, as Tribe have managed to retrieve middle control, and the further we get into this game, the harder it's going to be for that Bronc, just because the map is really opened up. Now Frixie low HP, doesn't quite get sniped off. Nani TP, Tyrant Star picks up the kill, and it's a really, really good situation as there is a team wipe, and now just a couple of free shots on that save for Tribe Gaming. They're still behind by 14%, but they did come back quite a bit.
Yeah, it's actually looking pretty good off of just that first push. We just got to see them keep it up, and they do seem to be looking for the 1v1 between Piper and Brock on the right lane. It's going to be a tough one for Corey, but he's going to have to pull it off. Zulon has bigger fish to fry. He's over here on the left lane, not only taking on Charles, but taking on Frixie as well. Here comes a peep as well to deal some damage to the safe, or perhaps go for the teleport. In fact, it is going to be the teleport. Tyrant juking out Frixie there, teleporting a little bit earlier than anticipated. IX Academy now on the back foot. They just got 2% to take back, but it doesn't seem like there's enough time. Tribe Gaming, they're going to come back and take this set and take our match score to 2-1. IX Academy so close to taking this one in sort of an underdog victory, but Tribe Gaming showing us that Tribe is still on top, or at least for now. It's going to take us into Backyard Bowl, of course, the fan favorite here in Brawl Ball, the one that seems like most people voted on to decide. We'll have to see if Tribe Gaming actually takes this one game, this very first game, they'll be bringing us to match point.
Matt, this is just such a close match so far. Just to give you an indication, sure, it's 2-1 in sets in favor of Tribe, but overall, both teams have won exactly the same amount of games, which just shows that, you know, with some very slight tweaks here and there, we could be looking at a completely different scenario. Brawl Ball on the Backyard Bowl is going to be up next. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely an interesting map, very open center, very slow pace, as well as both teams are usually in a bit of a stalemate early on, trying to get towards those first supers to maybe, if there's some destruction, open up the map a little bit more. If they have some sort of a turret or something like that, just get it ready, jump, pull. Anything can help at that point. So there's a bit. It's a map that really requires a setup and a build up before you really get any sort of action, and that comes down to who can get their supers first to really start an engagement and try to make the difference.
Yeah, well, I mean, fortunately for the sanity of us and our teams today, Max is going to be in play, and Max is so instrumental in getting those pushes off and just getting loads of positioning off of the speed that you can give to your teammates. 8-Bit also fallen out of the meta just a little bit. We didn't see him as much last week as we had 2 weeks ago because of the patch, the balance changes, nerfing plugged in a little bit there. So we'll see what our players use this time. Hopefully it is a little bit speedier, because of course Backyard Bowl, despite being one of our favorite maps and allowing for lots of high skill long range gameplay, does tend to be a little bit stalematey with the turret play. IX Academy actually bringing out the Poco in the tank. Tribe Gaming though opting for something a little bit more traditional, and this, I gotta say, is a little suspect. Corey over here on the Sprout, no doubt one of the best Sprouts in the business, but I don't know about Sprout here on Backyard Bowl. I've seen it before, and it just doesn't seem to work too well. Corey also, wait, okay, never mind, I spoke too soon. Tyrant running all the way across the field to get an excellent goal, and IX Academy now behind by 1 point.
Yeah, thing is, the Crow brings in so much versatility to the team because it works against so many brawlers, and with the anti-heal as well, the Poke is just going to be a lot less efficient. Betuches, oh my god, what a nice pull from Charles. Tyrant with the jump in, but it's not going to be enough to stop Betuches from walking it in. That was quite a crazy play. Getting that pull from Tara in the first place to make the opening for Betuches, just beautiful stuff. And he is going to get melted down immediately right after respawns by Zuland on the left-hand side. Pass towards Tyrant Star. The
Ooh.
pull from Charles is a bit of an interesting one, as it did look like he just wanted to, mow the lawn or something like that. Or is that even how you said? Anyways, yeah, not exactly going as planned. And a Tara super is just so valuable.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Charles is looking for that next super, but does get flanked by Tyrant. And Charles is going down all the way back to the goal. Zulon's looking for this positioning up here as well to set up his next turret. Here it comes, and Corey is ready with the hedge to throw it down and start collecting some percentage for that next super. Corey looking for some damage on Frixie, just as he's looking for damage on Begiches. Really just needs to get that wall back up. Zulon does have another super ready to go once his runs out. Overgrowth finds its target. Begiches goes down. Tyrant is ready with the super and the ball. He's not going to put it in quite. Wow, actually a good catch there by Frixie, but almost a big screw up at the same time. It was very close to going in. It all came down to Frixie knowing that was going to go in the corner had he not doubled back. Charles waiting for these walls to go down, and actually all of the walls are going to go down, not just the hedges. In 5 seconds, the pole. Charles is not going to find much of a target on that one. Zulon does go down, and Tyrant tries to get value on the super, jumping back, looking to defend the ball. Frixie is ready to collect this next super though, but Tyrant with the kill. Betch is rushing forward. Charles also rushing forward, and this one might go to Tribe if they can make it across the field in time.
They have so many supers available as well. It's going to be such a challenge for IX Academy to defend. We might be looking at a match point if Tribe Gaming can close this one out. But Tucci is moving quite aggressively. Interestingly enough, not going to be cornering up the ball quite yet. But Tucci is false. Frix is low HP as well. Nice super to stay alive. Charles Wizard charge shot. That's going to be going in. And IX Academy, they are picking up that game. Nice way to get closer to closing the gap here and tying things up effectively, potentially pushing things to set number 5 here in the first match of the evening.
This is great. I think this is absolutely phenomenal. I mean, just the level of competition that we see already coming out in the semifinals is astounding. It does go to show that, yeah, we are looking at the top teams in NA, right? It used to be top 3, and now it appears to be top 4, right? We see Aqua in the competition, and we also see IX Academy in this bracket today. But, I mean, only one of IX Academy or Tribe Gaming will be getting that advancement to the next stage of the tournament, the finals, which will decide who qualifies for the grand finals as well. Keep in mind, guys, it is also a double elimination bracket, so all of these teams we're going to see at least play twice. So good news for some of our teams that are on the lower end of the bracket today. But I mean, IX Academy really shaping up. Tribe, it looks like they had that one completely, but an amazing comeback. It looks like Charles got that super just in time to fire it away in the goal. I was waiting for him to get the pull and then get some positioning and a little bit of control off that, but no, he just used it to put the ball in the goal, and we almost did see Crow come in at the last minute to save that on the goal line, but maybe just like half a second later, it would have been the most amazing save in competitive Brawl Stars that I've seen pretty much ever.
Yeah, it just wasn't quite enough. And now, once again, important game, IX Academy. They have their chance here to pushing things to set 5. And Tribe Gaming is really solid in Siege. It's going to be still a big challenge, but if they can at least get there, at least they still stand a chance, because that's pretty much where they are here. There's no other way around it for IX Academy, and at least the hope still remains. I think they need to pick this one up as soon as possible here in Brawl Ball. They don't want to be behind with a match point, have some because the fact is, if they lose this game here, then it's match point for Tribe Gaming, and they will have momentum getting into that as well, right? So just have way too much pressure for IX, and so far it's just impressive, man. They've picked up a game in every single set. One of them they have won. This is their chance to pick up a second one. Dude, it's just so impressive how good they are, especially considering they are an academy team. They've been challenging main teams for other orgs.
Yeah, it's pretty shocking as well. We can get into the semantics of the whole academy thing later. But of course, our current game at hand, game number 2, Tribe, if they take this game right here, they'll be setting themselves in a match point with that momentum going forward. And we know that momentum is super important in this game. Tribe actually trying to establish some momentum onto mid as they're pushing up. Tyrant, though, is forced to retreat and heal up a little bit. IX Academy also just creating a bit of a bunker back here with Frixie looking for that first super of the game. They're using the 8-bit this time, which is what we used to see a lot on Backyard Brawl, but we haven't seen as much lately. We do see the kill from Tyrant onto Frixie, and now IX Academy is super falling back. They are running the Sprout as well for the defense. Corey, though, is going to defend them from even getting it back to a safe position. Actually, probably a good choice there by Corey to put that wall there because it blocks off Betchages, a great pinch opportunity as well. Charles is going to try and push through here, but he's not able to make it all the way through. And Tribe Gaming is not entirely going to establish control at IX Academy's goal, but they are going to keep control of mid.
Yeah, Tribe so far has been the more aggressive team, and I like that a lot. That just makes it so that even if they do lose a player, they have a bit more room until the push comes in from IX, and it's not them being constantly pressured. But look at that, IX Academy looking to move forward at least slowly, removing that damage booster as well, as Zulan sprays it down and keeps a bit of a positional advantage in favor of Tribe so far. Nice pickup there as well. Corey has the ball, gonna pass it over to the left-hand side of the map. Might push a bit here, try to get an angle on Betuches. Will do just that. Nice wall off to just make sure that Betuches goes down, and overtime is just looking like the only option here for either teams to find an opening, and Tribe is in the better position to capitalize off that.
Oh, absolutely. Tribe looking to be very strong here. IX Academy with just 2 members left. Corey is ready to grab this ball. He has the super as well. Betchages with the wall break to prevent Tyrant from getting that position on the ball. Charles has the super ready. He might even fire away. No, actually opts to corner it. Instead, traps Corey with the ball. What a play. Corey is in jail with ball is safe and sound in the back right corner of the map. IX Academy is going to find an excellent defense there. What a play. I don't believe I've ever seen that before, ever in the history of me playing Brawl Stars.
Dude, that was both the smartest and dumbest play I've ever seen in Brawl Stars. Absolutely amazing stuff from IX Academy. They pick up an important kill as well, as that is going to make this push just that much harder for Tribe. I don't know if they will overgrow just picking up both kills here. And Charles, yup, he's just there like, yeah, I'm not going to be doing any of that. Just cornering up the ball and making sure there's no goal anymore. Nice snipe from Betuches, and that's going to be a draw closing out that game. Dude, that was quite an insane game. And to be honest, it was Tribe constantly attacking and dominating through the map.
Yeah, I don't think that's the comp that IX Academy wants to use. I mean, I'm always suspicious a little bit of the Sprout here on Backyard Bowl, but I mean, you know, when the walls all break down, I don't really consider it to be Backyard Bowl anymore. I just consider it to be like, you know, Brawl Ball on Purple Paradise. But even there, just like using the Sprout super in the corner to trap your enemy with the ball and then secure the ball that way, like, how did he think of that on the spot? Or did he? Was this like an ace up IX's sleeve? How did they think of this? I mean, we've seen it sometimes, like in competitive, a player using the Sprout wall to trap their ally to protect them from some other enemy that can't fire over walls. But I haven't seen it used to trap someone in the corner with the ball and then stall things out through the entire overtime. I mean, just amazing play right there. But at the same time, like, just like you said, not only is it like probably a really like colossal, you know, big brain moment, it's also one of the dumbest things I've seen work in competitive ever.
I love how he just like casually cornered up the ball, and he was there like it did feel like the wrong decision, right? He had a super, he could have like super shot it away, just kept it straight. It just felt like the wrong decision, and then you know, someone just walked to get the ball and got absolutely walled off, nowhere to go. Yeah, definitely an interesting one right there, but working out for IX Academy to get that secure defense. Now, it does feel like this game was like a massive victory for them. It wasn't. It was a draw. They had no opportunities whatsoever to make something out of that game. It was just constantly Tribe assaulting that red goal and having constant pressure on the upside of the map. So Ajax, they will need to make some sort of a change here because it wasn't really working out too well. Now, keep in mind, guys, that after a draw, teams are allowed to change comms. So, it's as if it's a fresh game ahead of us, except that they may have a bit more information about the comms they want to run and all that kind of stuff. So it does feel, to that extent, as a win for Ajax Academy because they were getting absolutely dominated. I had no opportunities, and maybe with some comm changes, they can get into a fresh game, a fresh start to close out this fourth set.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the change in comps just because the 8-bit versus 8-bit, it just always goes to overtime. 8-bit is so slow. He's never able to get in that area to score the goal. Also, no wall break, really. For the most part, at least, no significant wall break that's able to at least push up all the way to the goal and open things up. So that's why we see these maps like stall out for so long and even stall out through overtime. We'll see what our teams are bringing this time. Oh my gosh. Well, it looks like Tribe Gaming, they're running the same comp as last time. They were dominating with it, so can't blame them. Though Ajax Academy, they're running a different spawner as well. They're running the 8-bit and the Pam, as well as a Sprout. This is like January meta here. It's the spawner meta, of course, and we'll see how this one turns out for Ajax Academy. This is a bit of a different strat than we're used to, though, Teddy.
Yeah, man, I haven't seen a Pam in a long time, and on this map particularly, especially facing a Crow. I mean, I can win a 1v1, but the anti-heal is just a bit of an extra annoyance. Nice TP back to escape that shot from Corey and stay alive. And so far, this is kind of what we were talking about earlier, was having a lot of stalemates early on, where both teams just look to get those early super. Bertucci's is so low HP as well. He falls to the poison of the last tick, and it does seem like it's Tribe once again to get a bit of an advantage. 2 kills early on, or if we can call it early on at this point, and they have just a little bit more control and opportunities to see some more map control.
Yep, Charles with an aggressive hedge on the right lane. Not sure exactly what role it's going to find. It is going to limit things for Tyrant and Zulon. Hedge does go down, and Charles is looking for that next super. We'll have to see if he's able to get one. As well as, let's consider the star powers that they're running as well. Charles appears to be running Overgrowth. Corey undoubtedly running Overgrowth. Tyrant does get a kill on a Charles. Tribe Gaming is looking to push up here, but Ajax Academy, once again, they're looking to, it seems, stall things out until overtime. 45 seconds left, and Ajax Academy has not really let Tribe advance beyond mid. They're running 2 spawners that just put down these stationary buildings that really favor you staying within that radius. We see the super coming out as well from Charles to block off Corey and not let Tribe Gaming push up too much. Corey, without the wall, could get very aggressive, but now he's stuck. It looks like a bit of a, optimal position for Corey, but he's not able to advance beyond that hedge. It's actually quite favorable for Ajax Academy as they're able to defend around this obstacle. 10 seconds left until all these walls break down, and we'll see who really is going to win this game following the last draw. Ajax Academy looking to push in as soon as these walls go down, and they're forced to advance beyond these boxes.
Yeah, in 2 minutes and a half, we haven't moved at all from the middle area, and this is going to be the first time we get away from it as Ajax Academy start off with a push. Nice jumping from Tyrant, isn't quite able to pick up any kills though, but Bertucci's is low enough to fall, and Corey considered walling, just cornering up the ball and walling it off, but not going to be going for that just yet as he decides to go a bit more aggressive. Some sprout walls on the right hand side, pick up from Corey. This is the chance for Tribe Gaming to make something out of this game, and was a pretty much open goal. They will certainly do just that. Tribe Gaming tying things up in Brawl and pushing things to match point as well in their favor.
Yeah, well, our first time here at match point, the stakes have just gotten so much more increasingly higher. We'll have to see if Tribe is able to take this one, though. IX Academy, they seem to be consistently able to get this one pretty late into overtime. We almost saw that scoring opportunity, just perhaps even a little bit better positioning on the ball on that pass to Pam would have resulted in a goal there. But of course, the stakes are high, and your opponents are actually, shooting their attacks around the ball to zone you away from it. They don't want you to be able to catch that pass or put it in the goal naturally. So it's a good way to get good control around the ball, is to just sort of shoot this suppressing fire. It's exactly what we saw coming out from Tribe Gaming, and it's a great strategy. It obviously works. We'll have to see what IX Academy chooses to switch up in the next game. In game number 1, they did bring out the Poco and the Tank and the Tara, so we'll see if that works once again. It just doesn't seem like the Sprout is working the way it should. I mean, Sprout is consistently staying alive, but that's because Sprout, has, pretty steady damage output in long range. You wouldn't really expect Sprout to die when playing on defense. In fact, if you're dying as Sprout on defense, then maybe you have a few things to work out there, because Sprout is one of the best defenders with that wall. But we'll see. We'll see what IX Academy chooses this time, because being perpetually on defense is clearly not getting them any goals.
Yeah, I think that the biggest problem here for IX was the Pam pick, to be honest. It's just so stale on a map like that. So hard to find any opportunities to open things up. Plus, the anti-heal from Crow is kind of problematic. And they knew Crow was, first of all, popular on this map, and that Tribe liked to play it over here as well. So a bit of an interesting decision, in my opinion. I don't feel like it was the best decision. They got it to be close, but once again, they were struggling to really find too many opportunities. They had one opportunity in overtime. That was about it for the rest of that game. Still very much in the center of the map. And once overtime came in, I feel like the Crow just had even more of an advantage, as he can just quite easily hit multiple people with his shots, get in range, and cause some real trouble for IX. Match point for Tribe Gaming, just one game, and this is all over, and they move on to the next round, and IX would have to drop down to the loser bracket.
Yep. We'll have to see how it turns out. I think Tribe, they've been looking pretty good so far, especially with the comp choices that have not even switched off of it for a moment. IX Academy, keep in mind, though, this was their pick of map. So what are they bringing to the table that's going to take down Tribe Gaming? Obviously, it's not the comp that they ran in the last 2 games. What adjustments are they making this time? Tribe Gaming actually making a major adjustment. It's the Poco, Max, and BB coming out. They gotta get Tyrant all the way to the goal, and that seems to be the objective. IX Academy looking for the control, but that's not what they need here. What they need is damage output, and a great super there from Charles. Frixie is gonna break through here, but it's not gonna be much. Wow, Corey with 28 health, putting this one in the goal. What a blunder there from IX Academy to break down the walls. And Tribe Gaming will already have this first goal, and Tyrant now looking for the next one. Not gonna, actually, yes, he's gonna walk it in just past Charles. Tyrant walking around Zilon with the angry pin and spinning around, and Tribe Gaming, it's just over as soon as it started. We see it, Tribe Gaming advancing on to the next stage, and IX Academy dropping down to the losers bracket.
Man, that was quite unexpected, seeing how well IX Academy were playing, but outcomped and outplayed as Tribe pick up this match. It was a close one. In every single set, IX picked up a game. They had so many chances at picking up more sets than this, but Tribe was just a bit more consistent on the clutch, is able to steal a couple really important games away, particularly in Bounty and in Heist. But it's going to be in Brawl that they close things out, and IX Academy are going to have to settle with the loser bracket, which is going to be a whole extra challenge, because they're just out of of second chances at this point.
Yeah, it's almost unlucky to drop down to the losers bracket at this stage of the tournament, because you have to fight the absolute gauntlet just to get to the grand finals. You got to win against the other loser, and then the loser of the following game in the finals, determining who gets to advance to the grand finals, and then you are up for the fight of your life in the grand finals if you even make it that far. So it's a total just grueling journey to the second place mark for anyone at this stage of the tournament. It's going to be quite tough for IX Academy to come back here, but given their performance against Tribe Gaming, I think there's some pretty high hopes for IX Academy going into the rest of this tournament. But with that match already out of the way, that brings us into our next semi-final match. And, you know, we call it a semi-final match, but really it's just the remainder of the round of 4 in this double elimination tournament that we have for the playoffs. It's going to be, of course, Aqua coming up. Aqua, we've seen some roster changes through the course of the season, and they're going to be facing off against IX Gaming, the main IX team. So if you haven't already had your fill of IX for the day, then you're in luck, because we got the main team coming up, and we'll see what they got to bring to the table.
Yeah, Aqua as well. I compared it earlier to IX Academy. Definitely an interesting team that has been popping off lately. Still struggling a little bit against those tier 1 teams, but also getting some wins here and there. So a match with a lot of promise. IX going to be the favorites coming into this one, just because of their overall consistency lately. Been showing some really, really good stuff. But I would absolutely not count Aqua out of that one, since they have been grinding a lot, showing some very promising results. And now the question is, can they take down IX Gaming, the main roster for IX? Well, guys, before we get into our next match, we'll have a couple of minutes break for our teams to get ready. We'll see you guys in a couple of minutes.
Welcome back, everyone, to Brawl Masters. Of course, we have just had an excellent break, and we have a little bit of news for you regarding our second match in the semifinal stage of the tournament. Actually, Aqua, since they were playing in a different tournament at the same time, have decided to forfeit this game, and that is going to send IX Gaming all the way already to the winners' finals. Aqua and IX Academy are going to face off in the losers semifinal, and of course Aqua, hopefully they have that match finished by then. But up next we have the winners finals.
Yeah, so quite a nice match ahead of us. Tribe versus IX. If you're a fan of Aqua, don't worry about it. Normally we should be having them in the loser bracket, so they're not out of the picture just yet. Just gonna make their own path a bit more challenging tonight. Tribe Gaming versus IX, definitely going to be quite a match here. Two of the titans of this, I'm having hiccups, I'm absolutely sorry about that. But yeah, two of the titans of the regions, and they've been showing us some excellent stuff lately. IX been able to beat Tribe a couple of times lately as well, including in large events and monthly finals. So I'm really curious to see how Tribe is going to be performing today, and likewise for IX. We have our bans already, as Gem Grab, Hard Rock Mine is going to be the pick for Tribe Gaming first, Brawl Ball on Backyard Ball for IX Gaming. We'll have some Bounty on Shooting Star then picked by Tribe, Heist on Kaboom Canyon for IX, and then finally Siege on Nuts and Bolt. Tribe Gaming's pick to close things out, which means once again everything but Hot Zone gonna be played, and we'll be proceeding shortly to our bans.
Yeah, we'll get those bans rolling in momentarily. I want to talk about, though, set number one. It's going to be here on Hard Rock Mine. Now, we actually did, in our last match, see a Tribe Gaming. They were not the one who picked Hard Rock Mine. It was IX Academy. But Tribe, keep in mind, also, we saw their stats earlier. They statistically banned Gem Grab as their most banned mode. So we'll see how this turns out as set number one. Wonder why they want to get it out of the way. We didn't exactly get a glimpse of IX Gaming stats, but we can only infer that this is an absolute strategic move by Tribe Gaming, and we have the first ban coming in. It's going to be the Crow ban from IX Gaming, the ban that we've seen it come in for some reason. Pretty much every single match that IX plays, they get rid of the Crow, and every time I'm here with Teddy talking about this, Teddy's like, but in EU, no one bans Crow. It's just kind of an agreement. You don't ban Crow. Come on, man. Let Crow be in the game.
Yeah, it's just one of those brawlers that you don't ban. If you ban them, like, puppies die. That's literally how it goes, you know? No, but seriously, it's definitely an interesting one. I feel like, especially when they started doing that already a while back, I was just there like, what is happening here? Is this what NA is like? And now it's really at a point where Crow is a viable ban. I wouldn't call it a great ban, but at this point, I think more and more teams, they're just gonna go for bans of brawlers that they don't want to face and that they're not planning on playing themselves. More targeted bans and more efficient bans. Banning Stu and Bell, it's all fun and games, but they are the strongest brawlers in the game, which means that maybe if you play it, you'll be better at it than your opponents. If they feel like they are comfortable with those brawlers being playable and other really heavy hitters, and feel like Crow, it's something they will never play anyways, then just remove it by all means, because you're not being handicapped by those other brawlers being available if you're comfortable enough to pull them off. It looks like Jean and Bell going to be the follow-up bans from Tribe Gaming. It was no surprise to be matched here by IX. I think that the plan here for IX, they knew that Tribe were going to be banning Bell. And I think they banned Crow before they banned Stu, just because they were hoping that maybe Tribe would ban Stu as well, and that would just give like a bonus ban to IX, since that would be their second ban no matter what, or Bell if that was a scenario, but not very likely. So I like that a lot. Strong banning process for IX Gaming once more, but I think we got a couple of stats to look at before we get started with this match.
Yeah, we get to see the most banned brawlers by both teams. Bell banned most of the time by Tribe Gaming, and IX Gaming actually banning Crow most of the time. So really nothing surprising here. This is the absolute trend that we have seen so far. Tribe, of course, as we saw earlier, banning Gem Grab most of the time, and IX Gaming banning Siege as much as possible, and also picking Brawl Ball as much as possible. Very close on the win-loss record on those sets. Not many differences to notice here, though. Let's get back to our bans. I mean, I think as soon as I saw that Gene ban come in, I was like, oh no, that's not good for IX. The Gene ban is characteristic of Tribe, and I think IX was kind of hoping that Tribe decides, no, we're not going to ban Gene this time. But see, the thing with the Gene ban is Magic Puffs, right? It's pretty useful, right, for getting your synergy with the team. But IX, you know, with the Crow ban, they're trying to keep that Gene available to themselves and potentially get Tribe to select the Stu ban for that one. But no, Tribe, they're not having it. They're picking the Gene for the ban. Max is still available to IX here, so that's definitely a big plus for them. They love the Gene Max, and we've seen that in their other matches against teams that are, you know, not quite on the same level as you would say some like tier 2 teams, where those other teams are going to ban the Stu and the Bell, and that leaves all of the possibilities open for IX Gaming to take advantage of. But in this situation, Gene, not going to see him. It does make that Crow ban a little bit less powerful in this situation. Another thing to note, though, I mean, as far as this matchup, it is a bit of a grudge match, just because Tribe Gaming, IX Gaming, they've been clashing all month. And of course, they've been clashing historically as well, but Tribe Gaming, usually they come first place in the BSC, the monthly qualifiers. IX Gaming, they managed to take it this last month, and with these monthly qualifiers coming up in a couple of days here, it's going to be a very important match to determine what we're looking at for the next month in the competitive season. So we'll have to see. I mean, IX Gaming, they're the only team that has won a match against Tribe in the qualifiers.
Yeah, and honestly, you know, it's surprising for sure. Tribe, I believe they won 2 finals in the qualifiers, and it was in the third one that IX won, also in the finals, I think. So some really intense matchups between those two teams. So far, it has been Tribe winning a bit more consistently, but it could absolutely go both ways. We've seen it happen over and over again. And IX Gaming, right now, I feel like they are the most likely team to beat Tribe. And when we saw earlier, you know, some weaknesses here and there that IX Academy were able to exploit, I can only imagine how much IX Gaming, the main roster, can do with some similar maps as well. And interestingly enough, Tribe Gaming, their least picked mode, and actually their most banned mode rather, was Gem Grab. They just first picked it here. They're coming in this one absolutely comfortable, feeling like, okay, maybe it's our worst game mode. Maybe we heard Teddy say that earlier, but we want to prove you wrong, because we don't want, you know, Teddy's jinxes anymore. We can't deal with that, and we don't want to be influenced by anything he says. So yeah, they're going for Hard Rock Mine first mode, which is definitely an interesting decision on their end, especially since it was a 2-0 sweep in favor of IX Academy previously. So I'm just really curious to see how this one is going to play out, particularly then we have some of the actually all the similar maps and modes, right, than we had in the previous matchup. Just the order is a bit more scrambled around.
Yeah, the order is just scrambled around. Not going to see the split there for Hot Zone. It does seem like, despite it being the favorite for the people voting in the polls to determine our map pool for the playoffs, people, they're still not too fond of it, and they're not too fond of Hot Zone in general. We saw it banned out so much in the qualifiers, and even in the last chance qualifiers as well. I think, you know, let's talk about the brawlers that we're going to see a bunch in our upcoming match. I think we're probably going to see some roughs here on Hard Rock Mine. IX Gaming, they love to bring out the roughs. Crying Man, I think we see run the roughs a lot, and you know, we've seen a bit of roughs play from Tribe Gaming as well. Going to see some Rico here on Hard Rock Mine. Of course, that's going to start things off very strong. I still think it is a bit of an unexpected pick here from Tribe Gaming, since they want to get things started on Hard Rock Mine. Usually, you need to get the momentum just off of the first set, and given the advantage, wouldn't you want to pick when you want to pick a map that you're absolutely 100% confident on, or at least the one that you're most confident on, we'll have to see what Tribe Gaming is so confident about and whether that's even warranted. IX Gaming bringing out the 8-bit, the Sprout, and the Rico here, though Tribe responding with the Carl and Zulon on the Mort here, already getting loads of damage, doesn't manage to survive, is not able to stay in range of Corey to receive those heals, but loads of damage coming in from Zulon as he's able to get that super right off the beginning of the match.
Yeah, Zulon is gonna have the easiest time of his life against second. The other players a bit more challenging, but he's still able to get a lot of value. Tyrant with the third kill. That was pretty much a team wipe, although second and Chepo are respawning quite quickly and able to take back some of the control. But if you look at things, Tribe Gaming, they have a 7-0 lead in gems. Excellent situation for them, and although they are pushed back, oh, what a wall. That was an incredible wall from second best, but Tyrant is there to find a trade, maybe just not enough assistance from IX to try to get those gems out of that position. And in the end, well, they will be giving 2 away as Zulon falls with 2 gems on the side of IX Gaming, so they can pick those away. Tribe will be able to take back that lead, sitting on 7 once more. Chepo is going to get taken out. Tyrant trying to make something happen here, but it's not going to be enough from Crying Man to stop that push, and we have the countdown starting for IX.
If Corey here with the 9 gems, Crying Man doesn't have that super available. It's up to Zulon and Corey to stay alive, and it looks like it just might happen. Here comes the super from Crying Man, but it doesn't make the connection entirely. 100 health remaining on Tribe Gaming for just a moment there. Corey is not able to take those gems all the way back. Chepo also denying Zulon on the left lane. Tyrant and Corey are going to try and take this back. They're going to start that countdown once again. IX, they don't have enough gems to stop this countdown. Tribe looking pretty good, but if we see history repeat itself, Corey and Tyrant are in a pretty prone position. Tyrant trying to stay aggressive, Zulon firing off yet another super, and we're going to see Tribe Gaming take game number 1 in Gem Grab, which we didn't expect too much to occur, but I think this was a nice assortment of brawlers for some very aggressive play. Not very characteristic of Tribe to be so aggressive right off the start of the game, but it looks like what Tribe is, kind of starting to catch on to is, oh, perhaps really the reason that we're, kind of getting predicted here and getting out-comped sometimes is because we're playing the same as we usually do. We usually play passive. Let's switch it up a little. Let's play aggressive, and it seemed to work really well this time. I don't think that is exactly what IX Gaming was expecting here. They weren't expecting the gem grab for set number 1, and they weren't expecting such an aggressive comp.
Yeah, that was definitely different than what we usually see from Tribe. Usually a little more slow-paced, taking their time, trying to find some holes to exploit and some weaknesses in the defense and in the setup from their opponents. None of that here. Just Zulon popping off on the Mortis with some great kills. The Poco finding a lot of value, some really solid heals, and obviously just some really solid positioning from Tribe throughout the entire game to be able to just constantly have that gem lead. There were a couple of danger moments, especially when second best got that very, very just insane wall on the left hand side of the map to lock in the gem carrier from IX, but it wasn't quite enough, and they will need to step up in this next game, otherwise it could be a quick set.
It most certainly could be. I mean, some good plays from IX Gaming there, but it just doesn't look like they were prepared for the kind of heat that Tribe Gaming is bringing this time. I mean, just to go back to what I've already said, right? Tribe Gaming, they usually play passive, and they inch up very slowly and play for control, but this time they went aggressive and went for more, aggressive play versus IX Gaming, trying to get the leg up with, their expected control tactic that they usually employ. Once again, though, Tribe Gaming using pretty much the same comp. They have Tyrant over here on the Tara on the right lane, looking lane versus second. It's not going to be easy. He doesn't have the wall break, and he doesn't have the ability to fire around the walls. Usually we'd see the Colonel Ruffs in this situation, but Tara will have to do here with the pull. The BB bubble coming out doesn't find the kill, though. Zulon actually manages to take down Cryman and stay in this aggressive position on the left side. He's going to stay in these bushes, looks for the double bats, does get the double bats, isn't able to stay alive, but lays into IX Gaming and puts him out of commission for just a little bit. It's going to give Corey the opportunity to retreat here, but it's not going to keep the control for Tribe.
Yeah, really solid start from Tribe Gaming. IX need so much center control to catch up. They're able to get a couple of gems of that control. Nice super from second, so much value. Takes down Zulan as well. That's a nice opening to give them a bit more freedom around the map. Another super already available for second. Zulan is going to get pinched with a nice crossfire from IX, and they're able to take care of him. Tyrant not in an easy position. Corey was to heal, but Cryman just found so much damage that ooh, nice bubble. That Barnes was absolutely flawless, as Zulan does get the trade. But look at that, IX, they were behind by so much. Now there are 2 gems in the lead.
Yeah, I think this has been, you know, a major thorn in the side for IX Gaming. Of course, Corey over here always sitting with those 6 gems, and now 7 as he is able to find some positioning at mid. Chepo, though, getting aggressive. Corey is going to escape just barely. Cryman trying to get in there with the bubble, but it's not going to be in his perfect position as it was previously. Second gets taken down on the left lane by Tyrant. Tyrant also taken down as well. And the 9-9 gem count is present. Zulon looking for an opportunity to get on Chepo, but it's going to be a tough one. He needs to bait out the attacks first. Chepo, he's not biting. Second manages to get the kill on Zulon as he's waiting for that opportunity to present itself, but you just got to force those opportunities rather than waiting them out. Zulon now going for an aggressive play to try and keep this one going. He does find the kill, but not the countdown reset. IX Gaming going to take game number 2, and we're headed to a 1-1 set.
Oh my, the match is already getting interesting as IX tie things up, pushing things to a decider game in this first set. A lot of action on both sides. A great play from Zulan towards the end, but just couldn't quite pick up that second kill nor find enough gems to tie things up. And that is going to be IX to pick that game up, tie things up, and give us quite a first set already. Important set as well, right? You want to kick things up with some nice momentum, getting into set 2 with a smile on your face, and a set behind you already. So important game. Obviously, you know, at this point, every game is going to be important, and they take whatever they can. But getting a nice set early on is a good way to set the tone, especially for IX if they're playing, you know, the pick from Tribe Gaming.
Yeah, no, I mean, absolutely right. Playing on your opponent's turf and then getting a win is a big demoralizer for your enemy. I think, you know, both teams are very, very well aware of the impact that the first set has on the rest of the match. You can pretty much control a lot of the rest of the match if you are able to use that first set to your advantage, and both teams really giving it their all here. We almost saw the comeback, actually, from Tribe Gaming there right at the end. Mort, of course, getting so aggressive, but just doesn't manage to recover enough gems to tie up the gem count and reset the countdown. I think it was a very close one right there. We just got to see perhaps a comp change, because I think the comp change is what really enabled IX to win that last one. We'll have to see what both teams bring out in our next game to really determine, but I think ultimately it does come down to that sort of rock, paper, scissors that we see a lot in NA of, are you playing the counter comp? Okay, if you're playing the counter comp, then you win, right? It's all about choosing counter comps rather than just choosing something that's strong. You're always considering what your enemy is playing as well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's going to be an interesting one. Hopefully the team's ready up soon enough so we can get into the action. It shouldn't take very long, as it is intense. They want to double check their comps and make sure they have something interesting. Maybe have a chat with their coaches and analysts, kind of see what things are looking like and what they should go for, as we discussed already. But getting that first set is just a little bit of extra freedom for set 2, a bit more momentum as well, and just setting up a nice situation, a nice story for this match, as we are going to see the Surge coming in for Tyrant. Interesting pick, and honestly with some good TPs could absolutely deal with that Rico on the left hand side, as so far IX was a bit more control, Krangman in quite an advanced position.
Yep, we'll have to see. Tyrant over here on the Surge is getting taken down. Actually, he's on such low health. Chepo's looking for the kill. Cryman as well. Second looking for the Ricochet. Tyrant is retreating all the way, and Ix is going to get this early game control. It would appear Corey, though, is not going down on the right lane. He has that super ready to go. Something we've been seeing a lot more recently is Rico, instead of just going for one of the lanes and staying on their side of the map, of course, their team side of the map, they actually go back around behind for just a supreme flank. Corey not going to be able to do that this time unless Cryman moves out of the way, and now we finally do see it. Corey actually looking for the positioning around the backside of these bushes. Cryman now staying behind here, not going to allow Corey to have that very strong position. And the kill from second onto Tyrant, and IX Gaming now with one kill under their belts. They're looking to recover the rest of the gems, perhaps even from Zulon. Actually looks like Cryman is taking a different approach. He's not going for any kills. He's just going for the zoning here. Not even going to drop his shield to take down the turret. He just wants to knock down the enemies so that Chepo can do, the rest of the work and pick up all of these gems. Second as well, trying to keep good positioning, staying in the damage booster and staying on low health to keep that speed. He's not even going to get touched by Zulon. Cryman, though, gets completely surrounded and taken down by the entirety of Tribe Gaming, and IX now having to fall back as they're low on health and have so many gems to their name.
Yeah, this is a close affair, but with that gem lead and a bit more control in favor of IX, they could get that countdown. They will indeed, but Tyrant is able to interrupt it directly. Nice super from Corey and shots from Zulin on the left-hand side as well, which is going to give a bit of a gem lead to try, but not for a countdown. They're able to pick up another kill as well. It's a trade, but that is going to be favoring Tribe as the respawn is a bit closer to the action. Chepo trying to find the angle on Zulin, but it is going to be Tribe Gaming to pick up that first set.
Well, good on Tribe Gaming winning that set that we sort of didn't expect them to win, just because they seem to have some sort of, something against Gem Grab. But obviously, it's not really related to their skill level on this mode. They're taking down a very, very talented team in set number 1 and establishing the pace of this map. Set number 2 is going to be played on Tribe Gaming's terms, but it is going to be IX Gaming's choice of maps. They have the highest win rate of any mode here on Brawl Ball, so Tribe Gaming, they are going to have a run for their money. It did seem like IX Academy was able to, really give Tribe Gaming some trouble in our first match of the day. Just it seems like Tribe Gaming, as far as their best game modes, it's not really Brawl Ball. I'm sort of expecting a IX Gaming beat down here, but Tribe Gaming, if they have shown us something so far, it's that they, are not as predictable as we might think. They're already subverting our expectations with set number 1, and going off this momentum, I think, they'll have some pretty solid gameplay in set number 2, but we'll just have to see what the comps are, because I think that is also a very large deciding factor, especially in set number 1.
Yeah, well, we're not going to see any Crow this time because obviously, the traditional IX ban. For the comps, I'm not entirely sure what to expect, to be completely honest. It is a map that has some very interesting dynamics sometimes, very still-made gameplay in general until they can really crack open some sort of an opportunity. Maybe we'll see some 8-bit again. It seems like we have been seeing it quite a bit today, oddly enough, on this map as well. The Sprout was something we saw as well that, we wouldn't be surprised to see Corey pull that one off. And then on the longer range sides of the map, I'm not entirely sure what the go-to is here, with, Bell obviously being banned as well. So I'm interested in seeing what their decision is for sure. As Tribe, they did pick up that first set. It was a close affair overall, the whole set, but they just slightly edged them. So IX, they will need to respond sometime soon. If it's not in Brawl Ball, maybe in Bounty, but the earlier the better to get back into this match and have a solid chance at going to the grand finals.
Yeah, here's what I think, okay? I think we're going to see Mr. P come out in this next set, okay? And I think it's going to be Chepo playing Mr. P. We're going to see if my prediction is right, because if I have watched IX Gaming enough, that is what's going to happen when they don't want to deal with these sort of turret-based brawlers in a game where turrets just completely slow down the pace of the game, right? IX, they want to be able to dictate the pace. Zulon is over here on the 8-bit, but No, I'm completely wrong. No 8-bit, but we do have a bit of a counter to these bunker sort of compositions. We have up here the Colette over on Crying Man, and that is going to establish a little bit more control over when Zulon is able to get that turret up and keep it up. Zulon already taking major damage. Chepo here ready with the fire field. Corey going to go down, actually. Zulon having to fall all the way back, and Crying Man is ready for the flank over here. Second ready with the speed as well. We might see a very quick goal from IX Gaming.
Yeah, a lot of pressure early on, dash in, and second just walks it through. IX Gaming with the early lead and a dominant start into Brawl Ball.
Yeah, I wonder why we see Tyrant running the B over here on the left lane. It just doesn't seem to be working so well so far, but it is a good call by Tribe Gaming to switch Tyrant over on the left lane rather than the right. It's a better interaction versus Amber since B just has longer range. And Amber, she can't really peek around walls, and this is definitely a leg up that Tyrant has here. Tyrant with a kill onto second. And finally, Tribe Gaming getting a little bit of momentum to start taking this next goal. Zulon with loads of health. Second's not going to be able to take him down single-handedly, though Zulon not even going to try and walk it in. He passes it over, and Tribe Gaming will be establishing a sort of siege around IX Gaming's goal. The question is, are they going to be able to use that to their full advantage? They basically need a team kill to put this ball in the goal. A good position on the turret is going to be a great advantage here for Tribe Gaming, but they just don't have the speed or the health pool to get into the goal. The only really tanky brawler from Tribe Gaming is Zulon, and he's the slowest one on the team. Though Chepo's going to go down in, this might be the hole in IX Gaming's defense that Tribe so desperately needs. The teleport by Zulon is going to get him out of there, but Tribe Gaming, they're just not making any progress past this point.
Yeah, nice wall from Corey, able to get a couple of free shots onto Chepo, but just not as much as he was hoping for, as Crying Man takes down the damage booster. That damage booster with a Sprout is so toxic, so easy to get a lot of value. Crying Man low HP. This is looking more and more like a goal from Tribe Gaming. Tyrant just walks it in, and that's going to be Tribe tying things up, but only a couple of seconds before overtime kicks in.
Just amazing timing on that one. Just few seconds, and IX Gaming would have completely had this one. We're going to have to see how they fare in overtime. IX Gaming now having to fall all the way back as they're completely outranged and seemingly outgunned as well. Here comes the speed at second, now looking to dodge out this super from Tyrant, and perhaps Tribe Gaming could be pushing up here, but IX Gaming really holding their own. Here comes yet another speed from second. Crying Man looking to push up once again. He has the super ready to go, looking for the kill on Zulon. Does manage to get the kill on Zulon, and second is gonna actually maybe put this one in. Tyrant on low health, a great dodge from second, and the pass into the corner, but it doesn't go in. Zulon also tries to get up here and defend, and it is gonna work. In fact, Tribe Gaming properly defending their goal, and IX Gaming having to fall back towards the last few seconds of the game.
Yeah, 12 seconds left, and still a shot for Tribe to make something out of this game. They'll need to use their supers very wisely, but look at that team wipe right before the end of overtime. 2 seconds left, and that's enough for Tribe to score and take the lead in Brawl Ball. What a comeback in this game.
Tribe, that is a timer that says how many seconds are left in the game, not how many seconds are left before you need to score a goal, okay? Get with the program. Tribe, they seem to be really just beating the buzzer on these goals in the last few seconds, counting down. They're getting these goals, but perhaps, you know, with these comps that are just focused on getting control and keeping control for the entire match, that's just part of the package of having that sort of control, is that you're not going to be able to advance up very quickly. But, you know, really well played there by Tribe Gaming, already beating IX at their own game. It was just such a great clutch there to get that goal within the last few seconds of the game, because IX Gaming would have certainly had that one. It is unfortunate, though, for IX, because with their comp versus Tribe's comp, they pretty much had very few chances of winning in overtime. Yeah,
for sure. That was very well played by Tribe. Their chance to go 2-0 now in dance, get a bit more distance between them and IX, and just start really building up that lead, that momentum, and getting into a good position for the rest of the series. It's looking really solid on the side of Tribe. We did see that they won game number 1 of Gem Grab, and IX was able to come back in game 2. We'll see if it's going to be the case here once more, and if we can maybe see a bit of a pattern here on the side of IX Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, you know, patterns, right? We've seen them a little bit, but for some reason, they just don't seem to be reliable. We think that it's going to go with the pattern, and then it just completely throws us off to think that it's going to end up that way. But we'll see. We'll see. Tribe, they're looking very strong. It seems like IX Academy was giving them even more trouble than IX Gaming is giving them in this situation. Probably a good call by Tribe Gaming, just playing Gem Grab first and subverting our expectations, and potentially IX Gaming's expectations as well, to set the momentum of the game. They were coming back majorly in this last game here, so it would be, you know, an overstatement to say that they are dominating and just completely steamrolling so far, but they are on a good track to win a set that they were, you know, pretty outmatched for right off the bat. So well played by both teams. We'll see if they use the same comps in our upcoming match. Tribe Gaming, I think they might bring out the Sprout in the 8-bit once more. IX Gaming, though, they got to come up with something to defend it here, and you know, I'm going to stick to it. I think we're going to have Chepo on the Mr. P, right? I'm calling it now. We'll just have to see in our next game.
Maybe. I mean, I'm not entirely sure. It does seem like your bet was quite far off, but that's going to be happening sometimes in a while. And so far, once again, a bit of a stalemate, but IX Gaming a bit more aggressive early on. They know that they can't just poke at a distance. They need a much closer distance than some of the other brawlers, and therefore just play it quite safe. I mean, it's a similar roster on both teams right now, a similar comp, as we do have a couple of kills heading each way, and bringing us back towards a little bit of a stalemate.
Yep. Tribe Gaming really trying to push up here. Here comes a speed on a Tyrant, and that's going to be a massive push coming out from Tribe Gaming. Tyrant actually running to the complete opposite side of the field with a speed boost and going to get great positioning on the ball. A whiffed super as well is not going to find much damage on Tyrant, nor is it going to find much damage on Corey. Corey looks for this next super, but Tyrant doesn't even need the healing. He's able to get in here. Tribe Gaming with the first goal of this game, and they're just one goal away from closing out this set, looking so strong already. Though Zulon and Second both have their super around the same time, it's gonna probably cancel out here. Usually we see lots of free positioning. Wow, actually Second might be able to put this one in. Tyrant with the knockback to get it away from Second, but IX Gaming, they're not letting go of this hold they've managed to get so far. Cryman with the kill on a Tyrant and tries to cycle this. He does cycle out the super, not gonna get the kill on Corey, but does provide enough time for Chepo and Second to get back up here on the left side. It's not going to be too much control for IX Gaming, though. They're going to have to fall back all the way to mid, but they don't go down, and they get significant damage on Tribe Gaming. Still a success, but not a goal, and not even close as we head to the last 45 seconds of the game.
Yeah, overtiming is... I was going to say overtime, but I mean like the end of regular time is going to be coming up sooner enough, and Tribe Gaming need to find as much value as they can before that, trying to slow things down a little bit. But IX, they need to make something happen in the next 20 seconds. Otherwise, Tribe, they're going to run away with the second set and the mode pick from IX. This is looking really good for Tribe. 10 seconds left, and IX, they have that final push, but with only 5 seconds left and the ball being cornered, I don't really see anything happening here. 2 seconds left, they're pushing up. Can they walk it in? Nope, it doesn't seem like it. And Tribe close things out here in set 2, taking a 2-0 lead now in sets.
Yeesh, that is not the kind of game that we were expecting, not the kind of match we were expecting so far either. A 2-0 victory for Tribe in IX Gaming's favored set. I gotta say, it was definitely well played here by Tribe to leave Poco open for themselves, because I think IX Gaming, right, usually they leave that Poco open because they're like, oh, are we gonna play Poco? Are we gonna play Poco? Right? Get ready for us to pick Poco, but then they never do. Tribe Gaming said, you know what? We'll do it. We'll do it. We'll pick up the Poco. We'll get the Max in here as well as the BB to just run it into the goal and get such a great control. It worked really well for Tribe Gaming in game number 2, and we'll have to see what comes out in Bounty now that we have this mirror match coming up as well, because this meta is so locked in here on Shooting Star.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it is a map where you do tend to see the same 3 brawlers every single time. Piper, Nani, and of course Stick in the center area. And, you know, they're brawlers that don't get banned either. You're going to see them every time when this map comes. Not only because they are the go-tos, but also because it's not like any of those bans any of those brawlers ever really get banned and taken out of the way. So it's going to be interesting. Very much of a likely mirror matchup here, and there are some alternatives. For a while, we were seeing a bit of Jean coming in instead of the Piper, because it is a nice counter to Nani. First off, because you can you just get, you know, like 100 damage shot to take down the last hurrah, whereas Piper kind of struggles to that extent. And also because if a Peep heads your way, you can tank it, and then your own Nani can tank it, and you can like heal up with the magic buffs while the return to sender comes back towards you. But with that being said, we're not going to see any of that, as we just have the regular comp ahead of us on both sides.
Yep, IX Gaming able to pick up that first blue star. Second, escaping relatively unscathed. Does take a little bit of damage from Tyrant. Tribe Gaming, they gotta find the opportunity to push up here. Zulon now taking one hit and potentially even another. Wow, great kill there from Zulon, and that's not going to turn the tide of the match. However, IX Gaming still leading by that blue, or rather just any star. Tribe Gaming is in possession of this blue star now with a great kill on second. Second, though, looking to push up and get a little bit more control. It all comes down to the tick attacks to grab the control here. Second's getting so aggressive, actually. He's pushing up so far as well. He's looking to get Corey back and also grab some hits on Corey as well. Here it comes, the super from Corey gets taken down by Nani. Zulon looking to still fight against Chepo in a fight that is pretty tough for him, since he is not a usual sharpshooter 1v1. He can get shot from around the wall by Chepo, and it's something to consider. IX Gaming, though, they're keeping up the defense, and they are staying strong with one star in the lead. Here comes a Peep, though. Who is it going to go for the target on? Chepo tries to... Wow, actually, Chepo is able to dodge its one out. Tribe Gaming still getting a kill there, but IX Gaming remaining in the lead with yet another kill to their name. And here comes the Peep from IX Gaming.
Yeah, and that Peep is their chance to widen up that lead furthermore. It's going to be looking for Zulon. Zulon able to dodge it. I think it exploded on the side. As it just, had no more fuel left in it. Of course, so low HP, but still alive. Chepo and Tyrant might come into an interesting matchup. Look at those returns to sender. Not a whole lot of damage. Nice skill, though, and IX are able to just keep that lead up. 5 stars difference, and they are able to finally make something happen that, shows that maybe they'll take this set around. I mean, we've had some close sets so far, but it was trying things around. Maybe this can create enough space for IX to pick up their first set.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, Tribe, they've been looking so strong so far. IX Gaming, right? This is the first time that we see them looking actually like, decidedly in the lead. It looks like it was pretty even there on Gym Grab, right? Going back and forth, back and forth. Brawl Ball, right? Looked pretty even all the way through. Tribe Gaming, though, taking things back right at the end, except for, of course, game number 2. It was just complete domination, I believe, by Tribe Gaming. But now here in Bounty, right? IX Gaming, they're able to pick up that first blue star, and then from there, they are just coasting for the remainder of the game. I would say, though, it did get very close numerous times, as IX Gaming, they get a kill that would put them in the lead, but then just probably half a second later, IX Gaming picks up a kill of their own, and IX, they stay at 1 star in the lead. Tribe Gaming, they're forced to perpetually be on the offense, and in Shooting Star, this is a bit of a stressful scenario. We did see IX Gaming fighting on the defense most of the time, which is the strong position, right, where you kind of want to be on Shooting Star. You want to have like relative control over mid, but also in a strong defensive position. We'll have to see as we get into game number 2 here in set number 3. Tribe Gaming with the Nanny coming out here. Corey with the Tick, and Zulon once again with the Piper. Second, gonna once again find this opportunity to pick up the blue star. IX Gaming, they find 1 kill here, and the score turns to 0-3. Tribe Gaming need to pick up a couple of kills here if they want to bring it back. The blue star is going to be the most important target for them, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to get it quite easily. Having that blue star on Tick is just, it's as easy as it is an advantage. Second, of course, picking up that blue star right off the beginning of the match. Corey is trying to get aggressive here with the super as well, looking for the target, but does get taken down by IX Gaming. Tyrant is so aggressive here on the left side. The first kill coming out from IX Gaming this time, and this is amazing for Tribe, as they're just 1 star away from now having the lead in this game. They're finally going to be able to fall off of the defense. Zulon falling back as well, and has that super ready to go if he gets on particularly low health. Also, Corey with the super as well. He needs to get this one out, though. It has to find a target if Tribe wants to have the advantage in this game. It might actually, just get taken out so swiftly by Chepo. IX Gaming, they're still fighting on defense, but the 20-second mark is approaching, and IX Gaming are going to be in for quite a defense if Tribe Gaming does manage to get a good push in here. A whiffed super there, doesn't find the target on Tyrant, but Tribe, they still haven't been able to get a single kill here. They're staying alive and they're keeping up great pressure, but Corey here with the tick super is not going to be able to be enough. IX Gaming staying in the lead for most of the game, but Tribe coming back with the last second kill, and Tribe will be taking this one to 1-1 match point in favor of Tribe Gaming.
Oh my, big kill towards the end for Tribe to take that game, and as I rightly said, getting to match point as well. You know, we know that Tribe is a slight favorite in such a match, but we didn't expect it to be really close. This is their chance to get a trio sweep, dropping some games here and there, but no sets, and just really show some solid stuff. Trio would be quite a result here for Tribe, quite a dominant result as well. Obviously, we'll have to see if they're able to make that happen, but it does definitely seem possible, seeing that they just won 2 sets in a row. Some more convincing than others, but also Brobel, that was not their pick, and we're back on Bounty. That is their choice. They wanted to play Bounty in set number 3. We'll see if they can close things out with that.
Yep, IX Gaming, as usual, picking up that first blue star. Tribe Gaming, they haven't been able to get the blue star so far, and is a major detriment for them, as they have not been able to dictate the pace of the game so far, and it might just be a repeat of these last 2 games that we've seen. IX Gaming, once again, ahead by 5 stars, 5-0, and they're still holding that blue star as well. Return to center doesn't find the kill on Zulian, but it came quite close. Corey trying to defend himself here. Great teamwork there from Corey, Tyrant, and Zulian to take out that tick super. Tribe Gaming, though, still behind here by 5 stars, and they're finding themselves on defense as well. It's typically a strong position when your enemy needs to actually push in and take unfavorable positions to get the lead, but that's not the case at all for Tribe and IX here. Tribe, they're the ones who are behind, and IX are just picking whatever fights are more favorable for them. They're falling onto defense now, and Tribe Gaming will be forced to play offense against IX Gaming near their spawn point.
Yeah, it's a nice early lead for IX. Still plenty of time for Tribe to work with, but with Cryman picking up yet another kill. Tyrant being low as well. Homemade Recipe not finding a connection. Double return to sender as well, but no kills whatsoever. Zulan looking for the jump to open up the walls here. Tyrant with a nice dodge. Really well played. And to be honest, with the speed of the Peep, a little bit of a juke is enough to just make sure that it doesn't really get to do anything. We have a final pusher from Tribe with 10 seconds left on the clock. Corey out of last hurrahs, but look at that, they found 2 kills. If they can find Crying Man as well, that could be enough, but wow. No, there is the kill onto Zulin, and that means that it's IX to pick up the bounty star and have a bit of a shot at coming back into this match.
Now, well, match point attempt number 1 denied by IX. We're going to be moving into Kaboom Canyon for set number 4. So close to trying to taking that one, but I think as soon as IX Gaming started picking up that momentum in game number 1, it never really seemed to fade. Even until like the very end of game number 2, it still seemed like IX was in control. They just got, one player down there, and that was enough to put Tribe in the lead, but it was decisively in the lead of IX the entire time, and they've managed to close it out in spectacular fashion with a great lead on Tribe. But, of course, heading into Kaboom Canyon, this is once again going to be be our decider. Tribe Gaming leading by 2 sets to IX, first set that they just picked up in set number 3. I think Tribe still a little bit favored here just for momentum's sake, but IX, they have proven that they're not just getting like outclassed, they've just been sort of in the wrong modes, perhaps. I don't know if Tribe was planning on going to set number 4 because they were playing pretty strong in set number 3, though. Well, we'll see if things turn around. IX Gaming pulling out the reverse sweeps, is no, story we have not heard before. So we'll see if they manage to get it this time. It's also favorable for IX since, now that they've wiped the board pretty much clean, they do have 1 game of wiggle room before heading to the match point once again. So we'll see what they manage to pull off in Kaboom Canyon. I think we'll see once again the Colette coming out. Colette, Byron, Piper, all of our possibilities here. We could see even the Crow for the, well, actually no Crow because IX is banning on that one. So no denial of the heal. But I think those are, some pretty strong possibilities here heading into Kaboom Canyon.
I think that's something that personally would be really strong with the Crow ban is maybe go like double healer Colette. It's something we've seen happen a couple of times already, despite Crow being playable. I feel like that would be the perfect opportunity to pull this one off because you can just make sure that you constantly stay alive, have as much mid control as possible, and the Byron can even reach the safe, and obviously the Colette is going to be the main damage on safe when she gets those supers. And if you just constantly keep her alive and in the center of the map, it's just so hard to deal with. So I feel like that is quite an opportunity to go for since we have that Crow ban. Maybe not something they are considering, but yeah, we'll find out soon enough. I feel like that would be really strong because the main reason you don't play it is because if there is a Crow, you're going to get anti-heal. And it's just gonna be so annoying, and you lose 40% of the healing you receive, right? So quite a big disadvantage if you have a lot of healing power on your side. So to me, it seems like one of the better comps here to go for. Obviously, stuff like Piper is gonna be an option still, but yeah, we go at least with 1 Byron on side of Tribe. IX going with no healers. I feel like that's quite an interesting decision, in my opinion, just because, they banned Crow, which has anti-heal, might as well just use that to the full extent. But it does seem like so far it's going to be slightly favoring IX control-wise. Second going for the jump. It's going to fall to the bombs there as he just bounces around them. And Corey can't quite get the hit onto second, so he will stay alive.
Those were some crazy dodges by Second, and it does, just kind of support this common claim that Second is just this amazing sharpshooter. We see it time and time again. He's dodging so many shots from Zulon and Corey at the same time. Just seems to be untouchable. Cryman is suffering a shot right there. Second, though, getting aggressive with the Piper, does manage to pick up that power-up. It looks like the idea here is to have Chepo, get enabled by Second. And Crying Man, with the long range, Chepo's going to be able to push in and get these power-ups onto these 2 brawlers, and they are going to be pummeling away at the safe. The other thing is they're not risking too much by allowing Tyrant to get on the safe too much, just because if he's not able to cycle the supers, he's not that strong with the damage output. Chepo getting the defense here versus Tyrant, a bit of a knockback, not going to really hit that knockback. Great healing as well from Corey, but look at Second, he's all over the safe. Zulum with the tank, but it doesn't prevent that 89% of damage that has already come in on the safe. Massive damage just from a Piper being powered up, and IX Gaming will stay in the lead with these very powerful sharpshooters, most notably Second over here. Not only is he skilled on this brawler, but, whoa, actually does get taken out. That might be a big blow for IX Gaming. But not only is he skilled on this brawler, but he's all powered up, and it gives him a decisive advantage over these enemy sharpshooters. It also gives him an advantage over Colette because Colette is countered by pretty much anything that outranges her. IX Gaming, though, looking to push up on the left side. Second's looking for anything he can get. Chepo is still outranged by Zulon and Corey here, so it's hard for him to find an advantage. Just any sort of opportunity to push in here, but the clock is ticking down, and IX Gaming is still in the lead.
Yeah, 10 seconds left. It's only a 14% lead, but Second was the jump in. Able to get a couple more shots with the assistance from Chepo as well. And IX Gaming, they pick up this game of highs. Good performance from them. And now they're only 1 game away from tying things up, pushing things to set number 5, and we might go all the way again in this match.
Yeah, this is like shocking. I think I can't believe it worked so well without Colette, and especially with Colonel Ruffs, right? The thing is, okay, so no Colette and Colonel Ruffs pick, right? Those are two really big red flags for me for a match that is about to have no control by the team that is running that comp. But I mean, IX, they did it absolutely beautifully. They got second all over that safe, and it just, that was all the damage they really needed for the entire game. We're on the verge of this set going to IX Gaming, and the reverse sweep as well. It could be taking us into set number 5 once again, though. I'm suspicious, right, of the success of the Colonel Ruffs, right? I just feel like it shouldn't have worked that well, and I'm surprised that Colonel Ruffs was even able to get a single power-up early on in the game to give it to second.
I mean, the really nice thing about Ruffs on a map like this is that the sandbag, so his gadget, they can block up to 3 Piper shots. If you kind of like rotate around the cover, you can make sure that you tank 3 free Piper shots. That's first of all a lot of ammo on Piper, and that's your chance to survive longer, get some better positioning, help out your teammates, mess up the timings from your opponents, as they should be getting a kill at that moment, but the sandbags are blocking it off. So it can definitely work, right? I mean, we saw it work. It would not be my pick, to be completely honest, but once you get that Piper in the middle with a buff with like 6k HP, it's going to be an absolute nightmare to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, it is such a nightmare to deal with, I gotta say. And I mean, we saw it firsthand. We saw the Piper coming out so strong. We'll see what Tribe is using to counter it. Looks like Corey is going to be switching onto the Colt, Tyrant on the Max, and Zealon on the Amber. What on earth is this countering? Certainly not what IX is running. They're running the Colette in the Poco, as well as on the right lane, the V, looking to get that long-range control. Zealon already getting some damage on this save over here. Tyrant trying to escape, but second, single-handedly taking these guys down. Chepo keeping the healing on Crying Man, and IX Gaming looking to gain an early game advantage, but it's just 1%. They do have mid control, however.
Only a 4% lead. It's not all that much, but it is going to get winded up a bit more. It was a nice super from Crying Man. We might be looking at set 5 if they can keep things up like that. Nice super from Crying Man once more. And things are looking really good for IX. They only need a little bit more damage or to get a solid defense of that center area, and they might just take this one home and push things to set number 5, as they are looking for a bit more value, a couple more kills here and there to just finish off the job.
A bit of a preemptive use of the super there by Zealon, as he doesn't manage to get Chepo over there on the right lane. Does actually manage to find that kill on Crying Man, which is going to be a massive loss there for IX Gaming as far as damage output. Second, though, still looking to keep control. The healing coming in from Chepo. Hopefully that healing pays off, considering that Poco super is so much harder to get now, so much harder than before. Crying Man looking to get in here without taking too much damage. Does get the 5,600. 7% remains on the safe, and just one Colette super would seal the deal. It would put this set in the hands of IX Gaming and send us to set number 5, but it's not even necessary. Second coming around the side and getting a couple of great shots on the safe. IX Gaming taking a heist in a nice sweep, and that is going to send us into set number 5 once more.
Oh, my first match of the evening went to set number 5, and if we forget about match 2 that didn't really happen, here in match 3, which technically would be our second match, it's looking like just more of the same, right?
Yeah,
dude,
I mean, pretty much.
set 5 again, as we have yet another ridiculously close match.
Who would have thunk? Who would have guessed, right, that we would head to a set number 5 once again? I mean, it is apparently the BrawlMSTRS curse that we head to set number 5 in every single game. Yesterday we went 2 hours over where we usually would. 1 hour past where we were supposed to, just because our teams, they're just too well matched. The tournament, it's just too good. It's too good at letting the best teams advance to the playoffs. And, you know, I guess, you know, that is a gift as much as it is a curse. We at least get to see some fantastic matches head all the way to set number 5, just, you know, on the edges of our seats all the way along for this amazing ride. But set number 5 is coming in hot. It's going to be on nuts and bolts here on Siege. And, you know, I think we did see a very high ban rate of Siege by one of these teams. I think we'll get to see some sort of stats as well, just so we can make sure. But, you know, I think, you know, this is going to be a pretty good set coming up. It is decisively in one person's advantage, though, I think.
Yeah, just a quick correction. Actually, I said earlier going to set 5 again, but the previous match went to set 4. It was really, really close, though. It was like a lot of 2-1s and stuff as well, so it felt like a set 5 match, right? Took a long time to complete, and it really did feel like it was that close. Sometimes you get matches like that, right? I think it's crazy as well. Sometimes you have like a trio sweep, but every single game was so close, and it was like 2-1s, 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 and every game was like in gem grab going to like the 25th gem, or in overtime in Brawl. And then it is a sweep, but it just feels so bad for the team that loses like that. Not gonna be the case here. That was a bit more how our previous match felt. And Siege is gonna be interesting. I mean, both teams have had some really impressive stuff happening in Siege, sometimes a bit less consistent as well, but Siege is one of them game modes that is just so punishing as well. You make a mistake, it screws your bolt economy, it screws your positioning up, and then things get just really complicated, and you just get punished so badly for the slightest mistake that you really need to play on point. Can't afford to give away any free games at this point, because 2 games going on one side, and that's it. Match 1. The other team is going to the loser bracket, the winning team going straight up to the grand finals.
Yep. I mean, the stakes are high here, and even just like off of the first push there for the bolts, the first siege, the stakes are super high for that one as well. You get control of pretty much the rest of the match if you're able to get those first 2 bolts. It's interesting how it's so important to just, you know, succeed at the beginning, because you get to dictate the momentum and the pace of the rest of the match, whose control it's under, of course. But just in Siege in general, right? I think we're going to see this Carl coming out in some sort of counter to Carl as well. Potentially the Surge, I think we could see. It seems like there are just a bajillion counters to Carl. Anything that can stun him out of that super as well is going to be useful. But Carl with a flying hook to get that first bolt. It might be a little bit of RNG who gets the first bolt, but it will come down to skill level as well. Who's able to take the shortcut the most effectively and get that first bot 1 for your team, and then get the free mid control off of that first siege. We will see who manages to get it. Another thing about Siege is, you know, your enemy can really dictate the pace of the match once they're in control, right? But sometimes, you know, they can screw it up just a little bit. Say your enemy is trying to just tie up the second siege and then win the third one, or they just want to let you win the second siege and they win the third one to close things out. You know, once your enemy is in control, you can sometimes capitalize on their mistakes, but it is really all in their hands. It's all in their control. IX Gaming looking to get some good control with the M's and the Barley picks this round, but they are picking up the Mort here. Second on the True Gold hat. Mortis looking for the kill on Corey. Not going to go for it immediately, though. Really, they just want control here, and control they will have. 3 bolts coming in for that level 3 siege bot to start off the game in IX's favor.
Yeah, solid start for IX, getting that first bot and a nice bold lead as well, because, you know, you talked earlier about some of the strategies in Siege, especially regarding bolt management and all that stuff. But obviously what's really important to keep in mind as well is that if you get that first siege bot, sure, you're very likely to get the second one. But if your tribe are able to get enough bolts in the bank, well, in the end, for siege number 3, they'll have basically 3 preparation phases worth of bolts to get there. But second was a nice kill on Zula, and so far not a single bolt picked up by tribe this time around. They had 1 from the first preparation phase, haven't picked up a single one in the second one just yet. Well, actually they will get just a 1 on Zulan, so not exactly the ideal start, as IX Gaming is gonna have an equal tied up bolt count, as well as obviously that level 7 siege bot coming up and the opportunity to keep center control.
Yeah, this is a great super, actually, from Corey. We've seen great gameplay from Corey all game long. Second does manage to pick up the kill, or at least tried to pick up the kill. Level 7 siege bot does connect with the safe, and Ice Gaming is going to stay in the lead here with the bolts. Zulon, though, is able to pick up a bolt here. Second going for the counter, does manage to get the double bats, but he's not going to get the kill on Zulon. Tribe Gaming trying to keep in the lead here. Second does find the kill. A bit of a whiffed gadget there, but it doesn't matter. Tyrant gets taken down. A great gadget there to take him out. Cryman keeping the control here. Ice Gaming, though, is going to be forced to defend against a level 4 siege bot. It was so close to a tie here right at the end. Cryman going to look for the slow, but here comes the ice from Corey to slip and slide around IX Gaming. They're not going to be able to get the defense. Second trying his best, but it's not going to happen. More freezes coming in, and actually Tribe Gaming will be taking this one back in such a close game. That last bolt meant everything, and it was just 0.5 seconds really in between IX Gaming getting that 4th bolt and Tribe Gaming unleashing that bot upon IX. That was so close there, but that is going to send Tribe Gaming once again to their 2nd match point in this match.
Dude, it was such a short, like, they literally were at match point already in the previous game, and IX had so much pressure, not quite the previous game, but a little earlier in Bounty, and now it's already match point again in favor of Tribe Gaming, and they only need one more game now to close this one out and say, yeah, you had a nice comeback back, IX. We know we had a match point. You guys are going for a full-on reverse sweep, but we are gonna shut that momentum down, get you guys with your back against the corner, and just in an awful position at this point, because they were having such a terrific comeback, so much momentum building up, but it is Tribe that is on match point in set 5, and that can absolutely just shut down IX and send them to the loser bracket.
I think so too. I mean, something that we saw a lot this last game was, second, he's doing a good job, but, the more it's not doing so well against the BB, right? It's going to be able to fare better against the Barley, but Barley is strategically staying on the opposite side of the map. And, second, he's got bigger fish to fry than dashing across the entire map just to get slowed down by Barley, or, have to face off against a Barley who's healing up his teammates with the gadget. So, I think this is actually really good counterplay from Tribe Gaming to deal with a brawler that counters one of their most important brawlers. Barley is the one that I'm talking about. We'll see what IX brings out to deal with this one. I don't think it's very likely for Tribe Gaming to bring out a Mort of their own. If they do, it's going to be Zulon for sure. But that's, of course, just something to consider as we head into the match point very soon. IX Gaming, they were on such a good trajectory, but now Tribe again interrupt that, and we see Tribe Gaming actually coming out with the Mort not on Zulon, but rather on Corey. It's 3 very tanky brawlers trying to capture all of the bolts here, and IX with pretty much the same thing that they were in last time.
Yeah, the double Mortis, that is something that you just don't see every day in Siege. Tyrant able to just get those 2 nice bolts, and despite a siege bot going to IX, that is going to be a nice way to build up that bolt economy just a little bit more.
Yep, you already see the super flying in from Chepo. Cryman trying to get all over the safe. He's fully committing. A great attempt at defense from Zulon, but that's not going to prevent 34% already from coming on Tribe Gaming's safe. Second and Chepo trying to recover some bolts here at mid before Tyrant and Corey look for the pinch. Second in a sticky situation here, and it does actually try and find this kill on Zulon. Here come the double bats. It's not going to find the connection on Tyrant. Tyrant going aggressive, and combined with Corey does find 1 kill, but Chepo and second are still here at mid. IX Gaming gonna find the 2nd siege on their side once again, but by a narrower margin this time around. 1-4 is going to be the final, or rather 2-4, 3-4 is going to be the final count following the second bolt collection phase. Level 5 Siegebot coming in is going to find the kill on Tyrant and a little bit of damage on the safe. Second and Chepo looking to get aggressive. Chepo's going to find a little bit of damage on the safe. Just one bottle will do it. And IX Gaming, they have to get a great defense here to deal with this one bolt deficit that they're operating at for the final siege.
Yeah, so far they're not doing too badly as they pick up a really important kill. Really nice bubble, but Tyrant is so low HP. He's going to full IX. They're going to get more and more bolts. They're going to get this siege bot, and therefore the win. It's going to be all tied up here in this final set. Double match point is coming up ready.
Double match point once again. I mean, what do you expect between the top two teams in NA? These two teams that have been trading off the champion of NA title, it seems like every month. Tribe Gaming, pretty much the reigning champion. IX Gaming threatening to topple their throne. We'll see if it happens here in Brawl Masters and even in a couple days in the monthly finals. But for now, it's hard to really draw any conclusions from this. It is a double match point. These teams have been so well matched so far. I mean, Tribe Gaming taking a 2-1 set, then a 2-0 set. IX Gaming taking a 2-1 set, then a 2-0 set. Now we're at 1-1. It's the pattern, Teddy. I know we said that the pattern, it doesn't even come true, but perhaps it just didn't manifest in the pattern that we are expecting so far. But it is quite satisfying to look at. But I think, you know, it's going to be ruined. It's going to be absolutely ruined after this game. We'll see who it's more ruined for after this third game. In set number 5, we've come all the way here, and it all comes down to the last game to determine who is getting the easier track to the grand finals and who will have to battle their way out of the losers bracket.
Yeah, I think it's even more than the easier track, right? It is the spot in the grand finals. For the losing team, well, they would move to the loser bracket, have some extra challenges over there before they can make it back to those finals. So yeah, I mean, you know, double elimination bracket means you have 2 lives. Running out of 1 life, even if it is this far in to the playoffs, it is going to be hurting a lot. And both teams, they definitely don't want to be in that situation.
I mean, neither would I, right? It's a really tough one. It's very stressful as well. It's really going to come down to who is able just to clear their minds, right? And pretend like this is the one game, right? This is the one game you need to win. It's the most important one. IX Gaming and Tribe, they're going to be facing off against some other teams later down the line, unless, of course, they end up facing each other once again in the grand finals. But you know, this could be the most important match that they play for the rest of the bracket. One of them is going to have the opportunity to knock the other opponent down to the lower bracket and wear them down to the point perhaps where they will not even like have a chance of heading on to the grand finals. You just have to be able to take a deep breath, reset, and just give it your all on this most important game of the entire match. We'll see what happens. I don't know if it's going to be the Mort coming out again. Will we see our teams playing something safe, or are they going to just go full send and run something absolutely crazy, something that they are pulling out of complete nowhere that they practice in their scrims?
Yeah, that is definitely a good question. I'm not entirely sure what the NA meta is on this map. I guess I have the chance to discover it a little bit as we move on to Siege. I mean, to be honest, you know, for the most part, what I've been casting in NA, like regarding events, has been only Brawl Masters. So it does mean that, you know, Siege might be one of the game modes that was getting banned quite a bit more than some of the others. Not quite like an instant ban either, but it is a game mode we've been seeing a little bit less than some others, like you know, Brawl Ball and Gem Grab, and so on. So we'll find out here as we have double match points. Both teams looking to close things out now.
Yeah, Zulon here on the spike, which is sort of the crazy or unexpected bit that we were expecting in our final game of this match. It's going to be good for controlling around the tanks, but unfortunately for Tribe, there are not really any tanks for them to face off against except for second. Zulon is going to have a bit of an easier time getting the wall peek versus Cryman. He's going to look for the pinch already. Second, though, swooping in to gather these bullets. Tyrant's barely going to be able to touch him. Corey with a bit of a misprediction. Maybe that was a bit of delay as well. He misses that next swipe on second, is not able to take him down, though a good bolt collection there for Corey. And things have already tied up for this first game, or rather the first siege. IX Gaming, though, looking to win siege number 2, and it's going to be a close one for the final siege if they're not just going to full send this one and get a 1 push.
Yeah, this is gonna be a fat siege bot coming up, if there even is one actually. IX taking a very small lead. They are gonna be the ones to get that siege bot, and with such a massive lead on the side of Tribe Gaming, they definitely need to maximize the value they get. And with a Mortis, it's not gonna be easy to defend, as he's gonna fall to Crying Man, and this is their chance to get as much damage as possible. But look at that, it gets absolutely melted down by the spike by Konzulen. I just want to point out how crazy of a pick that is. And Tribe Gaming, they have so many bolts. If they just pick up like 1 or 2, they're going to be chilling for the final siege bot.
Yep, IX Gaming, they got a big gap to close. 5 more bolts to get within 12 seconds isn't even possible. Second, going for the double bats, doesn't manage to get the connection onto Tyrant. A larger gap for them to fill. 3 bolts in just a few seconds. They could have picked it up and given it a little bit more time, but there's not enough time. Tribe are going to have to get a great offense here, or, you know, not even really that great of an offense. They just need to fight off IX Gaming before they can get a spectacular defense. 50% remaining on the spot. Here come the bats, actually. And is it going to be enough? The percentages are wearing it down, and IX Gaming will be going down to Tribe. The spins coming out as well, and it all came down to the final siege of the final game of the final set. We will be seeing Tribe Gaming advancing to the grand finals. IX Gaming will be dropping down to the losers bracket, where they will have to fight their way out to head again to the grand finals. It is going to be a tough one, but it is certainly possible. Tribe Gaming, they will be waiting for the winner of the match versus IX, but until then, we'll just have to wait and see what sort of heat the other players are bringing. So we will see Tribe Gaming with a phenomenal performance this game. The 2-1, the 2-0, and IX Gaming with the 2-1, 2-0. But, of course, it all has to end somewhere. Tribe Gaming with the 2-1 to end things off in a 3-2 match. A really tough one. We'll be getting a look at the bracket so far, just so we can get a better idea of how things are looking right now. Tribe Gaming advancing to the grand final, and if you divert your attention a bit down and to the left, you'll see IX Gaming waiting for the winner of Aqua versus IX Academy, which is going to be our next match coming up very soon. We're going to take a short break before that, but until then, all we can do is really make predictions as to who's going to win, Aqua or IX Academy. I gotta say, IX Academy, they really did show that Tribe Gaming can bleed. They took some 1-2 sets versus Tribe Gaming. Of course, Tribe Gaming, they did win with that 3-1 victory over IX Academy, but still, I mean, I think IX Academy has a pretty good chance of taking this one over Aqua. Aqua, we haven't even gotten the chance to see how they perform yet so far, so we'll see what they got to bring to us in the losers semifinal coming up after a short break. So we'll see you guys in just a moment. Make sure you get a quick break, get some water, and we'll see you very soon. Welcome back, everyone, to Brawl Masters. Unfortunately, Teddy has been raptured by the big disconnection symbol in the sky, aka his internet has gone down. So, some F's in chat for Teddy, please. But we are going to be continuing on with the event. This never stops, right? Brawl Stars, it never stops changing in our tournament. It never stops going. Aqua versus IX Academy is coming up, and this is going to be our first match in the semifinals of the losers bracket. So we will see how this one turns out. We got some excellent players on both sides. Aqua, we did not have the privilege of seeing them play so far. They were playing in a different tournament and had to forfeit. IX Academy, they had an interesting story to get here too, just because they had to face off against Tribe Gaming. Naturally, Tribe Gaming heading on to the grand finals already. One of these teams, though, will have to face off against the loser of that last match that we just watched in the next round. We'll see what our players have in store for us now. Our game modes are coming in and our bans as well. Siege is going to be our first game mode. Nuts and Bolts is going to be the map. Wow, okay, so two sets of Siege in a row. Set number 2 is going to be Hard Rock Mine, and set number 3 will be Kaboom Canyon. Seems like we play these maps a lot in this particular order. Backyard Bowl going to be for set number 4 if we go to any ties, and a Split is going to be our final set with these two hot zones. I think this is a really interesting one. We're not going to see all of our game modes that we're used to. Rather, Split is going to be for set number 5. Our bans coming in as well. Aqua with the Crow ban, which we usually see from IX, and the Gene ban. IX Academy with some safe bans. It's the Stew and the Bell, and we're already getting into set number 1 here. Game number 1, Aqua versus IX Academy, and we see Aqua bringing out the Max, Carl, and Barley. IX Academy, though, with the Siege Mort that we're not used to. Frixie on the spike over here on the left lane, and Betchiches on the Barley to get that mid control. Charles over here, so now going to kill on the right lane in a tie for the first Siege. 1 bolt to 1 bolt. Usually we don't really see that. Usually a few more bolts picked up at mid, though IX Academy will be taking this lead. Aqua still trying to push up here. Kang with the control on the left side, or at least as much control as he can get. IX Academy there leading by so many bolts here. Gotta attribute that to Charles over here on the Siege Mort. Kang, though, getting that kill onto Charles, and Aqua will be taking back the control. They're just not getting the bolts like they need to. They're all seeming to go to Charles on the Siege Mortis. He's able to get that control, though Aqua, they're coming back very quickly. Great control there, very well-timed super there from IX Academy. The Barley super is going to give that couple of bolts to Charles, and the level 10 Siege bot is coming in from IX Academy. Very high-powered bot coming in from IX, and the Sticky Syrup Mixer is going to slow it down. IX Academy not going to be able to get much damage on that safe. Just a few little spines from Spike's shot landing on that safe, and that's going to be it for IX Academy's attack. Aqua with a nice lead on the bolt count. Slash trying to make a retreat here from Charles, but Charles is just out for blood. He picks up 2 kills with the assistance of Frixie for the second, and Charles warrantedly so. Very pleased, throwing up that happy pin, and IX Academy actually looking like they'll get this last Siege as well. Aqua, all of those bolts were for naught. IX Academy is going to secure this one, and a level 12 Siege bot coming in from IX Academy. Looks like they grabbed nearly every single bolt there in the last Siege. Slash and Jig trying to get the defense here, but it's pretty much fruitless. IX Academy going to be getting game number 1, and Aqua will be going down. IX Academy taking this early game lead and setting the momentum for this match. Well, great gameplay there from both sides, but I gotta say, the Mortis, it worked so well in this competition, right? It's unbelievable to see how well it works, and especially when we didn't necessarily see it countering any of the particular brawlers coming out from Aqua. So gotta hand it to IX Academy, bringing out the Siege Mort, and it's not just for the counters. Did, I think, most notably give a really hard time to Slash there on the Max. Really was trying to survive and get those speeds out to his teammates, but with Charles all up in his face, definitely was giving him a tough time. Charles seems to be playing these more aggressive brawlers from IX Academy, and it just seems to be the role that he fulfills. As we're getting more familiar with some of our up-and-coming teams here in NA, it's good to sort of attribute certain characteristics to certain players, because, I mean, that's really how it is. You don't really see a jack of all trades coming out from either team, or really just in generally in the NA sphere, or just any competitive sphere pertaining to Brawl Stars. Aqua, of course, we do see Slash though usually on that max, right? Something that we can expect headed into our next game as well, with our bans in mind as well. Yeah, and some F's in the chat as well for Teddy's internet, because now I have to talk all by myself. It's so lonely, but I can guarantee our players are not lonely. The 3v3 now coming out here for game number 2 in Siege. Charles going aggressive, trying to get Slash once again. Slash not going to let it come easy though for Charles. Charles does, despite getting pinched quite hard here by Kang, and Slash managed to make away with one bolt, and that's all the difference that needed to be made. IX Academy going to take this first Siege. Level 2 Siege bot, not that it really matters the level of the Siege bot, it's all about the fact that the Siege bot is even there. IX Academy going to be able to take this control early game, not even going to get to touch the safe. Barley's range nerf definitely affecting Betiches here, as he was so close to touching that Ike. Charles now looking to get on the right side. He's not able to escape all of the fire from Jig, Slash, and Kang, as Aqua is most certainly focusing them all down. IX Academy now trying to get out here with Charles once again. Charles looking for the kill, but Kang throwing down the healing, and some evasive maneuvers are going to allow him to stay in the game. Aqua undoubtedly keeping control for this next Siege bot. The level 11 Siege bot coming in from Aqua against most odds, it would appear. And IX Academy now going to be forced to defend here. Charles trying to get the best offense he can, but just doesn't find much damage or many targets. Kang with a great super, just great timing on that one. And despite the attempt at a defense with Spike, it's just not going to be enough. The final shots from Kang are going to be enough to send IX Academy packing now with the 1-to-1 set here in set number 1. Yeah. Cast through chat, you love to see it. Yeah, Teddy here with the delay, right? Like the however much delay it is for the cast, right? Just try to cast from chat. It's not going to happen. I'm sorry, Teddy. I'm sorry to tell you that. And it's already quite lonely here without Teddy. So please, some more Fs for the boy Teddy and his poor internet. It seems like it went down for the entire street, and there's just not much we can do except have me talk 24/7 and wear down my voice for the sake of Brawl Masters playoffs. I mean, you know, it's not that much of a trade-off there, because I would say playoffs are so important here. I mean, there's so much at stake, especially in game number 3 in set number 1. IX Academy and Aqua going after this final win to send themselves into set number 2. The question is, who is going to have the advantage here? Two very well-matched teams. IX Academy really got to show their stuff versus Tribe, and they're showing their stuff versus Aqua, though Aqua will be the ones to take the first Siege. Jig actually getting juked out by Charles, but Charles does not manage to live through Kang's assault. Slash and Kang now looking to make this assault up on IX Academy's safe. Slash not able to really get in on that safe, and a perfect defense there from IX Academy. Kang now falling back here, and Jig also not able to get into position on this bolt. Great offense there from Charles. Betiches having to slow down thanks to Kang's gadget. Not often that we really see that gadget coming out. Charles surprisingly going to be the last member surviving of IX Academy, and is going to maintain that lead for IX as we head into our second Siege for this game. 7-3. And this is not a lead from Aqua that IX Academy can't contend with. In fact, it looks like they're going to exactly match it as this bot comes in. The level 7 Siege bot coming in from IX Academy. Kang looking to get the defense, but he's not going to really be able to do much, not without that first gadget. Here comes the bot trying to get all over this Ike, but it doesn't find any damage. Kang rolling up to mid. looking to keep the control. IX Academy here with loads of bolts to their name, and they're doing a good job of defending against these 3 tanks. Frixie is, of course, able to zone these guys out with his extended range, but he's not able to get all over the bolt. Surprised to see Kang not go straight for Frixie, but he must have known that Frixie would have slowed him down or something of the like to get that confirmed kill. IX Academy is going to get the 10 bolt mark, and a very fast purple bot will be heading in from IX Academy. This game may be going the way, actually yes, most certainly it is going the way of IX Academy. The percentage deficit is just too much for Aqua to deal with here. IX Academy, they look strong versus Tribe, and they look strong versus Aqua, despite a tie at this stage of set number 1. It will be recovered by IX Academy, and we will be going into set number 2. Now keep in mind, Aqua with set number 1, they did get to pick Siege for set number 1, and having IX defeat them here is a big confidence booster for IX Academy, and perhaps a bit of a psychological blow there for Aqua. Aqua, they definitely chose their strong game mode for the first set, and IX Academy, without a doubt, chose their strong set for set number 2. Just because they're playing Gem Grab here, and it seems like our other teams do have a bit of a hard time grasping Gem Grab, but IX Academy, they have managed to win this one, even over Tribe, actually, so a bit of foreshadowing for how this next set is going to pan out. We will have to see. Also, keeping our bands in mind, we have the Gene Band, the Crow Band, the Stew Band, and the Bell Band. Something to keep in mind for our next set heading in. Probably going to see the max coming out from both sides. In fact, could see the Rico once again from either side. Just a few predictions out here. Unfortunately, we are missing Teddy, of course, our predictions guy, our analytics guy. But, you know, I'm not too horrible at it myself. We'll have to see what our players are using. Kang over here on the Carl on the left lane, Jig on Amber on the right lane, and Slash the max mid. No max coming out from IX Academy, though. They're all on their usual picks. Jigsaw trying to keep control of the right lane with Amber. He's just actually looking to move this Fire Fuel forward, actually. An aggressive play from Kang is going to find one, almost 2 kills. Charles with a bit of a latent super there, but he is going to stay alive with 81 health. Frixie with the lane switch up onto the right lane, looking for some damage. Kang also switching over to the right lane. He's going to have that flying hook ready to go. He's already using it. Not going straight for Frixie, though, as Frixie may have expected. Does get the kill, though, on Frixie. Classic play from Kangarmo. It's very solid. Aqua keeping the lead here, 7-1. IX Academy trailing by a lot of gems here. Slash is ready with the speed. Here comes Jig, all sped up and fully locked and loaded. 2 more gems about to go to Aqua, and Aqua will be running this one back, or not quite yet. They're going to wait for IX Academy to approach them just a little bit and start making their assault once again. But Aqua, they're looking to quickly shut it down. 3 and 8 gems on 2 of their team members in just a few seconds left. Charles looks to recover this one with the teleport, but it's not happening. Wow, actually, never mind. Charles does get the countdown reset with the kill on Slash, and IX Academy, once again, it needs to push in. Betches falls. Frixie looking for the damage onto Jig, but Jig is behind a wall. He's not going to be able to access him. Charles trying to get aggressive and take down Jig. He might actually find this kill. No, not quite. Frixie not able to get in there either, and Aqua will be taking game number 1 of set number 2 against our prediction of IX Academy winning this one. Well, surprising to say the least, but I mean, you know, this is the kind of thing that we saw with Tribe as well. Tribe, you know, doing pretty well versus IX Academy on sort of their home turf. So we'll see how it turns out for IX Academy. I think a comp switch up is in store for our next game. I think the Amber was just very strong coming out from Aqua, as well as the Max, right? The Max and Amber combination from Aqua was very strong to deal with IX Academy. The Rico didn't seem to be working wonders for IX Academy, despite being a typically strong pick. We just didn't see the typical Rico play that we see on Hard Rock Mine, where, you know, you get control of the lane and then you flank behind the enemy. With the Max and the Amber in play, it just wasn't really possible. We'll see what the switch up is this time. Actually, Aqua will be switching things up, but IX Academy will be switching things up too. They're keeping Charles on that surge. He's so good on that surge, and there would be no reason to switch him off. Frixie, though, staying on the Rico. He's looking to get the matchup on Kang, but Jigsaw comes in from left field to take him down. Charles does get ignited on fire, and he's going to fall as well. Slash, just like last game, holding all of these gems and staying in a very strong position. Kang, with some desperate sandbags, is going to find the defense onto himself and Slash. Ice Academy still trailing here, 0-5, and that'll soon become 0-6. Here comes the speed from Betiches. Slash looking to make a hasty retreat here. Betiches on low health, Slash slightly higher health. Kang over here on the right lane does find the lane matchup win onto Charles, and he will be flanking over here behind Betiches. Looks to get this surrounding play onto Betiches. Manages to get the kill once again onto Charles. Of course, he is the surge counter from Aqua, and is a great play. We're going to see the power-up on Slash this time, and it's a good play from Aqua to put the power-up on Slash and keep him in commission. He is going to be at mid pretty much all the time. It's a great investment. Kang, though, is just waiting for the next time he's going to use that power-up. It's going to go to Jigsaw this time, it appears. Betiches does get the kill. Fortunately, Jigsaw did not pick up that power-up before he went down right there. Ice Academy with a 5 gems. They are catching up. Slash is not going to go in for that gem. It's going to give it to Ice Academy if they so choose to take it, and they do, in fact. We will see. Kang now rushing in here to get some hits onto Frixie. Jigsaw also with this power-up is looking pretty strong, but they're getting completely surrounded. Frixie with a great play. Slash is just 1 gem away from getting this countdown started, but it's just not happening quite yet. Jigsaw trying to rush in here. Frixie does go down, and Slash is going to finally pick up this 10th gem. A great teleport from Charles, but it does get countered by that gadget from Slash. The green button countered by the green button, and the Protesto emerging as well. Ice Academy, they got to get 1 kill here, and it's got to be Slash. Charles, does he have that teleport ready? It doesn't seem so. Maybe he used his last one. Frixie isn't going to find the damage either. 1 second remains, and no, this set is going to be going in a completely dominating victory to Aqua. Well, absolutely amazing gameplay there from Aqua. We're going to be heading into set number 3 on Kaboom. In Ice Academy, last time they banned out the Colette, and they were hoping that would help them out on Kaboom Canyon, but it just didn't work the magic that we were hoping it would. So we will see, and we might actually see if we're getting another caster to sub in for Teddy. So just keep that in the back of your head. We will see. We will see. We might actually get him added in pretty soon. So you love to see it. You absolutely love to see it. Yeah. Bobby, imagine if we actually had Bobby in for casting. I mean, Bobby's been breaking into the casting scene, so you never know. But some things to expect from Kaboom Canyon. I mean, the Colette is very strong here, but something that IX Gaming ran was just the no Colette strategy, and it seemed to work pretty well. It was the Colonel Ruffs combined with the Piper. Worked pretty well. Anyway, we will be heading into that very shortly whenever our plays are ready. And that seems to be the biggest, like, limiting factor in these tournaments is, you know, whether the players are ready. But, you know, you can hardly blame them just because, you know, they got a lot at stake here. There's a lot of prizing at stake as well. So we will see how they are able to handle it as we head into set number 3, game number 1. Aqua leading with those 2 sets, or rather those 2 games in the last set. IX Academy, though, this time they're bringing out the B and the Colette and the Byron as well. Kang, though, bringing out the Brock, and Jigsaw with the Byron. IX Academy looking to get this early game lead. They do have that Colette coming out from their side. Aqua, though, kind of struggling, it seems, with their own defense. Betiches actually coming around here on the left side, looking to finally get a little bit of damage on the safe. Aqua, they did get a really great offense there, dropping that save to 50%. Aqua now suffering some casualties, 69% left on their safe, and IX Academy with control of mid. Aqua looking fairly clean here as they are looking to take back control of mid. A great play there from Betiches to slow down Slash and finish him off with the killer bee. Jigsaw looking to push up here, perhaps get a little bit of damage on Charles, and the final bits of damage taking away from IX Academy's safe. They're going full offense, but they're just not able to put up with the likes of Slash. The last bits of damage, 1% remains, and Aqua will be taking their third game in a row for the first game in set number 3 on Kaboom Canyon. IX Academy definitely on the back foot in this one, and Aqua certainly leading by 1 game here. I believe we have another caster who is subbing in here. Could it be my homie Full Frontage subbing in? I believe in a little bit we'll get things fully set up, but just a little bit of foreshadowing. Full Frontage is going to be a bit of an earlier start for him, since we were thinking of, I think, doing SCSA and ANZ together, but you know what? A little bit early never hurts, I suppose. Though, I mean, right off Brawl Masters, we're heading right into SCSA and ANZ. Different stream, of course, but man, no rest for the weary, I suppose. Sometimes we might even just finish off this set before we head into that one. Yeah, but regardless, that is going to be our second game getting underway. Aqua coming out here, Jigsaw actually on the Amber, Kang this time on the Colette, and Slash on the Max. IX Academy switching things up a little bit. We see Frixie on the Brock this time. Betch is looking for the opening with, of course, Rocket Fuel, hoping to open up some opportunities. Definitely getting a kill there. Jigsaw getting taken down, and IX Academy advancing up the field. If they can even touch Slash, Slash seems to have fancy feet here as he is avoiding pretty much the entire team for a significant amount of time. Jigsaw now looking to burn these bushes at mid and opens things up amazingly. That is going to be a bit tough, though, for dealing with Charles on the B. Aqua, they are getting countered quite a bit here. Kang is most importantly getting countered by the long-range brawlers, though he is getting in here with some amazing dodges. It does get taken out after a great super to take 13% of IX Academy's safe. And Aqua will once again be on the back foot as they're defending against 3 snipers that have such long range, but they're doing a great job of juking them out, especially with the assistance of Slash's speed as he now pushes in on the right side. Just has to keep moving so he can get this passive super recharge with the star power. Jigsaw now looking to get the lane win versus Betiches. Slash also looking for the next super as well. Does struggle quite a bit. Some nice dodges, but he does get pinched there between Betiches and Charles's attacks. IX Academy keeping the mid control, and they are keeping their leg up on Aqua as they continue to cement their lead over Aqua as the clock ticks down. 40 seconds remaining in the game. Slash looking for the next super. Kang getting sped up here, and this is the lead. This is the advantage in the speed that Aqua needed. 50% remaining on the safe, and Aqua takes the lead back. Frixie at risk of going down, and Charles just a couple hits away by Jigsaw of being taken down. Betiches with a nice attempt at taking it down at least a little bit on that safe, but it's not happening. 60% remains the percentage remaining on Aqua's safe. IX Academy, they just got to push in here, but they're not fast enough. They don't have the max speed to push in, and they just don't have the firepower, it seems, to get past it. Jigsaw staying alive. Betiches is jumping in desperately. 58% remains on the safe, but it's going to be enough for Aqua to remain in this game. They're taking the 4th game in a row, and they'll be setting us into set number 4. They have 2 sets under their belt, and IX Academy is trailing significantly with just 1 set under their belt. Well, didn't mean to break up the word under like that, but I guess, you know, we'll take what we get. We'll be heading into Brawl Ball momentarily. It's such a close set that we saw there, but of course there can only be one winner, and Aqua, they seem to be on an absolute roll. What a trajectory to victory that we're seeing from Aqua. We'll be heading into Backyard Bowl very soon here. Of course, keeping in mind our bans, we've seen the Crow ban coming out from IX Academy, which is, or rather from Aqua, which is one to just make note of, as we have seen quite a bit of Crow gameplay on this particular map. It does tend to accelerate the pace of the map just a little bit, but I mean, speaking of accelerating the pace of the map, we do see Max coming out this time, and I think it will rid us of that typical, like, oh my gosh, when is the 8-bit going to finally, you know, go down? Yeah, but I think we have someone waiting for us. Could it be Full Frontage on the other end? It is.
What is
What's
up?
up, Full Frontage? It's so great to have you, man.
Hey, pleasure to be here. Yeah, I mean, Brawl Masters has been such an incredible thing to watch. I've been sitting on the sidelines for this one, but now I'm here on camera with you, and we're jumping right into Brawl Ball as Aqua's up 2-1 in the series.
Yep, amazing start for Aqua as we are propelling ourselves into our next game. Actually, a great start for Aqua as Kang gets the double bats, the otherworldly assistance from Tara, but it's not going to be enough to stop Aqua's amazing push. Slash aims to get this one in the goal. Crazy goal there from Aqua as they put themselves 1 goal in the lead in game number 1.
My goodness, 500 HP left, and he manages just to sneak it by. What a crazy goal from Aqua to kick things off. And now we have IX Academy pushing forward. They're looking to score on this push.
Well, actually, great from IX Academy. Betiches might be able to walk this one in. Yes, just no contest on that goal, and IX Academy will set this score equal. It just seems to be a matter of either the max speed or the Poco Super. That is dictating the pace of this match, but now Charles has this pull ready. Is he going to find a crucial target? Perfect positioning for IX Academy, and the pull comes in, the double pull, and an easy victory as Betiches walks this one in. Game number 1 in set number 4, going to IX Academy.
Wow, great plays at the end there to kick it off. Charles had the super, like you said, and then Betiches was just able to sneak through and get that goal in the back right corner. Fantastic start for IX Academy as they're looking to push this to hot zone for set 5.
Yeah, they're not going to let this go to match point so quickly. I mean, Aqua, they just need 1 game win here to send us to, such a high stakes match. I mean, imagine if that just goes to 1 goal away. It's going to be 1 goal between IX Academy and being knocked out of the tournament, though, that could maybe not happen, right? IX Academy, Brawl Ball is a very strong mode for them. Aqua, really great roster of players, but how will they fare against IX Academy in terms of Brawl Ball? We will just have to wait and see. I think the max speed was a really great, strategy coming out from Aqua. Clearly, IX Academy didn't need it. They had the combination of the Poco Heals and the BB Shield, and, I guess that's just the magic combo to run that one into the goal.
Yeah, the Mortis felt kind of off in that comp, it feels like, especially for what IX Academy was running. There was no real easy Mortis targets. The only thing was the Tara, and it looks like, yeah, they're going to switch it up here. They're going to bring in the Jessie, keep that Amber in the max, and then we have IX Academy switching it up a little bit, bringing out the Colette, the Bea, and the Max for themselves.
Yeah, I think this is actually great that we see the Jessie switch over here. I mean, it is very indicative that Aqua was expecting a tankier comp from IX Academy. They're pretty notorious for running that, but it's just not even going to mean much. Frixie looking to get in here on the left lane. Kang actually at risk of going down does manage to secure a very quick kill onto Frixie. Slash, with that speed, was able to send him straight out the gates with a super, super fast offense. And, that's typically what we see from Max when she's in the goal and able to send someone out off of their respawn on the offense. A great play there. But Aqua now looking to push out of their trap that IX Academy has set up for them. Frixie actually locking these guys in the goal. The amazing flank from IX. And Frixie already getting this goal in to set our score to 0-1.
Yeah, Charles was just waiting on that right-hand side like the entire time, and he's been hitting some crucial shots with that B. So Jigsaw was trapped in the goal for like a minute. Like, Charles just had him spawn trapped right away, but Slash looking to push forward here. He's going to get the super down, and it is going to be the goal. We are tied up at 1 apiece in game 2 of Brawl Ball.
Wow, I mean, it seems like we're watching the same thing over and over sometimes, right? Aqua scores a goal when Slash gets that speed and goes all the way to the enemy goal before they can respawn. IX Academy, they get a team wipe, and then they're able to just force that one into the goal. Aqua, they put up a really good fight on defense. IX Academy, if they lose at mid, then Slash is able to run this one all the way to the finish, and Frixie is not able to make the connection on that entire super. He does go down. Kang now looking for some shots on Charles. He might actually find the kill. Doesn't get hit by that killer bee, and Charles does go down. Aqua, they're looking for the next max super to force themselves into IX Academy's goal and close this one out.
Yeah, right now, I mean, the ball's in the middle. Both teams trying to get position. It looks like Aqua's going to be able to push forward and get the position first, but the question is, how are they going to deal with Charles all the way in the back left, trying to get these shots? Gets a slow onto Slash, looking to get the sting shot in. It's not going to be able to connect, and Aqua is pushing forward. Batucci's going to fall on the left-hand side with 8 seconds remaining. This is looking very good for Aqua right now.
Wow, okay, maybe a bit of a blunder there by Slash. He was trying to get the trick shot, or perhaps wanted to dribble to the backside and then gadget towards it, but he, I guess, had no gadget. So we'll have to see what happens now. Ike's Academy with a big break here, and they're going to be sending that ball between each other, passing it to one another. Frixie is debating between it, using the super to score or using it for an advantage. Does go for Slash, manages to take out the turret. A massive win there for Frixie and a massive advantage for IX, but they are dropping like flies. They're on such low health. One squishy brawler and one brawler on low health. Jigsaw already with the super. Is he going to juke him out? A bit of a whipped pass there to Slash, and Aqua is going to be able to save this one, or perhaps not with the team communication. Slash with an amazing goal there, and the ankle breaker, and Aqua will be taking this one to match point.
Oh my goodness, the passing, they were trying to go back and forth between each other, and it was just like a little far forward onto the pass for Slash, and then a little far forward back, or a little further back on the pass to Kang. And it ended up being Slash in the end to get that goal. Incredible play from Aqua there to tie it up at 1 apiece.
That's so funny to me. Slash passes it over to Jig, and Jig's like, "Wait, dude, you didn't pass it close enough for me to get it." And then Slash says, "Oh, fine, I'll do it myself then. You know, do I got to do everything around this house, right?" And that's just so funny to me to see that happen, you know, one time after the other. Aqua, though, this is great for them, right, to pick up at this game and send themselves to match point, right? Fortunately, their blunders did not cost them the game, and it didn't cost them the set either, though IX Academy, they cannot afford to make any mistakes, as Aqua just did, as we are on the match point. IX Academy on the verge of being sent to that 4th place spot permanently here in Season 2 of Brawl Masters.
Yeah, and it looks like the only switch in team comps was Frixie switching off the Colette and going to the Amber instead, and it's IX Academy on the aggression right now. Charles does have that Sting Shot available, so looking to get the correct angle, and he gets it onto Kang. A huge connection there, 3v2 for the next few seconds. Can IX Academy capitalize on this? Frixie going in, trying to get the shot, but gets taken down. Batuches gets taken down as well, and it's only Charles remaining. Will try to get that final shot onto Kang, but Slash doing a good job keeping the pressure on, and now Aqua's just getting the pinch onto Charles here, and he gets taken down.
Yep, Slash with the speed out, but Kang is not really able to get out of here. He's trying to bait out the fire fuel from Frixie. Frixie is, just going to go ahead and ignite that. He's tired of Aqua just trying to bait it out of him. Off to throw down some more fire fuel to get control on the left side of the map. Jigsaw, though, with his own puddle of fuel, ready to ignite whenever he sees fit. Aqua using this to push forward as they're using this fire fuel sort of as a backline. Frixie taking some major damage. Jigsaw in a similar position. Frixie getting this kill onto Jigsaw, and IX Academy finally going to find this opportunity to push up. They got to get this goal here. It's so important. Wow, and just a massive puddle that Frixie has formed over here on the left lane. He does get taken down by Slash. Charles still trying to get around here on the left lane. This is a big hole in Aqua's defense. Jigsaw is going to have to be the one to get the defense. Betages, he's going for it. Full send, but it's not going to go in the goal. Slash now with the speed, trying to take out Charles. A great kill onto Charles, and Aqua now advancing up towards IX Academy's goal.
Yeah, I mean, Jigsaw just had enough ammo to deal with all of that with the Amber, and it was crazy how many puddles Frixie had, and he was able to get the burn onto a few, but IX Academy was not able to capitalize on that and get a successful push off, and Jigsaw was just sitting in front of the goal playing defense, and he did such a good job of doing that, and we're going to be seeing overtime probably without a goal here.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see. Frixie actually is in pretty good position. He has that fire fuel ready, and he gets a massive ignition. Slash is slowed down. He uses a speed and passes that ball away. Charles, in a sticky situation, does get taken down by the very speedy combination of Kang and Slash. Betaches has the super ready to go, though. Not going to pop it on just Frixie, though. Does pop it on Charles, but it's not going to be enough. It doesn't look like for IX Academy to defend against Aqua
so
here.
good for Aqua. Slash going to be able to get the shot. There it is. Aqua taking it. The reverse sweep in Brawl Ball comes out, and there it is.
Wow, Aqua closing this one out fast. I think this was actually the fastest match that we have seen so far in Brawl Masters today. I mean, full frontage, you weren't here for the beginning of this, but I mean, for all of our people who've been here already, you know this if you've been here the entire time. If you're just now tuning in, just a weather update. it's like 2 games in a row have gone to the very last game of the very last set. Just some long, grueling matches, and I mean, this is what we saw in EU and Brawl Masters yesterday, and I mean, it's not what we're seeing yet in this game so far. So, well done to Aqua. They will now be facing off against IX Gaming in our next match coming up as they prepare to advance. Yeah, you like the drum roll? It's one of my specialties. Aqua, though, looking very strong. IX Academy, unfortunately, their performance against Tribe is not going to mean much since they will not be advancing on to fight IX. Here we go. Losers Final coming up next. Tribe Gaming putting themselves in a great position to head on to that champion spot. We'll see who is going to be their opponent. And, of course, our bracket. Take a look at the overview of the event. Our bracket is powered by G Fuel. I'm powered by G Fuel. I don't know if Full Frontage is powered by G Fuel, but, maybe we can save that question for later. But great bracket so far. Our next game is going to be IX Gaming versus Aqua.
Yeah, it's funny that Aqua goes from IX Academy to IX Gaming.
Yeah.
Can't get away from them.
never speak to me or my son ever again, right? We'll see if that happens in our next game. I mean, you fight like Bowser Jr. Now you gotta fight Bowser. So that's going to be coming up here in our losers final to determine who heads on to the grand final. Wow. I mean, I gotta say, this is going to be an amazing match coming up.
Yeah. I mean, IX Gaming and IX Academy have been competing super hard, but before we jump into that the finals of the lower bracket, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with some more Brawl Masters action.
Welcome back, everyone, to Brawl Masters. Hope you had an excellent break. We are getting straight into the losers finals, where we will determine who will face up against IX Gaming. They won every single match so far. Aqua, they just lost their first match, and they are going to face off against IX Gaming. It seems, again, I mean, Aqua, they had to forfeit that first game, and they were going to face off against IX Gaming. And, I mean, well, it doesn't seem like any amount of forfeits can prevent you from having to face your fate. We'll get a look at the stat comparison between these two teams, but I think this is going to be a banger full frontage.
Yeah, I mean, these Aqua coming together as a little bit of a newer team, even though these players have been in the scene for so long, they've played together, but coming out recently saying like, hey, we're going to play together. This is the team to beat in North America right now, and they're trying to show it. And so here they are in the lower finals. Let's take a look at these qualifier stats. Aqua playing Gene a lot, or banning Gene a lot.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, the stats, of course. I mean, banning Gene 100% of the time. IX Gaming naturally banning Crow most of the time. I want to remark on Aqua's, we get to see what the team looks like. I think Jigsaw is in bed in this picture, but it's always fun to see these pictures. Love to see what's, of course, behind the screen, right? It's the players just as much as it is the brawlers and their skills in game. But I mean, let's talk about the most picked mode here. IX Gaming completely dominating Brawl Ball, but let's look at Aqua in A for the most picked mode. And of course, we know that means like just not applicable, but they really had no trend in our qualifiers as to which mode they were banning or picking, right? It was just it was just whatever mode it seemed to be good on that day, like whatever map was good that day, right? It wasn't mode specific. So I think, we could go as far to say that these guys are kind of like jacks of all trades. They're good players. They're just kind of a newer roster is all.
Yeah, it seems like they don't really have a mode that they favor, so you just never know what to really ban against, right? So it's very tricky for their opponents to try to say, how do we beat this team?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, you're not just playing Brawl Stars on the map, you're playing against the team, you're playing against the players as well, and to know your enemy is so important, and, it's why teams have coaching staff, is to do that sort of thinking for them so the players can hone their mechanics, and then the coaching staff can kind of, go back behind the scenes, review the footage, and look at the sort of meta stats as far as what brawlers they pick, what strategies they run, and what can we do as the players, the ones who are talented with mechanics, to deal with that. So we'll see who emerges from this match victorious. Only one of them will end up going to the grand finals to face none other than Tribe. But as we've already said, IX Gaming and Aqua, they were supposed to face each other in the beginning, and now here they are once again. Fate has brought these two together, and we'll see who ends up on top.
Yeah, I think Aqua really just wanted to play against IX, so they were like, we have to beat Academy so we can just get to the boss of the level.
Yeah, exactly, the boss. Yeah, I mean, as I said, you beat the mini boss, and now you gotta head on to the big boy, right? We'll see how they fare up against the main IX Gaming team. I mean, if we just do a comparison between IX Gaming and IX Academy, we've seen the Academy team do pretty well against the main team. And we've also seen IX Academy do pretty well against Tribe. So I think, as far as we'll just use like kind of the transitive property here, if we remember our mathematics. I think Aqua does have a good chance of taking down IX Gaming here. They're really going to have to give it their all, though, given IX Gaming's very strong performance so far in this competition.
Yeah, IX Gaming has just been one of the most notable teams in the North American scene for the past year or two, and IX Academy is one of those teams that they were formerly on Olympo squad last year, and then they got brought on as an Academy roster, and even throughout the year that they have had, they've grown so much as a team, where they were starting to come through, and then they started qualifying for the monthly finals, and now they're coming out and they're showing their stuff here in Brawl Masters. And even though they did fall to Aqua, it was a very close and hard-fought match.
Yeah, and it's absolutely great to see some teams coming up and, you know, really establishing their mark in the scene. IX Gaming, right, has just recently marked themselves as #1 in the competitive sphere here in NA with their last monthly finals victory. Aqua, though, really making a come up as well. We do have the mode and map selections coming in, as well as the ABBA bans. Let's take a look at the order that our maps are going to be played in. Of course, keep in mind our map pool for this tournament was chosen by the community. It's supposed to be the favorite map, so we'll see just how true that is to what everyone watching thinks. We have Hard Rock Mine coming up first, then that's going to be followed by Nuts and Bolts and a Backyard Bowl for set number 3. Split and Shooting Star following those if we go to the tiebreakers, and of course our Brawler bands are coming in as well, full frontage.
Yeah, we got Stu, Crow, Gene, and Piper. So Aqua's sticking true to that Gene ban. They just don't want to see Gene. So very interesting to see that that's their target. Like, you know, if you're it seems like you know if you're going up against Aqua that you're not going to be able to play Gene.
Yeah, I think that, you know, is a pretty, you know, good decision. IX Gaming, right, they're also banning that Crow like they usually do. Aqua, they've banned the Gene 100% of the time. I want to talk, though, about, like, the Stu ban and the Piper ban, right? Stu ban, okay, makes sense, right? Stu, irritating brawler to deal with. But Piper, right, that is a very targeted ban, I believe, towards second best, who we saw just playing insane Piper today, especially with the combination of him and Colonel Ruffs. We saw it on Kaboom Canyon, which obviously is not in this map rotation for this match, but even there, right, he's been this insane Piper doing the majority of the damage to the safe, so certainly a targeted ban with the Piper ban. But I mean, Aqua, with their 2 bans, banning the Gene and banning the Piper, it doesn't seem like they were able to get IX to ban the Bell rather than the Crow. So we'll see the Bells coming out, especially on Nuts and Bolts, I believe. But Hard Rock Mine is going to be our first introduction to how this map is going to pan out with this very strong brawler in the mix.
Yeah, and I've seen a second, like, crush it. Like you said, he crushes it with Piper. And a few of the maps we're seeing, Hard Rock Mine, Backyard Bowl, and if Shooting Star is required, you don't want to play second with Piper on those maps.
Yeah, he's just, like, ridiculous.
He's a machine. So I think that ban, it makes sense looking at it like that. Like, they probably saw the maps, and that's why it was their last ban. Like, they 100% knew they wanted to ban Gene, no question about that. But then getting through the maps, they were going through, and they're like, probably best to take out Piper.
Yeah, I think a good decision, right? Another thing that I've noticed about Aqua is, you know, they'll play Power League a lot, right? So, you know, Power League, you might not have the Bell banned, so you're gonna have a lot of experience playing Bell. IX Gaming, not entirely, you know, I won't make big sweeping claims about, you know, what they do outside of scrims, but in scrims, you're probably not gonna get that experience to play some of these very strong brawlers, and you're not gonna be as experienced on them, right? So it's definitely a calculated risk by IX Gaming to ban a Crow rather than Bell. Aqua, they really tried to force IX to not ban the Crow, but I mean, you know, I guess that's how the cookie crumbles sometimes. Aqua gonna be getting the Piper out of the mix. Crow not gonna be in the game either, but Bell, it's just gonna be a Bell 1v1 almost every game, I predict. Most notably on Backyard Bowl and you know, Nuts and Bolts, right? Not that open for the Bell gameplay, but I think it's certainly possible if we see a little bit of wall break.
Yeah, definitely wouldn't surprise me to see Bell. She's really strong right now, especially on Siege. On Siege, she's like ridiculous. I would probably say that's her best mode right now.
Yeah, I mean, she has that damage amplifier, which she's able to fire off at that at the Siege bot, and unlike most other targets in the game, you know, most, you know, non-player targets in the game, such as the Ike or the Safe, you can get the damage amplifier on the bot, right? And that's going to give you just a massive advantage, and she can practically 1v1 that bot for 100% defense.
Yeah, letting it take that extra damage is so crucial, especially on the defensive side, and that's what makes her so good.
Yeah, well, we'll see if they use it, right? I think on Split is where we can really expect to see the wall break emerge, not so much Nuts and Bolts, because we've seen it Split, right? You see the Colt coming out, you see some of the B coming out as well. Those guys synergize really well, but we've also seen this crazy troll comp that seems to do pretty well on Split, and I'm almost tempted not to call it a troll comp because it's effective and it's clear why. It's the Gale, the Frank, and the BB. You just
Is that the one with Frank and Gale?
Yeah, it's just
Yep.
I don't know, jump them in. Imagine how insane it would have been with original Gale with his very long jump pad. I mean, you'd be able to stay at spawn, always jump in. It'd be absolutely insane. I mean, thankfully we're not having to deal with that anymore. But even still, without that, is so powerful.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if teams bring it out. We've seen it in last month's monthly final for Southeast, South Asia, Australia, New Zealand. And that was like the first time that I had seen it. I was like, whoa, what? And then it worked. And I think it's just kind of, it's crazy. You know when something works when it's adapted worldwide. Like when you see multiple regions doing it, you know it works.
Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is, like, you know, between regions, it takes so long for certain strategies to carry over. And you know, as, you know, my friend F. Dot has said a bunch of times, like, it's all about the dojo, right? Where are you playing? You're going to be playing with people in the same regions as you, and sometimes you get little isolated pockets of a certain meta that emerge just purely out of isolation. And, you know, I think it's pretty clear because, you know, like I mean, if we talk about like mainland China, for instance, the game came out in China, and you know, Chinese players, they're only allowed to play it with each other in the Chinese game. So like then you see this Crow pick come out at Worlds though from the Chinese team, and you're like, what on earth is going on? Like Crow at that time was not good at all, like not even remotely good. And you know, it just goes to show it's all about the dojo. You know, speaking of Crow, once again, as evidence of that, right? Aqua, or rather IX Gaming, they're banning Crow here, but EMEA, they never ban Crow. It's just kind of an agreement, like, you know, okay, yeah, you don't ban Crow, we don't ban Crow, it's a good deal, but not in NA. Crow's gonna get banned out, and in EMEA, it's played almost every single game, but it doesn't get banned ever.
Yeah, and it's really interesting to see that some brawlers that you don't typically play, like I feel like in scrimmages, teams will bring out brawlers that aren't as popular because they want to see how they work and say, can we make something with a weird comp that will actually counter the meta or do well against the meta, and what does that look like? And that's why a lot of these teams will play so many scrimmages, is just try to figure that out. They'll just get rid of the most popular brawlers. Like, yeah, we know Crow's good now, so we don't need to play him. We don't need to practice him. We know he's really good. But the thing is, what works when Crow is banned? That's what these teams try to figure out, is they just take out the most popular brawlers and really focus on what counters the meta without these brawlers, so that when we play that situation, we know exactly how to prepare ourselves. Instead of playing and just hoping that the brawler doesn't get banned. Like, oh, if we don't ban Crow, maybe they won't ban Crow and we can just play him. And that's not what these teams think. They think about, without any of the top brawlers available, what are the best ones in the game and how can we utilize that to win?
Yeah, and I mean, I think that's a really great way of putting it. Just because, you know, brawlers, bans of brawlers introduce this really great dynamic into the game, where, you know, no match is going to be exactly the same. Some maps tend to always be the same unless you have like one little ban thrown in there, something that's very specific. Like, for instance, we're going to see it Shooting Star on set number 5. Yeah, exactly, right? It's just the same thing over and over again. But then, oh, someone bans Bow, and now it's a completely different game, right? You don't have the Super Totem, or, you know, Shooting Stars, or rather, Kaboom Canyon, which we saw today from IX Academy. They banned the Colette with Kaboom Canyon coming up in set number 3. Like, what are you thinking? But at the same time, like, okay, well, you don't want to play Kaboom Canyon with the Colette in play. We even saw IX Gaming come out without using Colette at all in Kaboom Canyon, and they managed to handle it very, very well. So it's always good to, you know, practice those situations and then take your enemy by surprise and have them play on your end of the playing field.
Yeah, that's a good point as well. Like, looking at the specific maps, like you're saying, with Colette being banned on Kaboom Canyon, like maybe for the other maps that doesn't fully make sense, even though Colette is pretty solid in the meta right now overall. You definitely don't want to play against Colette on that map, so you just take that out of the equation and say, let's just adjust. Let's just take Colette out of the equation and adjust, because map 3 is typically a pivotal point. So you look at that map and you say, if we're down 0-2, what do we not want to play against to make sure we're in the most comfortable situation. You just have to look at the different scenarios for that and see what works best for your team comp and how you can kind of adapt on the fly and make sure that you're not setting yourself up for failure. Because if you do happen to go down 0-2 and you're looking at that third map and you didn't prepare yourself for that and now you're going against an OP comp, sure, you can run the same comp, but is it going to be worth it?
Yeah, I mean, loads of questions, right? And it's having the answers to those questions is what helps you go pro. And
Yep.
well, I'm not pro, so
That's why we're over here and not on the.
Yes, we're not
playing.
Yeah, exactly. We're not on the playing field, but I mean, hey, we make it to the big screen for different reasons, right? Everyone has their strengths.
There's a difference between game knowledge and mechanical skill.
Yes, exactly. Like my thumbs are inferior to the people who are actually out there playing Brawl Ball or whatnot.
Yeah, I can't hit a trick shot to save my life. If I hit one, it's all luck. It'd be like, I meant to pass that, but yes, let's say I trick shot of that instead.
I mean, it's all muscle memory. Sometimes you just gotta get some good ricochets, right? That's what it's all about. But yeah, like muscle memory, always about the angle or whatnot. But I mean, for every trick shot that you see hit, there's like 12 that weren't hit. That's why you rarely see people do it in competitive unless they're super desperate.
Yeah. Oh, did you see that trick shot on Twitter? Yeah, that was sick. It took like 50 tries, but yeah, it was sick.
Yeah, it's like dude perfect, right, in Brawl Stars, where they do like a bajillion takes, but they only show the good one. Yeah.
Yep.
Well, I mean, we'll see. We'll see if we see any trick shots coming out here. I think we could, because Max is in play here, and she does typically get those passes forward. She passes to herself or dribbles or whatever you want to call it. I like the turn dribble, where she's able to use that gadget to go forward and pass that ball to herself, and especially use that to her advantage in getting that one in the goal, or maybe, I don't know, dribbling to the backside, getting it around an enemy for something showy. I think IX Gaming and Aqua, they have a rigorous match coming up, so I wouldn't be taking too many risks. Not much showmanship. I don't expect to come out from either team, though. If anyone, I think it'll be IX, just given that they have general expertise on Brawl Ball.
Yeah, and before we're hoping to get into the matches soon. IX will have a 1-0 lead. It seems like Aqua's having some technical difficulties or just not able to start the match on time. And it looks like they are not going to be able to play. So we're going to be jumping right to the grand finals with IX versus Tribe. So get some popcorn, because no semifinals action. We're going to the finals. So we'll be right back with some more BrawlMSTRS action.
Welcome back, everyone, to Brawl Masters. Hope you had an excellent break. I most certainly did, and I know Full Frontage did as well. I don't know. I mean, Full Frontage, what do you think? We got an excellent match coming up. Tribe Gaming versus IX Gaming, the ultimate rematch from just a couple matches ago.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this is just like the history of NA right now. Like in one match, like Tribe versus IX, this is just what people expect. And we are in for one heck of a show for this grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, I think so too. This is pretty much like the quintessential match here in NA. It's like a tale as old as time. Tribe Gaming versus IX Gaming. I think we'll get to look at our bans as well. The draft is underway. We'll see. Actually, our stats first, though. Bell, of course, getting banned out most of the time by Tribe Gaming. IX Gaming with most of the time the Crow ban, usually getting rid of that Siege, and Tribe usually getting rid of the Gem Grab. So something to expect as we get into our next games.
Yeah, and very close percentage in terms of their most banned brawlers. Bell at 73% for Tribe, and then Crow at that 75% for IX. I definitely wouldn't be surprised if we see Bell being banned from Tribe here. It seems like the go-to for them. And then their most banned mode is Gem Grab, and they have a little bit of a flex in terms of most pick mode at 28% for Siege and Brawl Ball. But we probably won't be seeing Siege because that's IX most banned game mode. But we will most likely 100% see Brawl Ball because they both like to pick Brawl Ball.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, IX Gaming, right, they've done a really good job in Brawl Ball. Tribe, they've looked a little bit shaky in Brawl Ball. I mean, the 28% pick rate in Brawl Ball, right? I don't know. I think we've also seen it from their gameplay in Brawl Ball that, compared to, for instance, like IX Academy, right, they are getting shown up just a little bit on Backyard Bowl. Keep in mind, this is not the only Brawl Ball map that we've seen in the qualifiers so far, so it's something to keep in mind, right? Not every Brawl Ball map is the same, not every Siege map is the same, the meta varies just a little bit, but we'll see. First map is going to be split here in Hot Zone. Hard Rock Mine coming up second, Nuts and Bolts for the third set, and then to break any ties, Kaboom Canyon and Backyard Bowl. We also have our bans coming in.
Yeah, so we won't be seeing any bounty throughout this, even if it goes the distance. And split coming up on Hot Zone, and then talking about the bans, Bell ban, Crow ban, no surprise there. Those are the two most banned brawlers from each of the teams, and then a Mortis ban, interestingly enough, and then a Stu ban coming out. So looks like IX, they were sticking with that same ban sequence as before, with the Stu and the Crow. So nothing really changed for them. And then Tribe bringing out their trusty ban in Bell. The Mortis is interesting to me. It feels like it's a target on Nuts and Bolts and potentially Backyard Bowl. But I've also seen Mortis work very well in Hard Rock Mine. Especially with a player like Bobby or something. Like he just busts out Mortis wherever, like Siege Mortis, whatever you can get. So very interesting ban there from Tribe.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is great coming out from Tribe. It's kind of targeted at second best, right? Don't want to have to deal with the Mort here on Siege. It's just so frustrating to deal with because what do you do to counter it, right? Yeah. What you do have to do to counter it, it's not going to be really effective against anything else. So it's probably a good idea to ban out the Mort if you have a little bit of wiggle room. But something that Tribe has opened themselves up to is IX Gaming and their very tanky comps. They've also left Max in the mix, and of course, guess what? For the first time today in NA, we have the Gene Max available. IX Gaming, no question, they love their Gene Max comp. Tribe Gaming, we haven't seen it as much from them, so we'll see how it turns out. Usually they do ban out the Gene. This time banning out the Mort rather than Gene, I'd say it's a little bit interesting to say the least. We'll see how it turns out.
Yeah, and you mentioned a good point earlier. You're talking about a Mortis on Siege, and they don't want to deal with second, and having him on the Mortis for Siege. And we were talking about this before we went to the break. Before was teams always look at that third map because that's the pivotal point in the game. Are you going to be 1-1? Are you going to be up 2-0? Are you going to be down 0-2? And then you want to look at that and say, what's the strongest brawler that we don't want to deal with to put us in the most comfortable situation? And based on that, what you were saying with not wanting to deal with second on Mortis for Siege, that's exactly what Tribe was thinking. They were saying, we don't want Mortis on Siege at all. We don't feel comfortable going against Mortis on Siege, so we want to just take that out of the equation, because that's the turning point of the match. That map 3 is the turning point.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw Tribe Gaming, right? They were trying to pull out the Mortis themselves, and it just, wasn't really working too well. So it's definitely a good decision to get rid of the Mort, because, it's like, it's just, Mortis everywhere, and you got to play him, and it's just not working out. So, Tribe Gaming, right, they're able to play Gene pretty effectively here. They're able to use that Gene Max synergy pretty well. IX Gaming, though, they just have such a strong Mort, of course, second best, that it's worth playing the Gene rather than having to play against Mort and playing Mort yourself, given that it's a brawler that's not very common in competitive, and it's just kind of one that has just sort of come to light recently and is good in really specific scenarios. We'll see how it turns out. No more, but we're going to see the Gene and Max every single time, so I'm expecting some actually faster games. Backyard Bowl is going to be the final set for whatever reason. I think that is a little bit interesting because it was IX Gaming's most favored mode, though they're going to be picking Hard Rock Mine here, which is interesting, right? Tribe Gaming, this is their least picked mode, so IX Gaming looking to get the ball rolling with Hard Rock Mine. The Tribe Gaming are looking to show up their opponent and get a nice little surprise going, get that momentum rolling with Split, which is a pretty chaotic map.
Yeah, and like you said, Gene's available. Do you think we'll be seeing Gene come out for Split, or do you think it'll be like the more traditional comps, or are we going to see that Gale Frank comp?
Yeah, I mean, like, Gene on Split, I wouldn't really say so much. Definitely on Hard Rock Mine, nuts and bolts, not Kaboom. Probably Backyard Bowl as well. Split, we see a lot more Colonel Ruffs, and we see the Rico coming out as well. Gene is definitely a possibility, but typically, if you're looking for a brawler that like fulfills the role of getting rid of a pesky thrower, it's going to be Surge here on Split, because he works well against tanks like Carl, right? He's able to get that invincibility and jump up and get the knockback and upgrade himself. And yep, we do see that Surge coming out, but is there a tank to counter from IX? No tanks, in fact. This is a very strange comp that we see coming out from IX this time. They're running the Poco, second on the Gale, and Crying Man looking for the control with Colonel Ruffs on the left lane. Tyrant with the teleport forward to snag that control in the left lane. Chepo in second, though, hunting down Zulon and getting a crucial kill. Tribe Gaming, they have a powered-up Corey on the left side, but Chepo's going to be looking for that kill. 2 power-ups already on Corey and Tyrant. Good start for Tribe, but IX will be taking the lead as far as percentage.
Yeah, Tyrant finally able to get his super there and level up on the Surge. And he didn't have that for a while. Like he did pick up that first kill onto Crying Man, but was not really able to find any other shots, but was able to get the connection. He uses the final teleport going in, so Tyrant has no more teleports. He's all out.
Yep, and this is a huge disadvantage as well. Surge relies so much on that teleport for his pressure and his control. It's going to be tough as well for Surge to be able to push into the sandbags that Colonel Ruffs is able to provide. Here we see Crying Man throwing down the sandbags, Zulon throwing down the sandbags just as well. Crying Man getting 2v1'd over here. No contest, practically. IX, though, still with the lead. Tribe, they're trying to keep control of the left lane, most importantly, but Zulon still over here on the left lane, posing an issue for anyone who dares approach over this corner. But the thing is, no one's going to be going over the corner. They're going to be jumping over. Sekib, though, taking a bit of a different approach, shoving his enemies off of that left hot zone. IX Gaming, of course, they still have the entire capture on the right hot zone, so they just need to get the left. Corey and Tyrant being shoved off. Tyrant's at risk of going down. Crying Man looking for the kill. Tyrant just won't go down. IX Gaming is 7% away, and Tribe Gaming is rapidly approaching their 93% mark.
Yes, second. Oh my gosh, 1 HP on the zone. Was able to pick up 3%. That is huge. Chepo going to be going in now. Crying Man trying to push forward. They're able to get the kill onto Chepo. 2% is second. Going to be able to get the percentage he needs. He gets a pushback, and Tyrant comes around the corner. 1% remaining. Can they keep IX off the zone? It doesn't look like it. Wow, Tribe almost came back from that, but they fall by 5% in game 1. So close.
We've seen some super close hot zone games. I mean, all across Brawl Masters, sometimes it just comes down to like 1%, and both people are standing on opposite hot zones, and you're like, okay, who's it gonna be, right? It seems it's very, very frustrating. This is great though for IX. I mean, Tribe, they picked hot zone as the first set to hopefully surprise them, but IX having none of that. They come out with a very strange comp, and it works so well. I mean, the wall break from Colonel Ruffs is a great way to open up the map and not sacrifice, control or the ability to play a different brawler. I mean, Colt, okay, he can perform here. He does have some trouble hitting some of those faster targets. Colonel Ruffs, right, has the sandbags for the surge counter. He has the wall break to break things open and enable his teammates to get good control. And he also, of course, is able to teleport in, or rather, Colonel Ruffs, sorry, my bad, lost my train of thought. But, I mean, I think a super interesting gameplay that we got coming out here. IX Gaming, though, looking good so far.
Yeah, and like you said, the split push that they had was, I think, what sealed the deal for them. Is IX was able to get mid control of during the mid game. They started off with Colonel Ruffs on the left, and then they pushed with the Poco and Gale to the right. So as soon as Colonel Ruffs was able to get his super and break open those walls, we just had Gale and Poco on the right hand side, and they were able to shoot across with that extra long range and get that little bit of chip damage. And then eventually, once they took that right hand zone, they were able to just solely focus on the left hand zone. But Crying on the Colonel Ruffs is doing a really good job of keeping Tribe kind of off that left hand zone for a bit. And by the time IX was done with their first zone, Tribe was still pushing both zones at the same time.
Yeah, and we'll see what kind of approach they use this time. Actually, Tribe using the exact same comp. Using a similar comp. They're running the tick this time instead of the Gale with the jump pad. It just seems like it wasn't providing enough pressure, and I gotta agree, right? Second, of course, great player, and putting him on the Gale, right, when Gale wasn't really able to perform, a bit of a disadvantage. We'll see how it works out for IX this time. So far, though, Tribe is getting this early game advantage.
Yeah, Tribe making sure that they don't make the same mistake that they did last time. They want to make sure that they're getting that control early on so that they don't fall behind in percentage. Because that last game was so close. All it took was just a few different plays, different communication things that could be fixed, and it looks like Tribe is trying to capitalize on that in the second game, but IX is just not letting it happen.
Yep, IX Gaming actually keeping control here. Tribe with the teleport forward. We see Tyrant getting shut down by Crying Man. Corey getting aggressive with the last hurrah, but is soon taken down by Second. Second now trying to get the control around this obstacle versus Zulon. Here comes the power-up for Corey. Corey now gonna zone out IX Gaming, but it's not gonna last long. Crying Man is close to going down. Tyrant with the teleport forward. He's such low, low on health. Corey just trying to stay alive. The Second also getting in here. It's absolute pandemonium on the left point, but IX Gaming, they just don't stop pushing in. Abilities flying left, right, and center. Tribe Gaming gonna actually hold their own on this left lane. IX Gaming looking to just defend the right and force Tribe Gaming out of the right side of the map.
Yeah, this is looking like it's going to be the game here. Crying doing a fantastic job. There's the team wipe, and that's going to be the game for IX. I got to say, on that left-hand side, Zulon had it and Chepo had it. The ricocheted shots from Colonel Ruffs to get important takedowns was so crucial there, and it just ended up leaning much more in favor of IX because that was the zone that they needed to push through. They already had that right-hand zone. The left-hand zone was what they were going for, and Chepo was able to hit some beautiful ricocheted shots off the wall with Ruffs to make sure that Tribe was not on the zone, and they were able to get an extra like 10% just based on those shots alone from Chepo.
Yeah, I mean, to sum it up, long story short, big mistake by Tribe Gaming to select Hot Zone as map number 1. I mean, this was a sweep by IX Gaming. Even though it came quite close in game number 1, game number 2, I think, is better evidence that IX Gaming, they had this one in the bag. Tribe Gaming, they're not going to be able to surprise IX with the Hot Zone pick here. So I think very well played by IX. We'll see how they fare in Gym Grab, though. Tribe, they do seem to be avoiding Gym Grab a little bit, of course, as evidenced by their stats that we got the privilege of seeing before the game, mostly banning out Gym Grab, because it is, it's the first game mode that you get introduced to once you start playing Brawl Stars. But what you don't realize is once you start playing competitive Brawl Stars, you begin to learn that, wow, I don't understand how this works at all. It's not just about grabbing the gems and staying alive, right? There's so much more to it. There's the RNG of where the gem's gonna spawn. It's leaving the gems at mid in order to go for control rather than just picking up the gems, right? Not playing the objective in order to better play the objective. It seems so counterintuitive, but it's this sort of mental gymnastics that actually do end up taking you to the top and helping you win gem grab. We'll see how our players handle it.
Yeah, you wouldn't think at like where gem grab is the first mode that's introduced, you wouldn't think it's as complex, but like you said with the RNG, figuring out when to leave gems, when to push gems. But then there's also things to consider, like if there's a certain amount of gems, like it doesn't spawn any more gems when it takes 7-second intervals to spawn in new gems. So like you need to know those things where if it's a 10-8 and the enemy team starts retreating, then you're going to be able to tie the game because it's a 15-second countdown. Gems spawn in every 2 seconds. You can get those final 2 gems with 1 second to spare. You just need to be in the middle and have control and make sure that you're able to keep the opponents off. Otherwise, you will lose the game. But having those different elements in mind is what's so key about gem grab. And like you said, Tribe has banned gem grab the most. Seems like they've been avoiding it. And with IX up 1-0 in the series, maybe this isn't the situation that Tribe wants to be in. They were hoping for that first set win because maybe they don't feel comfortable with gem grab, and that's why it's their most banned mode. But only time will tell, and we'll see how Tribe is going to come out, and are they going to be able to get over the hump there and tie it up 1-1, or are they going to be going down 0-2 into Siege?
Yep, well, we're going to be getting into our first game of set number 2. Here we go. Corey on the roughs this time as Zulon on the Gene. Tribe, of course, giving themselves, I guess, the privilege of not banning Gene this time. Zulon's going to be playing that Gene Tyrant on the max. It is a Gene in max world in IX. They're an 8-bit comp in a Gene max world. They have the Sprout coming out as well. Second, of course, looking for the control. He's not able to hit any targets so far. Of course, Tyrant is so fast, and he's using that Serpentine maneuver to gain a little bit of ground wherever he needs it. IX Gaming looking to be pretty good as they do have the gym advantage, but not for long. Here comes the first power-up onto Zulon from Corey, and Corey trying to push up on the left side, but he does lose this lane versus second and Chepo. IX Gaming actually gaining ground here versus a comp that supposedly, at least on paper, would be completely dominating. Tribe Gaming, they're forced it back in the right corner here, and Cryman's looking to get behind and get some flanks for control.
That was an absolutely fantastic wall from second. Oh, beautiful pull from Zulon there. But what second did was he walled up, and then Cryman pushed up on the right-hand side with the Rico and just started getting those ricocheted shots in off the wall. And they spawn trapped Tribe for a few seconds, and they were able to get an extra 3 gems off the mid there. So Chepo looking pretty rich with those gems right now, but so is Zulon. Very close matches. We're 6-5 right now.
Yeah, I think Chepo has a little bit of room to push up on this gem, but here comes Zulon, of course. Wow, actually great bait on the pull as Chepo baits out the pull from Zulon. Tyrant now able to defend here, but he's on such low health. Chepo, he's ready to grab the 6th gem finally, and the 7th. Wait, he's leaving it. I guess he really wanted the plugged in star power. He was low on juice and needed to get plugged in ASAP. Chepo now able to retreat here with the 8 gems, and IX keeping control of mid, though the gem counts are equal. Corey might be grabbing this next gem. He's actually going to allow Tyrant or Zulon to get this one. Zulon actually trying to bait out some attacks from IX. He's on such low health. Chepo is actually looking to pick up 2 gems as they spawn here at mid. The 9th gem is ready. Zulon's going to be ready for wherever this next gem spawns. Here comes Chepo though. No, Zulon's on too low of health. Cryman was doing a great job of keeping Zulon off of Chepo. Great wall there from second to get even more control for IX, and the countdown goes to IX.
Yeah, and like we were saying, what we noticed there was Tribe had the countdown ready, but IX did not push forward because it was that 10-8. IX knew they had plenty of time to just sit, take that mid control, and tie things up at 10-10, and that's exactly what Chepo had did. None of IX pushed up. They were like, they have the 10 gems, let's just push forward, get mid control. We have enough time to get those 2 gems and tie it up 10-10, and that was the difference heading into that, I guess, overtime when it's tied up 10-10, and being able to just force Tribe back. So that was just textbook play on gem grab from IX.
I agree there. I agree. I mean, it's just absolutely beautiful gameplay there from IX, and, you know, Tribe Gaming, they really cannot let themselves be susceptible to these attacks, but, you know, given that they're staying away from Gym Grab, I think it's safe to say that they've also withheld themselves from, you know, kind of experiencing the competitive sphere here in Gym Grab, at least in Brawl Masters, right? Brawl Masters is kind of like a little vacuum right here, where you have this draft mode that's unique to Brawl Masters, but still, I think it's good evidence of, you know, why Tribe are banning out Gym Grab when they can. Set number 2 for Gym Grab, it's looking pretty good for IX, and IX, they are just rolling out with this momentum. Tribe, they have the chance to stop it with perhaps just the right choice of comp. They have a very good Sprout of their own. They just chose not to run it. Corey, of course, cracked out Sprout. We'll have to see if he arrives to make an impact in game number 2, but so far, Second has just been completely rocking the Sprout here on the battlefield. It's looking very good for IX Gaming. Tribe, they got to make a change now, otherwise they do run the risk of getting steamrolled here.
Yeah, and here we go. Tribe busting out the same comp that IX ran in game 1, and IX switching it up a little bit this time. We're going to have Max coming out instead of that Sprout.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Corey is picking up the Sprout this time, and Tyrant as well over here, trying to get that pinch with Crying Man. Tyrant is having to back up. Crying Man is such an aggressive position, does eventually get taken down. IX, though, ready to throw down this turret to get the control with 8-Bit. It's going to be the beginning of this sort of bunker that IX is looking to construct. Zulon on the Rico. Of course, is such a powerful combination there, and he's showing why getting so much damage on Crying Man with a super odd angle almost does get the kill, but does fulfill his role of getting control. Almost takes down Chepo as well. Zulon just going crazy. He's a machine, and IX Gaming being forced all the way back as Tribe picks up the 7th gem.
Yeah, Tribe has complete mid control right now, and this is, I mean, this is the comp that IX ran in game 1, and Tribe is just making it work right now. Corey, like you said, absolutely cracked on the Sprout, and he's doing exactly what he needs to do, keeping everybody on IX back. Zulon getting those ricocheted shots in there, and there it is. The countdown has begun. Tyrant falling back, and even though both members of Tribe follow Corey and Zulon, Tyrant's the only one that matters right now because he has the 10 gems.
Yep, Tyrant just trying to stay alive. Crying Man looking for the kill, but it's not going to happen. Or is it? No, it came so close. Just one more hit on Tyrant would have been enough to take him down. Tribe Gaming actually tying this up in set number 2, where we expected, you know, just complete domination from IX, though I think switching Zulon onto the Rico was the total move there. Corey as well on the Sprout. I mean, we have our players on their mains. This is where we expect to do the best, even if it's the mode where we're not as confident as others. So great from Tribe Gaming. I think this is going to make it a little bit easier for IX, though, to predict what Tribe is going to be bringing out here. It's not necessarily going to be something traditional that we see on Hard Rock Mine. It's going to be what Tribe is comfortable with. Tribe, they're absolutely falling back on the comfort picks for this one, and IX Gaming, right, they're going to be able to take advantage of that unless Tribe is pretty careful in our next game.
Yeah, I mean, in the winner bracket finals, it was IX versus Tribe, and Tribe narrowly took the victory in a 3-2. But right now, IX is really putting the pressure on Tribe, and Tribe looked very comfortable in that second game there. It was a complete turnaround from the first 3 games that they had, including the 2 from Hot Zone earlier. It just looked like they were out of place. They didn't really know how to get that like control back. They were struggling a little bit, but that last game, Tribe, that's the Tribe we're used to seeing. They're in that groove right now. They're really making it work, and I'm excited for this game 3 because it's going to be one heck of a match, and I wouldn't be surprised if we actually see mirror comps here. Like, IX made it work in game 1. Tribe brought it out in game 2, absolutely dominated with it. I think we see a mirror comp here for game 3.
Yeah, I would say it's entirely possible. We could see Second on the Sprout, Corey on the Sprout, then we could see, you know, Crying Man on the Rico, and then Zulon on the Rico, and then I suppose Tyrant and Chepo both on the 8-Bit or something like that. That's my best bet for if we have a mirror match, because these are all, you know, brawlers that these players are familiar with and good at. So we will see. It would be the same comp that Tribe ran last time, and it would be IX having to mirror that strategy We'll see once we get into the next game, but you can tell these players are thinking of what sort of comp they're going to bring out this time. They're taking their time, but as I say, can't blame them. Here we're going to be getting into our next game, and we do see the comp coming out from Tribe Gaming. IX Gaming, though, bringing out something completely different. Second on the Piper. Chepo on the Ruffs, and Cryman on the Surge. Cryman's going to be looking for this kill on... No, actually, never mind. He's not going to be able to get it. He did get pinched pretty hard, but the whole purpose of Surge is going to be to take down Zulon. And, of course, Chepo here on the Colonel Ruffs is going to be looking to power up Second, trying to give a bit of a harder time to Tyrant, but Second is going to have some trouble with Corey if he gets that super up pretty soon. We'll see what Second's bringing to the table here.
Yeah, on the right-hand side, there's just a little skirmish there between Zulon and Crying, and it was Zulon coming out on top with 200 HP, and Tyrant able to pick up the kill onto Second, and it's a team wipe for Tribe. They're looking so good right now. Corey pressuring the left-hand side, Zulon pressuring the right-hand side, and Tyrant was just able to destroy Second any time that he got close, and this is going to be a countdown starting up for Tribe already.
He's dodging this out. He's doing as much as he can to take out Corey. Does get the kill on Corey. Tyrant in a precarious situation, but he's all the way backed up with this turret defending him. Amazing defense there from Tribe Gaming as they're able to bring back the momentum onto their side, taking a set number 2. IX, of course, with that one game just at the beginning of the set, it looked like they were going to be steamrolling through these sets, but no, it's not happening. A great job by Tribe, and we're going to be heading into Siege. This is not really what we expected from Tribe. I mean, we expected them to have a little bit of a harder time on Gym Grab. Also, Hot Zone was their set pick as well, so it seems like the old switcheroo so far in these sets. Set 3 going to be on Nuts and Bolts, and we might finally see the Bell in play.
Yeah. Was Bell banned? I think.
Or rather, Bell was banned in the last game. Yeah, Bell is banned on this side.
Yeah.
The Mortis ban might finally be coming into play.
Yeah. And interesting to note, so we just played Gem Grab, which was Tribe's most banned game mode. And now we're on Siege, which is IX Gaming's most banned mode. So we'll have to see how this is going to play out. If IX is going to be able to say, hey, we're not that fond of Siege, but we got to play it now. We'll just make whatever we can work. For Nuts and Bolts, I wouldn't be surprised if we see Barley. I feel like Barley's pretty good on Nuts and Bolts. He has that really dominant mid control. The extra Noxious helps quite a bit on this map, especially with dealing with the Siege bot. So definitely wouldn't be surprised if we see a Barley coming out from both teams, if not definitely one of the teams.
Yeah. And of course, with Barley, you're also running the risk of having to face up against Gene. I think Gene Max is going to be a strong one on this. We could see the Gene Max and the Barley coming out. Perhaps a tank or two is entirely possible if we really expect the Gene. If we're expecting the Gene every single game, then perhaps even a Daryl. We've seen that a little bit. It's a really off-meta pick, but he's so good for being able to recover from getting pulled all the way into the enemy Ike range. So it's always fun to see, and it's fun to see it work so well. Just every single pull that happens on Daryl, he's able to roll out. It's beautiful. We'll see, though. Tribe Gaming bringing out the Carl, of course. Second rushing up, but it's just no contest for Zulon's flying hook. Corey already setting up at mid, looking to get the control with those speed bombs, and Tyrant, of course, with the Barley with the double thrower comp, but it's not going to work. Great knockback there to knock Barley into Crying Man, and that is going to be the first siege bot going to Tribe, but it was a good offense from IX Gaming towards the end of that push.
Yeah, they were able to come away with 3 bolts in that first round, and I mean, hey, we both called it. Barley, Daryl, we were both on point with the pick calls.
Yep, this bot coming in is going to be destroyed, but not before it can get 2% on that safe. Tyrant now looking for the control once again. Of course, one bot means free mid control for your team. We'll see what IX does to push in this time. They don't have much time. We already see Chepo fall. Cryman trying to make the assault. Zulon takes him out. And second now desperately hanging on to that one gem. It's going to be enough to equalize the gem, or rather the bolt count, but not for long. Our second siege is going to be going to Tribe Gaming, though IX is looking to pick up the scraps after this second siege, and they'll be setting themselves up for the final siege. Question is, how well will they be able to defend this bot? Will they be able to get enough damage on the final siege? Will they be able to get the final siege? Second is completely leaving this bot alone. He would rather go for Tyrant and Corey. Chepo doing much of the same, trying to go for Corey and Tyrant, but he's not going to be able to get the kill. Cryman, though, finishing off that bot, and IX Gaming is going to be heading back up to mid.
Yeah, Corey had just barely missed a super on the right-hand side onto second, and then throws a super here to actually prevent anybody from getting that mid bolt. And second just trying to push up the right-hand side. Crying going to be going in onto Zulon instead of Corey, and Zulon able to pick up the kill from the grave. And this bolt, this siege is going to be going over to IX, and second has already gotten more damage onto Tribe's Ike alone than 2 of Tribe's siege bots.
This is incredible. I guess it just goes to show the strength of Barley plus Daryl, and of course BB. We didn't see Daryl actually being used for the Gene counter because obviously no Gene coming out from Tribe Gaming, but it was so good for getting the defense. Cryman, we see him on that Daryl here on Nuts and Bolts from time to time, and it always works so well, especially for getting the defense on the bot. Just leave him alone with the bot and he'll do his thing, get those gadgets, 100% of the damage going into the bot. It's absolutely beautiful to watch, and it works so well. IX leading by 1 game in Siege. Tribe trailing. Looks like we just need a comp change to sort things out. I think IX did pretty much out-comp Tribe on this one because they were so tanky that they were able to get really good defenses, and they were able to get bolts when they didn't really have control over mid.
Yeah, that BB and Daryl made the difference, and that was honestly such a smart play from IX there, bringing that BB out and just having her use her super exclusively to get damage onto the Ike turret. Because anytime BB had a super, it was just up mid. It was right up mid, goes all the way to the wall, bounces back, gets that little bit of damage. And like we said, the 2 siege bots that Tribe did get, they got 14%. The supers that BB was able to get throughout that game, just launching them onto the turret, not even trying to target any brawlers, 15%. So BB was able to make up that difference in damage onto the Ike turret before that final siege bot was even decided. And if it did go to Tribe, then they knew that that game was probably over. But IX really just capitalizing, getting 3 bolts every round. They got 3 bolts in the first round. They got 3 bolts in the second round. And all they needed to do was just get those bolts. And they knew they had the game because BB had already done enough damage.
Yeah, and we'll see what IX brings out this time. They have the double throwers and Cryman on that Lou, but Tribe with a nice prediction, bringing out Zulon on the Gene. Actually, great call from IX, already trying to put Zulon out of commission as soon as they possibly can, just because they know he's the greatest counter. Chepo with a great kill, and he's going to finish off. Zulon is going to get this level 3 siege bot for IX Gaming to start things off. Great start for IX with the Lu and the double throwers. They tried to blow out the double throwers last time, but they did get countered quite hard. So we'll see what kind of damage IX is able to do on this safe. We do see Cryman launching some freezing shots onto that safe, and just so much damage. Second, throwing down the hedge as well. Corey having to lay low back here. Does throw down the super for a little bit of control. Tyrant going to help Zulon get in here and get a pull, but he's on 920 health. He's not going to find a target either. What a disaster there from Tribe. IX is going to keep control of mid.
IX has done such a phenomenal job keeping control of mid, and what really set the tempo for them was they had both Chepo and Second on the Barley and Sprout just completely shutting down Zulon before he could even get to the mid. They just hard focused Zulon, it kept him back. He wasn't able to get any shots to be able to get that super built up. And look at that, the bot is just tanking on the left while the IX pushes on the right, and they are going to go up 2-1 in the finals.
I think this was a great idea, just amazing selection of the comps there by IX Gaming. First, they come out with a bit of a prediction that Tribe is going to try and run this thrower-based comp, and now they come out saying, okay, so right, so you've picked Gene, and we're playing the double throwers. So what are we going to do? We are just going to completely focus on Gene. That's what we're going to do off the beginning of the match, and it worked so well to put Zulon out of commission and get rid of that super tough counter. And not only that, but they had Barley just all over that Ike, dealing so much damage. It only took them 2 Sages to get rid of it. So we'll see what they bring out in Heist, but man, what a domination here in Siege. They didn't even let Tribe, get a fraction of damage on their safe. Even in game number 1, I mean, Second dealt more damage with that bubble than Tribe was able to deal with 2 Sieges.
Yeah, that was just great play from IX. Like knowing to counter the Gene like that, and being able to just say, we're just gonna hard focus Gene right now with the Barley, with the Sprout, and Tribe just couldn't adjust to it. Like the sole damage that they had was just taking Gene out of the equation. And they just had mid control. And then after that first siege bot goes in, second, putting up a fantastic wall from keeping Tribe from pushing up that left-hand side, because Corey was over there, Zulon was over there, and then Zulon and Tyrant had to shift over to the right-hand side because the left-hand side was walled off, and that gave IX mid control to get that second siege bot and just shut the game down.
Yeah, I mean, I think this raises an interesting point about, like, countering your enemy is more than just knowing how your enemy plays and knowing what brawl your enemy is going to pick. There's such thing as counterplay, right? And it's more than just switching up the lanes. You could just say, hey, help me focus down this counter, right? And that is your counterplay to the enemy, right? Picking the brawler that counters your brawlers, right? So it does get a little bit convoluted, but you can, use just pretty standard strategy to counter an enemy. I don't think many people think about that in a meta perspective. It's not all about the comps, right? And it's not all about the mechanics. There's more beneath the hood than just the players and their tendencies on play styles. Are they aggressive? Are they passive? You can just say, hey, help me focus this guy down, and that's all it takes. 2 is often better than 1. And 2 throwers beats out Gene being the counter, trying to pull him all the way back into the Ike range. So well played there by IX. We'll have to see what they bring in Kaboom Canyon, given that the Crow Ban is in play, and we do have as well Colette in play. We didn't see Colette earlier for Kaboom Canyon, and that was an interesting one, but I think IX, they will be bringing some interesting things to the table with perhaps a Piper and a Ruffs this time. We'll have to see what exactly they are anticipating for these.
Yeah, we've seen for this map specifically, kind of like meta, Amber, Colette, even seen some Jesse on here, some 8-bit, some Brock or Colt for wall breakers. Haven't seen too much Mr. P. I feel like he's still okay on this map, but he was rampant when he was in meta, as he was in pretty much every heist map. But he's still like somewhat effective on here, so we'll see what's gonna come out here. But we have B, Colette, and Byron coming out, and then all long range brawlers coming out for IX.
Yeah, so just from like I guess a strategy standpoint, IX is trying to counter the Colette pick from Tribe. Tribe, they are a little bit predictable when it comes to Kaboom Canyon. They're always going to run the Colette and Byron. IX, they knew this was coming, and they know that, well, the main counter to Colette is, guess what? Anything that outranges her. And she does have fairly long range, but there are enough brawlers that outrange her to give you an okay selection as to what you're gonna play. Chepo over here on the B, second on the Piper, and of course Cryman on the Nanny are gonna look to get this control, but they're not getting mid control just yet. Wow, just a colossal wall break from second to open up mid, but they're not gonna get that wall break on the wall that Tyrant is hiding behind. Looks like Tribe will be getting this control early into the game. IX really trying to fight their way out of this one, but they're fighting against an unknown enemy, one that is hiding in bushes. They gotta get rid of Tyrant before he's healed up too much by Corey, otherwise they do run the risk of just being captured for the entire game.
Yeah, and I mean, the shots that Corey just got onto the safe could be the game. Tyrant's going to be pushing in as well, but that leaves second on the left-hand side to get a good amount of damage onto that safe. But again, Tribe just dishing out a ton. The 13% super coming out from Colette on the left-hand side, and Corey's going to be healing himself back up, trying to get some shots to heal up Tyrant so he can just continue to apply pressure and get the damage. And Tribe doing a fantastic job applying that pressure and not giving IX an opportunity to push forward. Krongman going to use the gadget there to teleport forward, but he's going to get caught out between Corey and Tyrant, not able to capitalize on that, and IX falling behind as we head into the final 30 seconds.
Yep, IX got to be able to push forward. Second gets taken down by Corey. Chepo now looking to get the slow on Corey, but he's not able to get the kill. He's focused down by everyone on Tribe. Some amazing dodges, but it's not going to save him from Corey. IX Gaming, they got to push in here, but they just can't stop. Tyrant and Corey, these bushes have been here since, well, a minute and 30 seconds ago, and they just have not been able to get the enemy out of the bushes. Second with a desperate, aggressive play, but IX Gaming, their heist save, hang on by just a thread, is less than Tribe's. IX Gaming, they are on the verge of this one going to set number 5 in Brawl Ball, where arguably, okay, IX is favored, but this was the final pick as far as the sets go. We'll have to see how it turns out, but Tribe looking pretty good on Kaboom Canyon. IX, they gotta go back to the drawing board, because simply outranging the Colette is not going to stop her from making those constant supers onto your safe.
Yeah, I think the deal breaker in that matchup was, like you said, the bushes were still there, like the entire time in mid, and if Tribe is able to capitalize on that and get that Colette a little bit further forward, and another big thing was the walls were still up on IX's side in that mid, so they couldn't just shoot through and take Colette down. They had to maneuver around the walls, and if she was able to juke correctly, then that Colette is just going to be sitting there waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. And Corey just did a fantastic job on that Byron, making sure that Colette was healed up, making sure that he was trying to alternate between getting those chip shots onto IX and pushing them back, while Tyrant on the Colette was able to push a little bit further forward. So Corey did a fantastic job there, keeping Tyrant alive. And then that split push toward the middle of the game, where Tribe was pushing up with Tyrant and Corey on the right, and then Second just tried to push forward and try to equalize the damage. Tyrant was just getting way too much damage with Colette, getting the shots, getting the super, Corey getting some shots in there as well. And that was the difference right there in the game, was just they were able to push forward and not enough obstacles broken down.
Yep, we'll have to see, though, what sort of approach is IX coming out with this time. Their last one, it didn't work so gracefully. Tribe, though, they're changing things up majorly. It is the triple long-range brawlers, and they already have that rocket fuel coming out. And, wow, actually, Full French, you gotta hand it to you. We got Chepo bringing out the Mr. P this time. Second, though, looking for the mid-fight versus Corey. Corey has that opportunity to push up just a little bit more since that wall is out of the way. IX Gaming, they do have the benefit of having a wall here, but Zulon does get that rocket fuel, the massive radius of rocket fuel, and he's looking to take out Chepo as well. Loads of damage raining in on IX's safe as they're really struggling to push out of their own spawn.
Wow, that was an incredible shot from Zulon. The fact that he was able to hit it around the wall and get second was incredible. Allowed Tribe to get some good damage onto the right-hand side. Corey hitting some nice shots, taking down Chepo, and they get a couple extra shots in onto the safe. That 22% damage lead is going to be crucial heading into the last minute 30.
Yep, just a little bit of time left on the clock, or at least it would seem so for IX, as they just can't seem to advance past mid. It's not a mirror comp. Chepo is so outranged by Zulon and Corey. This deadly combo on the right lane could pretty much one-tap anyone if they fire at the same time. It's a deadly combination. We'll have to see what is IX going to do to counter it. It doesn't look like they can really do much since Chepo is not even getting the opportunity to get his first super out. Once he gets that super out, it'll be a little bit easier for him to face off against Corey. And here comes the first super from Chepo. Do we see IX take it back here? Nope. Perhaps a little bit over-aggressive on the positioning of that super from Chepo, as Incendiary is all it takes to get rid of it, at least by the hands of Zulon. IX still in the same position they were a minute ago, as they just can't seem to push past mid. They're getting out comped here, most notably by Zulon on the Brock. Chepo really trying to get some shots on Zulon, but he just can't seem to touch him. A great pinch there between Tyrant and Zulon, and the damage rains in on IX to save once again. It seems like there's no coming back.
Zulon has just been hitting his shots like crazy. He's able to pressure IX so much with that incendiary, and man, the pressure that Tribe has been able to put on, they get a ton of damage onto the safe. They keep everybody on IX back. A perfect game coming out for Tribe as we send this to the final set of Brawl Ball. Wow.
It's insane. And as far as like a final set could go, I think Brawl Ball is the highest intensity you could possibly get, just because, you know, okay, you go into overtime if the score is tied and it comes down to these clutch shots. And I mean, we also had this discussion of trick shots and when do you use them, when do you not. I mean, I think if anyone's going to pull out the trick shots this time, it's going to be IX, but we'll have to see. It's going to be on Backyard Bowl. And at last, we have like an actually pretty good wall breaker in play. It's going to be Gene. Gene is going to majorly speed up the pace of Brawl Ball because of his ability to pull through those boxes and get some wall break off of the super. Just having, like having your enemy right in front of their goal and you having a Gene super is like a free goal pretty much.
Yeah, I can't, like, the amount of times that you're able to pull off a super where you're able to just go straight across the entire walls into blocking the goal in Backyard Bowl is pretty slim to none. But I feel like it happens more often than we would think, especially in competitive play. Like, I can't tell you how many times that I see it and I'm just like, is it gonna happen? Ah, there it is. Like, you just get the pull across all the walls, and it's like the most satisfying thing. It's like watching like you create this whole design of dominoes and it all just goes down. It's so cool.
Yeah, it's always so satisfying to watch. I mean, we'll see if our players use that to their advantage. IX, they have been breaking down the walls a little bit here to give the advantage to Second on the Piper, and then perhaps Chepo or Cryman on the Colonel Ruffs to get that power up over to him to support him. We'll see if that is you know what they're gonna use. In that situation, I think, you know, Chepo would be over here on the Gene, and then Cryman on the Ruffs, and then Piper is going to be Second. But I don't know if that's really going to happen with two mid brawlers. You know, you have Piper, you have Gene. They don't necessarily work that well together since they are kind of both competing for the mid position. We'll see what our players have to bring out this time. But one thing is for certain, and that is this. The stakes are so high. We're here in the grand finals. There's nothing after this. IX and Tribe are going to be going at it in this final set.
Yeah, and the last time these two teams met was the winter bracket finals, and it was Tribe walking away 3-2. IX does not want to relive that moment right now. It's tied up 2-2. IX is sweating a little bit, I would say, and I mean Tribe is too, but
yeah, I mean,
sometimes history repeats itself.
Yeah, I would be so nervous heading into this one if I were either of these teams, right? Tribe, they have an expectation to fulfill that they're going to take down IX. IX, they're the you know, standing champions of NA in the finals, and they have a sort of a, you know, precedent to defy here. Just because, yeah, they went down to IX in set number 5 of the last time they met, which, guys, that was only like an hour ago. So I don't know what kind of developments you can go through in an hour unless you're like some dude in a movie doing a workout montage. But this is like insane that we're gonna see these two teams at the same stage once again. Just a different game mode, I believe. Brawl Ball, though, so high intensity. Can't wait to see what our teams are bringing out this time. Tribe Gaming, they are all on confident brawlers here. Corey on the Sprout, wow. Zulon on the Piper, Tyrant on the B. Though I will say, as usual, I'm suspicious of Corey on the Sprout. He's a good Sprout, but I don't know about Sprout on this map. Cryman on the Colette versus Tyrant on the B is going to be a tough interaction as well since he's so outrange. We'll have to see how it turns out, but Tribe Gaming does seem to have the leg up off the beginning of the match.
Yeah, and we noticed that Chepo is pretty much staying on top of second on that max, and he has the heal, so that's what he's going to be going for, is making sure that second is able to go in, dish out the damage, and then Chepo's just there healing him up. You can see right here, second pushing forward. Chepo comes out from behind the walls, gets the heals when he needs to, and then goes back undercover because it's all long-range brawlers coming up from the side of Tribe. So IX trying to make this work, and it pretty much relies on second carrying right now because he's the one that's going aggressive. He's the one that's trying to get everyone on Tribe down, and then you just have Crying Man in there for poke.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, Corey over here is going to be holding back all the members of IX. Second, trying to just get a little bit of damage on Corey. Does manage to get some damage, but gets smacked back by that hedge that spontaneously grows out of nowhere. Zulon looking to get some long-range damage as well. Corey forced to circle around to the right side. Second finally going to get his moment of salvation. He needs to get Corey here. Second looking for this. Here comes a massive flank. Second going to take out Corey. Zulon also at risk. This could be IX taking the first goal of the game. Tyrant, unbelievable. He breaks the walls by accident. What a disaster. And IX will take the advantage here in the last 30 seconds of the game.
Oh, Tyrant. I think he was so nervous about having them sneak that ball in. Oh, second able to get the shot. Oh, Corey.
Oh my gosh.
Goodness.
Well, we'll see.
Wow.
Tribe, they got to get this defense here. Their brawlers are suboptimal for defense. They're probably relying on being on the mid fight most of the time, but they are doing a phenomenal job. They take down second, and they got 10 seconds left to get to the enemy side of the field. Otherwise, they are toast, and IX will be heading to the match point.
6. I don't think it'll happen. Corey trying to get the super pass. They have the opening, but nobody was there. They all had super. Oh my goodness. If somebody was in the middle, both Zulon and Tyrant pushed forward. They all had supers. If one of them was back at the ball, there was only one player from IX. They actually might have been able to score in those final seconds.
I think, yeah, but it just didn't seem like either teammate was going back to mid to recover that ball. Perhaps a little bit of a lapse in team communication. I mean, you're talking about the entire map, and unfortunately, I mean, wish you could. You can't see the entire map at once. You can't see everything that's going on, and it just relies on team communication from, like, you know, Corey saying, guys, I'm passing this with a super up the field. One of you has to get it. And then there's no communication on who's going to circle back and get the ball, and it happens too late, and it just can't happen. Even then, it was a bit of a long shot. You'd have to make that ball pass second. He probably still has that gadget ready to go to get a defense and rush towards that ball with the max gadget. But man, what a crazy match that was. A bit of a disaster, yeah, on the Sprout hedge. I mean, we definitely could have seen, you know, some amazing clutch right there, but it just seems like whenever we see Sprout on this map, and you get some sort of clutch defense, some clutch wall to block off the goal, someone ends up breaking it. And that's one of the reasons why I'm not a personal, like, you know, promoter of Sprout on this map. It just seems to go wrong in some disastrous way every time.
Yeah, it would have been a fantastic block from Corey. He definitely had, I think he definitely had the opportunity there. Nobody on IX was super healthy. Like, I think the healthiest person on that team was Poco, and he was off to the side. So it could have been a good opportunity for Tribe to capitalize on that defense. But it's so difficult when you have people rushing in towards the goal, and then you're trying to defend, and you just have that moment where you're like, oh, they're gonna try to walk it in. I need to, like, make sure I get forward and dish out as much damage as possible. And it just didn't end up working out. And I mean, that block at the end, though, from Corey was incredible. The save, it was like right on the line. Corey just barely gets in. That was a beautiful save from Corey.
I think it was a great save from Corey, and then Corey being ready with the super there to pass all the way across the field. It would have been like the insane, like, you know, Hail Mary pass all the way down the field.
Highlight of the year.
It literally, it would have been the highlight of, like, you know, like the set, like, play that at my funeral sort of play, right? It would have been amazing to see, but unfortunately, you know, it just wasn't happening. It was too much of a long shot. Let's hope it's not too much of a long shot for Tribe to take this one back, though. The comp they're bringing out this time, they got Zulon on the Gene, Corey bringing out the Poco action, and Tyrant on the max. IX Gaming, though, turning the tides a little bit. Now they got second on the Sprout, Cryman on B, and Chepo on 8-Bit.
Yeah. So IX switching it up, Tribe switching it up. We'll see what's going to happen here. Nobody giving up that mid control just yet. We'll have to see how good of a job Second can do on this Sprout. I mean, we saw Second with Sprout on Gem Grab. He played phenomenal. Oh, beautiful pull from Zulon there to pull in Chepo. And now the aggression is on. We'll see if Tribe is going to be able to capitalize on this push. But Second and Crying Man, great defense.
Yeah, great defense actually from IX. This seems to be what they're mostly relying on, though. I mean, especially with the Sprout pick here, they're going to be able to throw up these walls whenever they need them. Chepo now finally finding his footing to push forward. Tyrant trying to go for the flank. Chepo with some good dodges, but as good of dodges as 8-Bit can get. A good pull there from Zulon to break open the walls and get rid of that pesky turret. One more turret remains, though, and it's Crying Man's honeypot. IX, they are circling around this as it's really their last leg of defense before they have to fall back right in front of their goal. Zulon is also going to be looking for the pull. He seems to be very close since he's going for the chip shots. Actually, Tribe gonna fall back just a little bit. Here comes the speed on Zulon to hopefully enable him and get that super, but he's not ready just yet. The combo that we need to see is Zulon and Tyrant with the super, Corey with the super as well. He has it, he's neglecting to use it, and Second is going for the kill. Corey is forced to use it. Zulon has the kill, or rather the pull ready, but Tyrant doesn't have that super ready to go.
Yeah, Zulon just took a huge shot from Crying Man on the right-hand side, trying to heal back up. The super going to be popped from Tyrant here. We'll see if Zulon's going to end up pulling in the turret or if he's going to go for a Brawler instead. 265 remaining, and Zulon just trying to heal back up on health. Corey gets taken down on the left-hand side, and this is looking like a great defense from IX.
It could be a great offense from IX. Chepo now running backwards, actually going for the defense. They're still tied 0-0. Tribe Gaming actually preparing themselves for their own defense, and IX Gaming just creating this bunker back here. They gotta protect the turret. It's Chepo's little fountain of youth over here, and he does seem to be having to leave the nest. Tribe Gaming drawing IX out to hopefully get a pull. Here comes the speed, but they do lose Corey. Cryman goes for the slow. It does hit Tyrant, and the stun as well from Zulon. Chepo has the ball. Second has more health. Corey's not able to take him down. The wiggle walk, and IX Gaming takes set number 5. 2-0. IX Gaming will be winning Brawl Masters in a Spring 2021, and an amazing Shelly, and that is going to be the game going to IX. Wow. Congratulations to IX. Congratulations just as well to Tribe. What an amazing game that was.
Wow. This scoreline, like that we're seeing, the 2-0, it's all 2-0s, which is crazy. And it was really the final 3 sets that were kind of like nail-biting intense. Like IX pretty much dominated in set 1 of Hot Zone, and then they dominated in game 1 of Gem Grab, and then Tribe just kind of bounces back, dominates that. IX dominates Siege, Tribe dominates in Heist, and then this final set was really close, but it was still a 2-0 for IX. And this time it's IX coming out on top with that 3-2 victory, and history did not repeat itself today for Tribe.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. We're getting word from the tournament admins because there is a little bit of debate, some murmurs of perhaps in this double elimination format, whether we'll have to see IX won once again. We'll have to see.
Yeah, no, there will be no bracket reset, so it's IX coming out on top. They take it.
Fantastic.
That's it.
I mean, I guess these two teams already had the chance to face each other once again, but one game matters more than the other, and that is the grand finals. So, fat W for IX Gaming. Let's take a look at their journey through the playoffs. They started off facing against Aqua, or at least sort of not facing off against Aqua, as Aqua did forfeit. Aqua dropped in the loser semifinals, and IX went off to play against Tribe, where they lost 2-3. Dropped into the losers final, where, well, deja vu. I've seen this team before facing off against Aqua in the losers final, and then advancing towards the grand final, and they just took down Tribe. Congratulations to IX Gaming.
Yeah, a phenomenal performance from them. They played really well tonight, and hats off the tribe as well. Great games as usual, and just a fantastic overall performance from both teams.
Yeah, and of course, thank you to G Fuel for sponsoring all of Brawl Masters. We got the amazing G Fuel logo scrolling across in the background. They power our playoffs. They power our casters as well. They keep me running through the night, and they power our bracket, so you love to see it. And just a little note as well, if you want to keep updated on Brawl Masters, make sure you follow the socials so that you're the first to know about future Brawl Masters events. We have the Brawl Masters YouTube channel, as well as our Twitch channel, which you should definitely follow, the Twitter, which you should engage with in order to make sure that you don't miss any updates or the possibility for registering for the next Brawl Masters events, and of course, discord.gg/BrawlMasters to be pinged and get notified of how to sign up for the next series of Brawl Masters. But this has just been a fantastic series so far.
Yeah, and again, big congratulations to IX Gaming, the Spring 2021 NA champions for Brawl Masters. Here are the final standings. It was IX coming out in first, Tribe in second, Aqua in third, and IX Academy in fourth. I gotta say, it's a pretty good day for IX overall, the IX family.
The IX family is just having a really nice day so far. We saw, I think probably one of the more interesting stories that we saw was Aqua facing off against IX Academy and then facing off against IX, right? The IX family, you got to go through the entire family to get to the top. Aqua not necessarily bringing the heat on that one, though. But it's not a loss for, any of our teams, actually. They're going to be getting some amazing prizes as well. First place walking away with the, $2,000 prize and a G Fuel prize pack. That's 6 tubs of G Fuel for one person drinking a G Fuel every day. That's roughly a year worth of G Fuel. So prepare to be caffeinated. Get some blood in your caffeine system every once in a while for your own health. Second place getting $1,200, or rather, third place getting $600, and fourth place getting $200. So all of our players, they fought their way here, and they're not walking away with nothing. It's amazing prizes all the way across the board. Once again, congratulations to IX Gaming.
Yeah, and a phenomenal season overall for NA. It was definitely a pleasure to watch, and I thoroughly enjoyed being brought in to cast the finals tonight. That was a lot of fun. Loved it.
It was absolutely crazy as well, because we unfortunately lost Teddy sort of in the middle of things, and then I solo cast, and then now, wow, we got full frontage coming in to start our night off early since we got SESA and ANZ after this, so it's going to be absolutely crazy. But full frontage, it's been absolutely amazing to have you. Guys, make sure you send your wishes to Teddy because he was feeling a little bit unwell and his internet did go out. So much love to him. But I do want to give a little bit of love to G Fuel as well, since they have brought us Brawl Masters today with the amazing sponsorship and the fabulous prize packs. So thank you so much. But all good things must come to an end, and today Brawl Masters is coming to a close for the time being. So I just guess live long and prosper. Be ready for that next Brawl Masters, and we will see you guys in the next one.
Have a great night, everybody.